Welcome to the first Congreso of Public Service 4.0. Among seek to train the different officials from the different governmental entities about the implementation of these new IT and communications. As it knows, this Congress will count with international exchanges about being a civil service official of the future. We'll have three panels where we will cover these different topics from the perspective and experiences of different member countries of the OECD, also from different international organisms' perspectives. Aside from the introductory plenary session that we'll create about, that we'll talk about the impact of AI in the labor. Take a moment to tell you that this event will be carried out in a digital platform where you will find in the first on the left-hand side several options. Among these, you can check the agenda. There's different stands, digital stands of all of our speakers and also working tables to be able to totally exchange with people in the event in real time, do networking, and many more other options. You can also consult the different instructions, guidelines in the menu, and you must take into account that these spaces will only be available during the breaks. Yes, to International Congress Public Servants 4.0. Thank you for your time and your will to be with us in this event that aims to address the public employment of the immediate future and the capabilities, skills, and competencies that are essential for public servants to successfully carry out the work by meeting the needs of citizens in highly changing scenarios. Ahora sí, quiero darle la bienvenida al director de Función Pública to welcome the Director of Public Service Director. Thank you very much, Mr. Mario Alvizara. Thank you very much to Mario Alvizara for the introductory words. Welcome to this International Congress, this 4.0 Public Service for Civil Service Conference. And I'd like to briefly introduce the Executive VP of the Development Bank of Latin America, CIO, in Spanish, Carolina España, and also our Minister of Information Technology and Communications, Madam Eligio Alvarado. These two people are accompanying me today in this first panel of a very important event. Likewise, I want to extend my greetings to all my different colleagues who are joining us today as speakers and moderators, amongst which we have also the participation of different international organizations, such as, for example, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, as well as the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, also the IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, as well as the Organization of American States, the OAS, and aside from those renowned academia roles and speakers from the U.S., England, and Spain, and also from Latin American countries such as Chile, Uruguay, Peru, Costa Rica, and Argentina, amongst others. And of course, all our Colombian colleagues who are joining us and are participating online. I would also highlight the important participation of the organizational committee of this Congress, which is composed by the Public Service Committee and International Management Office, as well as the Communications Advisory Office, as well as other collaborators from our administrative department of public service that have made it so that this very important event is being carried out today. And from Colombia, and of course from the civil service, we feel truly honored with your participation in this first Congress of the Civil Service 4.0 officials. And I've just been informed, we've just started this event and we have around 2,000 people online participating. Today in this International Congress, we want to start by the participation of Stephen Bull, and we agree. Steenbrook, and yes,
there is an impact of AI on the labor market. And although many jobs will be replaced, new jobs will be created. There are many jobs nowadays that are new that haven't existed in the last decade. And that's why our greatest interest today is that we can talk, exchange, and learn from the different recommendations, experiences, and global trends in relation to the digital revolution changes that are being driven in the labor market, with emphasis, of course, in everything related to jobs in the public sector. Challenges on the different labor dynamics that are imposed by digitization are quite broad. Therefore, both the private sector and public sector are challenged. And in this, government must respond to these challenges from three dimensions. On one side, they must promote public policies and a clear regulation that can adjust to the demands generated by the fourth industrial revolution. And on the other side, from an employer perspective, these parties must also adjust to the new reality if they want to continue being an attractive alternative for that economic productive population, especially for those new generations. And thirdly, they must promote reflections and deep actions in relation to the impact of climate change in society, as well as the need of continuing adaptation to change in a global scheme. So it's on these two different topics that I've just mentioned today that we want to pose different discussions. Firstly, the role of digitization in the private sector. Since some years ago, it's been researched and analyzed that, for example, the impact of automation and the use of AI in the gig economy related with short-term jobs or sporadic jobs that have been massified through different job markets and platforms such as Uber, Rappi, Uber Eats, Didi, or in economic sectors such as, for example, retail and other industries. These have been discussed from different perspectives. And the type of skills that are required from workers, well, my question is, what are those new skills? What are we talking about? What type of jobs are being created in the digital industry? What type of regulations do we need? And how are we managing jobs through the different algorithms, amongst others? And these topics are all topics that are being researched and analyzed. And we start to see the first clear trends on the impact of digital revolution in this sector of the job market. These are the type of discussions that must be carried out in the public sector. And that is why we think this international congress is so important. Clearly, the investigations and research of the private sector are a theoretical and very relevant basis. However, we must also acknowledge that public jobs in any country has contextual characteristics. And however they are different from the general job market, it makes it so that the private sector responses to the current changing environment in terms of resources, flexibility, and adoption of technologies are, of course, different to the public environments. For example, management of personnel, for example, such as the gig economy, would not be possible to implement in the public sector for multiple reasons: structural ones, technical ones, and also regulation related ones. So, having said this, it is absolutely imperative that the public sector starts to progress on its own diagnoses, analysis, and experiences with a much more contextual character, and for it to take into account our own nuances from the type of services we provide. Therefore, creating certain evidences that can allow us to carry out decision making processes that are much more aligned to the digitization processes, and for these to be much more perspective rather than reactive. And I think we would be mistaken if we would just passively wait for these changes to happen just because the digital revolution is happening. On the contrary, we must assume a much more active and protagonic role that can lead us to a symbiotic process between this revolution and the different proper dynamics of the public sector. So digitization can also be applied, or that rather that we can apply. We can and we must help build this digital transformation of the public sector. And that's why from the public service, or from the civil service, we've identified one of the most relevant uses that the digital revolution can have in the public sector jobs. The first one is directly related to the name of this Congress, and it's what we've called the public servant 4.0. And this makes reference to the public servant that is prepared from a technical standpoint, that has functional skills as well as social emotional skills to carry out their job while being immersed in the digital world. This means that public servants must learn to use technological tools, and that we, from the government, must provide training, necessary training for public servants to develop these skills that have also been reevaluated and updated under the scope of the digitization processes. Well, this leads us to ask ourselves the following questions. What types of skills are required in the future and the current public positions? The second point, which is very much related to the previous one, has to do with the type of public jobs that will be created and those that most probably will be redundant in the future. On the one side, it's very clear that the public sector will also need to create jobs related to algorithm auditing, being experts also in AI, for recruiting human resources, also management of information. We will need data scientists. We will need, for example, algorithm designers, as well as, for example, hybrid work experts or remote work experts. On the other hand, it's very important to identify which of our current public jobs will disappear in the future. And in relation to these, we will have to design an intervention process that can allow us to identify if those people that are currently holding these jobs can perhaps hold other positions that are similar or superior positions through different retraining or upskilling processes, or if these profiles or positions will definitely be eliminated. And I'd like now to mention this challenge because the debates that we are fostering today in this Congress also compose other ethical and justice related challenges. We must not forget that there are multiple risks that must be taken into account, such as, for example, those related to inequality in terms of access to technology that could perfectly lead to a technological gap of severe impact in a social and job levels. Also, population segments that can be excluded from a broad part of the job market because they wouldn't count or they wouldn't have these necessary skills to really hold the positions that are really part of the digital world, and therefore the wage gap that would be derived from the latter. Thirdly, we from the civil service, we consider there's great potential in the use of AI for management of public jobs in all the life cycle of public servants, meaning from the planning phases all the way to their entering development, and retirement. We believe that the adequate use of algorithms can help us in the personnel selection processes, as well as, for example, performance processes and identification of different training and upskilling, also management of human talent, etc. Meaning, we undoubtedly consider that cut crossing processes of human talent in the public space will be clearly affected by the use of algorithms. And the most efficient decision that we can take right now is to project and plan and foresee how this change would be, and therefore guide and prepare the different human talent areas of the entities to tackle this. Actually, digital transformation of the different public entities must come from human resources areas, which basically are the ones who manage the most important resources of institutions, rather than technological areas as it has been considered historically. Without a doubt, there are consequences and challenges that are general to the whole public sector. However, there are others that will be specific for each entity. And I believe there is no one best than the public servants themselves to identify these and work on the solutions to these challenges. I believe that you all would agree with me in terms of everything that we will discuss today are future decisions of public policies in a short and medium term and not in the long term. So I think that there will be no better space to discuss these debates, and also know public policy recommendations at first hand and learn about different experiences from different parties that are participating from different organizations and countries. And in this way, jointly contribute to knowledge management processes and matters in relation to these very important topics. I am going to quote now the director of the World Economic Forum. He said, the previous industrial revolutions, for example, led us to use now cars instead of animals, and it has led us to now where we are able to provide access to digital tools to millions of people. Now, this fourth industrial revolution is fundamentally different. It is characterized by a scope of new technologies that work on the physical, biological, and digital worlds, therefore affecting all the different knowledge areas, economies, industries, and even challenging ideas about what being a human being means. Thus, I believe that it is important to indicate that the Civil Service Public Department of Colombia acts with the guiding criteria that the public servant of the future must be also a public servant of the present. And it argues this, that by providing these services is based on the medium, and it embraces in daily practices inclusion, diversity, adaptation to change, and it understands and drives that in the use and in the seizing of technologies and data is where satisfaction lays. Satisfaction of the highest commitment of the public servant, which is to provide a good service to the citizens, which is the epicenter of good public service. So I want to reiterate, this first Congress, International Congress, has the objective that, well, in this government, for example, we are based on a meritocracy, and we have over 100,000 people entering into it. And over 54,000 young people have entered to work in the state as new promises of public management. And more than 11,000 young people who are just starting their lives have carried out internships in a remunerated way in public entities, exploring and learning what the public realm is through, for example, the program young state. And this evidences that over 10,000 people with disabilities have entered the public job market, and that is why we can say with full satisfaction, and also with gender equity, that 54% of our directorate or administrative positions are held by women. So I would like to invite all participants for us to really take advantage of this amazing space. And in this International Congress, we want to announce that we've opened now with our higher education School of Administrative School, a program of the 4.0 public servant. And you can enroll into this, and this will certainly enrich your skills. And this program is very much aligned with the topics that we will see today and cover from this multinational and international perspective. I would like to also announce that right now we have over 4,600 people online and enrolled to this academic program that we will launch soon. Thank you very, very much to all participants, to all our guests, to all entities, and to all panelists, to all public servants, as well as citizens who are joining us in this first International Virtual Congress 4.0 Public Servant.
Director, thank you very much for these inspiring opening words. I would now like to hand over to Carolina España. She is the Executive Vice President at the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF. Welcome, Carolina. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, and a very good morning to you all. It is a great pleasure to be here and to participate in this extremely important international event, the first International Conference Public Servant 4.0. First off, thank you very much for the invitation. The interpreter apologizes. Carolina's audio is dropping out. It's great to receive this invitation from the Civil Service Administrative Department. And I would also like to thank Carmen Ligia Valderrama Rojas, Minister of Information Technology and Communications. And it's about the power of data, emerging technologies, and the fourth industrial revolution. So many of you are connected today to learn more about capacities, skills, and competencies that are absolutely essential for public servants to be able to satisfy the needs of citizens in today's world. And as part of the fourth industrial revolution and emerging technologies, and specifically artificial intelligence, well, these have become economic transformation factors in different sectors and regions of the world. Also, at the government level, different public organizations are starting to implement these technologies to improve the performance of their functions, for example, with predictive analytics, provision of services, and risk management. There are three main benefits that are worth highlighting when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence in the government. Firstly, we have the possibility to increase the working capacity of public departments using artificial intelligence, using enormous amounts of data in short periods of time. And this is in addition to employees' abilities. Artificial intelligence also frees up workers' time when it comes to repetitive tasks, and in doing so contributes to improving quality of work and also reducing costs. Thirdly, we have the expansion of value, or the ability to do things in a different way. With artificial intelligence, organizations are able to reorganize their work so that they can get the greatest benefit possible from people. Nonetheless, automation and artificial intelligence have also brought new challenges for governments. They must, of course, develop workforces that are able to work with these new tools. The interpreter apologizes. Carolina's audio is dropping out. Governments must adapt to transformation. There is a study published by Accenture in 2020. Between 20 to 25% of public servants' time is spent on doing tasks that could be automated. and from 45 to 60% of their time corresponds to tasks that could be complemented by technology. In the case of Latin America, and based on data from WELA and other organizations in 2019, approximately 40% of public service work in positions that are at risk of being substituted. And so we need to think about the number of public jobs that are susceptible to automation. But we must also think about the number of new jobs that might be created if we adopt artificial intelligence, and the number of employees who have jobs that are at risk of substitution who might be able to work more efficiently with these technologies. This is a challenge that governments must prioritize and make an effort when it comes to new technologies and abilities and working with public servants. It is estimated in the coming 3 years, the interpreter apologizes, Carolina's audio is dropping out. It's about looking at digital skills. It's also looking digital citizenship and traditional soft skills. When it comes to digital talent strategies, we must look at every single level of public organizations with strategies for different segments. We need to look at specialized areas as well as business areas. When it comes to the challenges that artificial intelligence will bring with it in the public sector in Latin America, CAF did a study on both the potential and the impact, looking at the region analysis and estimation in order to be able to provide tools for better preparation when it comes to the changes ahead of us. These studies included a literature review looking at the expected impact of new technologies, specifically artificial intelligence, in employment in general and in public employment. It also has a revision of relevant cases, initiatives looking at preparation for the workforce and working with artificial intelligence. These have been implemented by both private sector companies and the public sector in different countries. We also came up with a methodology to determine the degree of preparedness amongst Latin American countries when it comes to the use of artificial intelligence in the public sector. This was applied to the specific case of Chile, Colombia, and Uruguay. I would like to take advantage of this space to thank the Colombian Civil Service Administrative Department for their support in that study. Finally, we came up with a series of recommendations for regional governments to advance when it comes to preparing public employment to deal with the challenges that the adoption of artificial intelligence will bring to the sector. Isabel Mejia, who is Senior Executive at the Innovative Digital area at CAF, will talk more about this in public employment and give us a perspective on what will happen and also participating organizations. Nonetheless, I would like to talk about the main recommendations for regional governments that came out of this study. Countries should come up with national artificial intelligence strategies and also look at ethics and artificial intelligence, as well as digital transformation policies at the government level, incorporating these in public employment, as well as coming up with specific goals. Additionally, they should come up with official estimations when it comes to the expected impact of the adoption of artificial intelligence in public employment, and carrying out a diagnosis of how this will affect public servants when it comes to the fourth industrial revolution. We must look at hard and soft skills, as well as looking at the development of skills in public or civil service and professionalizing sectoral employees based on the specialization. It's about reskilling public servants and incorporating skills through personalized content and training, and also coming up with new specialized employment positions for specialists in artificial intelligence, once again incorporating hard and soft skills. Finally, it is recommended that governments come up with guidelines and cultural trained strategies for the use of artificial intelligence in the fourth industrial revolution in the public sector. For example, change adaptation, interdisciplinary thought, continuing education, and working with these technologies. I would invite you to look at this study at the CAF's virtual library. This study is part of an agenda which is much broader, and is led by the digital transformation area at CAF when it comes to the strategic use of data, artificial intelligence in the public sector in Latin America and the Caribbean. This initiative has been in place since January 2020, and we have come up with concrete actions. We have a knowledge front and have come up with a series of 10 studies in order to become familiar with the state-of-the-art use of artificial intelligence in Latin America. We will look at specific aspects such as the ethical and responsible use of these technologies, its impact on public employment, and also a governance model for data. When it comes to their use in, for example, health, education, waste management, and public expenses or public spending. We have also been supporting the governments of Colombia, Peru, and Chile in the implementation of their national artificial intelligence strategies. A third front on which we work looks at raising awareness related to opportunities and challenges around artificial intelligence. We need to come up with a communication strategy and carry out a study to look at the experience of data use. On the 15th of September last year, we conducted this study and published a regional study on that same day, consolidating all of the points I've just mentioned. CAF will continue to promote the ethical and inclusive use of artificial intelligence in the region. And this is about improving the quality and performance in the public sector. And we must remember that, of course, people will never be replaced even if we use these technologies. It's about human intelligence taking advantage of artificial intelligence for everybody's benefit. Thank you very much, and I hope that you have an excellent event today. Carolina, thank you very much. I would now like to hand over to the Minister of Information Technology and Communications, Carmen Ligia Valderrama Rojas. Welcome, Minister. A very good morning to you all, and a very special greeting. And I am very truly grateful to the director of the DFP, Nerio Alves Barranco, who has opened up this extremely valuable space to talk about Public Servant 4.0. And it is a great pleasure to be involved in this international conference to talk about Public Servant 4.0. As a public servant myself, and I have been so for many years, I'm very honored to serve my country. This is a part of my life which is really about serving my country. Being a public servant is nothing easy, to say the least. It's about, of course, doing the best that we can, and we have to be extremely responsible. We must be ethical, and we have to, of course, be an example for the rest of society. Public servants, especially Public Servant 4.0, which is, of course, the theme of today's event, must be a responsible, honest, transparent, resilient individual, but additionally has another fundamental characteristic, and that is to adapt easily to changes, because the challenges that we face are constantly changing. And this is, of course, even more true with technology. During the pandemic, as public servants, had to adapt in a very short time, basically almost immediately, to be able to respond to and act to serve our people and do so remotely, and offer alternatives when it comes to service to our people. And it's about using technology within our reach. Had it not been for technology, I am sure that we would not have been able to respond so quickly as we did when the pandemic first struck. And not only public servants had to deal with this, but beyond that, we as public servants had to continue to provide our services to our country, and as I've said, respond to this new reality extremely quickly in order to use and really take on board technologies as a new partner in our work. All the way from small children who had to adapt in order to be able to continue their education virtually, all the way up to grandparents who had to learn how to, for example, make video calls to see their loved ones. Well, we all had to get on board with these technological changes. And so we've seen that technology was really indispensable here. And in fact, in the last home survey carried out by the DANE, the National Statistics Department, we saw that from 2018, 74% of people aged 5 years or older said that they used the internet from any place and from any location. But in 2021, and this is obviously a recent result from the DANA, this rose significantly from 64 to 73%. So the use of the internet, the use of these tools has increased in our country here in Colombia. And as the government, we have been working tirelessly for the last 4 years under the leadership of our President Iván Duque Márquez to close this technological gap that exists in Colombia. And in order to do so, we have a roadmap so that we can consolidate a more equal and also more connected country, so that we can be more efficient, more effective, and more transparent in all areas. And of course, it is about having more sustainable digital development all around the country. With that said, we must say that the challenges that we face in the ITC sector are enormous. And so the idea is to have 70% of households around the country connected to the internet. In 2018, we had more than 7 million Colombian households connected to the internet. And with the implementation of robust plans and projects, and to improve our IT and communications infrastructure around the world, we're seeing very good results. In 2021, we already had more than 10 million households connected to the internet, 10.3 million in fact. And this was seen in the quality of life survey carried out by the DANE, as I mentioned already. When it comes to the fourth industrial revolution and Public Servant 4.0, well, our relationship with our people of our countries depends on our connections. And for this reason, it's very important that we have greater connectivity. The greater connectivity we have, the more connections we will have between public servants and our people, and really be able to remotely provide our services to everybody. I should also say that it is indispensable to expand our infrastructure. We do have continuing challenges to respond to up to September of 2021. And this was from the Mintic Bulletin. We had some 49 million connections that were materialized via our government. And this is includes more than 8 million household connections and almost 36 million mobile connections. These are very important and significant results that really reiterate the message that I am sharing with you when it comes to the importance of connectivity between the government and our citizens, and also, of course, with public servants. Of course, we know that we need to close the digital gap, and it is about ensuring that this technology is appropriately and properly used by all of our citizens. So it's about really creating a true digital transformation, because it is absolutely useless to have connectivity, and it means nothing if we as public servants are not appropriately trained and using technologies, and it makes no difference if our citizens are not trained in how to use these technologies. And so we have 3 pillars to work on here. We have a digital transformation plan for businesses. We have another for talent creation, and also a state digital transformation plan. And so today we are talking about public servants, and so I'll be talking about the state digital transformation roadmap. And here it's extremely relevant to take into account that when it comes to digital government, or what is called GovTech, at the Ministry of Information Technology and Communications, we have been taking on this enormous task to implement digital integration for the Colombian state. What does that really mean? It means that we will have a unified state digital offering in which our citizens will be able to access, for example, any kinds of procedures or services, public services, in a simple and straightforward manner. And it will be very intuitive, very easy for our Colombian people. It's not about creating more barriers, but rather about opening doors and really getting the government closer to the people, and really getting closer to our people in terms of the work we do as public servants. For the implementation of this policy, digital governance and government, we have been working on several points. Firstly, ITC for people and ITC for the state. And third, also cross-cutting enabling factors. And when it comes to the issue of security and privacy, we need to ensure that that enabling factor is dealt with when it comes to providing digital services to our citizens. And it's also about the architecture of these services themselves. This is how we've defined these guidelines and standards for the development of digital services. These must be trustworthy and of good quality. And we, of course, need to make sure that these are efficient and safe alternatives. We will have data protection and quality information so that we can make public policy decisions which will be completely based on and technically justified, so that we can take the necessary steps. And I'm sure that in doing so, we will promote the use of technology so that we empower citizens, and we can also continue to have public servants and a state which is digital and technologically prepared. And without a doubt, this will mean that we will have intelligent cities or smart cities and smart territories, which is about where we want to get to. It's about having social, economic, and environmental equality, using user-friendly and simple technologies for our citizens.
For this, in this 4-year government, we've worked in different regulation processes that strengthens us and drives us in this implementation of the digital government policy. And I'm referring to, for example, the implementation of different mechanisms for digital interactions between citizens and the state. And I'm referring, for example, to digital safety, information safety, among others. We work in different fronts, and for sure, lots of these must be strengthened so that security and safety are for all. This initiative of digital government is measured through the Index of Digital Government, and Colombia, in the scenario of the OECD, is ranked in the 3rd place of a digital government after Korea and the UK. And this is very relevant, that this index, without a doubt, allows us to have a reference, not only a national but also an international one, so that we are aware that we are on a good path and that we can continue strengthening all these different strategies in terms of digital governance, the initiatives of digitally transforming all public entities, the department ones, the municipal ones, and the state ones, and without a doubt, all public servants. And that is surely a good digital government strategy. We proposed 2 main goals. The first one is the implementation of the unique portal of the state, which is gov.co, and the one of digital citizens services that include, for example, authentication, digital authentication, and I'm referring to this specifically. Also, the citizen folder and interoperability. These are the 3 different fronts that, without a doubt, must be strengthened so that we, as public servants, among this ecosystem, technological ecosystem, can really respond to all citizens. From this implementation of this .gov.co portal, I think we're on a good path. In the year 2021, we had over 7.3 million visits, and in this current year, we've overpassed now the 2 million visits. Additionally, the Development Bank of Latin America, CAF, has indicated that we are the 7th country in the GovTech initiative that is leading the Latin American region. That means that in the most recent maturity index, GovTech, it has been affirmed that the digital transformation state in the public sector in Colombia specifically is progressing in a very positive manner. GovTech Maturity Index of the digital sector has affirmed as well how Colombia is in a good path. And the World Bank also reviews Colombia as a Group A country, a very high level country within its GovTech qualification or scoring. This surely means that we have great responsibility and also great um, motivation, because that means that we fit as public servants. We are within a government and a state that is clearly responding with the digital realm as well as with the internet to citizens and the country in general. Now, talking about the citizen digital services, this is it's a set of digital services that makes it easy for citizens to interact digitally with the state. We've also been progressing in this front. Currently, we have over 1,200,000 authenticated users. We have 23 processes from 29 different entities and 50 entities that are interoperating effectively. This represents a great achievement, a great progress for us. Because in this little time of implementation of this strategy, we've reached these figures, and that is definitely very motivating. We must continue working on this, and we must invite public servants, not only so that they as public servants connect to this technology, but for them to invite all citizens with whom they interact so that they can be authenticated users and they can interact with our digital citizen folder. And now I'd like to invite you all so that you, if you haven't registered yourself in the digital citizen folder, please do so. You can register at gov.co. That is the portal where you will find the digital authentication button, and that you can therefore can enjoy the benefits that this digital authentication provides and can lead us also to fully be a 4.0 public servant. And not only we must use this and interact digitally with the government, we must also invite citizens and help them so that they can also do this. Additionally, I must say that the government has been establishing regulation frameworks that foster the development of these new technologies that are at the service of the citizenship. And I want to refer specifically to the AI, data governance, cybersecurity, and to a digital safety, also in relation to intelligent territories. With this, we've positioned the country as a national and regional referent in this matter. These are very important matters, and this government has left consolidated progress in this. Secondly, from the data index of the OECD, with ranked third place for year 2020, we are the third place in preparation, implementation, and impact of open data from the barometer of open data of Latin America. And this challenges even more so that we can continue on this good path. And in terms of AI, which is one of the other fronts in which we're working, according to the government AI readiness of 2021, calculated by Oxford Insights, Colombia ranked third place among 26 countries of LATAM and the Caribbean. It's also worth mentioning that in the most recent report of the OECD published just some weeks ago related to the strategic and responsible use of AI in the public sector in LATAM and the Caribbean, Colombia's commitment was highlighted. And we were mentioned as regional leaders in terms of ethical and regulation frameworks for these matters, as I just mentioned as well. Therefore, having said all this, to be able to consolidate a digital government strategy, well, without a doubt, this is only achieved with a protagonical role of public servants, of 4.0 public servants. And for us all to really own this technology so that we can really comply with our work. And without a doubt, we will achieve a much more efficient relationship with this and a much more transparent leading role with this. And that's why I want to also mention in this government, we've had a policy of digitization of processes And that will allow us all entities without at a departmental and municipal level, and obviously state level, can allow us to have tools so that the government of Colombia, is a totally digitized government by the year 2027. This is a structure that has been issued and designed in this government, and also jointly with all the different entities at a national level, we are working so that we can really create the responses that Colombian citizens need. Finally, I want to also manifest that from the technology, information, and communication sector and ministry, we work to really transform these teams into equity opportunities, and to also improve human capital of our country. Please remember, it's proven with facts and how we've worked as a team. And that's why I want to highlight the commitment and the work of each and every public servant that dedicate themselves to really serve the community and help many millions, thousands of people to improve their conditions. And I'd also like to invite you all to continue in this work and placing technology at the service of the people. And we must all remember that technology must be at the people's service. It shouldn't be a barrier. And that is why, from the Ministry of Technology, Information Technology and Communication, we dedicate ourselves to really provide the most basic tools and to the most advanced ones, so that we can all in this ecosystem can really be 4.0 public servants, truly 4.0 public servants. And lastly, I'd like to extend an invitation to all of you so that you can join us in the event of Colombia 4.0. This is an event that is free of access, so that you can share the most important spaces in terms of technology and innovation here in Colombia and also in LATAM. After 11 editions, this has become a referent national and international event for those of the creative and digital industries. We don't need all to be experts. It suffices for you to have an interest to learn what is the state of the art in Colombia and what is the state of the art of the world in terms of technology and innovation. And this is going to be a very exciting event. This will be held from the 4th to the 6th of May in Corferias in Bogota. This will also be virtually broadcasted, but I really recommend you all to participate on site. And it would be very important to count with your participation, especially you who are part of this huge achievement that we've had in terms of technology and innovation. With Colombia 4.0, we dream digitally and we make it real. And without a doubt, with the participation of 4.0 public servants, we will achieve this. Thank you. Minister, thank you very much for joining us in this first Congress 4.0 Public Servant. I would also like to share that right now we are joined by over 3,000 public servants that are connected through our platform. So thank you very much for being connected with us in this event. And now I'd like to introduce our plenary conference. I want to introduce the speaker, Station Brock. He is the leader of the initiative, The Future of Labor from the OECD. He is a senior economist at the OECD, where he leads the initiative, The Future of Work. He currently leads a broad investigation program about the impact of AI in the labor market. He holds a master's in philosophy and investigations in studies and development from the Cambridge University and a PhD in economics from the Royal Holloway from the London University. He has over 15 years of experience in the government, such as, for example, in the government of Mozambique, as well as the civil service Ministry of the UK and different international organizations such as the OECD and the African Development Bank. During this time, he's worked in a scope of topics such as health, pensions, childhood poverty, high school or higher education, youth labor, minimum wages, and skills. Please take the floor, Mr. Broke. Mr. Broke? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm in the Spanish channel. Perhaps you can turn off the interpreting module. Do you know how to do that?
I'm very sorry about this. Okay, here we go. I've got it. Apologies for this technical issue. It's the first time I actually give a presentation with simultaneous translation, so I didn't know where the options were in Zoom. So again, thank you very much for inviting me. It's very exciting to be here, and I'm very honored. As the introduction said, I'm a senior economist at the OECD, and most of our work at the moment focuses on the impact of artificial intelligence on the labor market. So what I will do today is give you an overview of some of the key findings of that work. While the work has not specifically looked at the impact on the public service, I do want to draw out some, I guess, speculations or implications, I think, which are very likely to happen in the public service. So I will talk primarily about the impact of artificial intelligence on job quantity. And I think that's a big concern that people have about job loss. And then I will talk a little bit more about the kind of the quality of jobs, some ethics, and also what it means for the public service going forward. So, as I mentioned, I think one of the biggest concerns that people have had with artificial intelligence, but also with technologies more generally, is that there's a risk of job loss, that the robots, that AI will come and take over the jobs that we as humans do. And I just give you here a few headlines from well-renowned international magazines, kind of scaring people, the public, about the robots coming and taking over our jobs. Now, this is not just something that happens in the kind of wider public. It's something that policymakers are very concerned with. It's something that academics are concerned with. So there are very renowned studies from the University of Oxford, for example, that have estimated that 50% of our jobs could disappear in the next 10 to 20 years. And I'll come back to some of these estimates later. Now, also among civil servants, public servants, there is some concern that artificial intelligence may take over some of our jobs. So this is from a study the OECD recently did, looking specifically at artificial intelligence in Latin American countries. And one thing that we asked public servants whether they were worried about the impact of AI and that AI would negatively affect public service jobs. The answers are mixed, but clearly in some countries like Argentina, Panama, Peru, Uruguay, people are very concerned about this. Less so, I think, in Colombia, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, and other countries were neutral. But clearly, there is some concern here that AI will take over some jobs. So to come back to some of these estimates, I mentioned that in the past, some well-renowned academics have estimated that 50% of jobs could disappear within the next 10 to 20 years. Now, I must emphasize that these estimates are based on advanced technologies more generally. This was also really before the advent of AI properly. So we're talking more about robotics and those types of technologies. Now, 50% of jobs disappearing seems very high. So at the OECD, we did our own study. And what we did is we looked at specific tasks that people do in their jobs, because people do a range of tasks in their jobs. And then we looked of those tasks, what can technology automate in theory? And so when we apply this, we find that 14% of jobs in OECD countries are at a very high risk of automation. So these are jobs that really could, in theory, disappear within the next 10 to 20 years. I don't have data for Colombia, unfortunately, but you can see that some of the emerging economies like Chile, etc., are towards the right of this chart, which means that the risk of automation is higher, and that reflects the industrial and the occupational makeup of these countries. 14% of jobs are at high risk of automation, but on top of that, we have 1 in 3 jobs that could change significantly as a result of automation. So these are jobs where automation will happen and will change a lot of the tasks that people do on the job, and so they will have to adapt. So in total, we do get to around 50% of jobs that will be seriously affected by automation. Now, what does that mean in practice? Because what I presented to you were theoretical estimates. There were estimates based on what technologies could, in theory, or were capable of, and then trying to apply that to occupations and tasks to try and estimate what jobs are at risk of automation. Now, these estimates are about 10 years old, so one exercise we did recently at the OECD was to look at what actually happened in practice. And what we did is we looked at the risk of automation and tried to relate it to job growth over that period. So the question is, were jobs that were at high risk of automation 10 years ago also the jobs that were where we actually saw job losses? Now, the first answer is we didn't actually see job losses in many occupations, and that's something I will come back to in a second. But what we do see, and this is what this chart shows, is that the higher the risk of automation 10 years ago, the lower employment growth was. So there does seem to be some kind of relationship between the risk of automation and employment growth. At the same time, however, at the national level, this doesn't play out. In fact, in almost every single OECD country, over the past 10, 20 years, we have seen employment rise. So this chart shows you employment rates. The bars show you the employment rate in 2007. So this is the share of the population, adult population, that is working. The bars show you what the level was in 2007. In 2019, in most countries, we were at record levels of employment. Of course, with the COVID-19 crisis, we've had a little bit of a setback in most countries. We're almost back in most countries at where we were in 2019. And as you can see, employment rates have been rising steadily in most countries, including in Colombia, despite automation, despite AI and new technologies emerging and entering the workplace. Why is this? There are a number of reasons for this. What I presented earlier were theoretical estimates, and it's not because something is theoretically or technically possible that in practice it will happen. There are also other reasons. I mean, in order to adopt a technology at the firm level, it needs to make business sense. The benefits need to outweigh the costs. And also, with technology, there's often a decision that we take as a society about which technologies we adopt and which we don't. And it's not because a technology exists that we necessarily need to adopt this. And we see this already with artificial intelligence. There are some technologies like facial recognition, for example, where there's increasing opposition to the use of these technologies in society. Now, of course, the other thing I should mention, and that's something I'll come back to in a second as well, is that new technologies do not only destroy some jobs, but they also create many new jobs. So these are jobs that were traditionally did not exist. So, I mean, I'm thinking about social media managers or AI experts or Internet of Things architects. These are all occupations which are entirely new. But also, technology creates new jobs indirectly through a productivity effect. It makes people more productive, it makes it cheaper to produce goods and products and services, which then increases the demand. And by increased demand, we have an increase in demand for workers as well. And so all of these reasons is why overall we see employment rise rather than fall as a result of technological adoption. So this is a point I've already mentioned as well, is when we look at occupations, most occupations over the last 10 or 20 years have seen growth. Regardless of the level of or the risk of automation, there's been growth in almost all occupations with very, very few exceptions. So this is an important point to bear in mind. So if we may not worry about employment overall at a global level, there's clearly a lot of change happening underneath, and that change happens on at a lot of levels. I mean, some occupations are destroyed, new ones emerge. This happens often at a geographical level, so jobs disappear in one region, appear in another region. But perhaps one of the key angles, the key aspects along which we see change in the labor market is along the skills level of the population. And the jobs that seem to arise, the growth in jobs that we see is primarily in high-skilled jobs. So over the last 10 or 20 years, the jobs that have been created have been primarily benefiting people with higher levels of education, whereas people with lower levels of education have found it more and more difficult to find jobs. Now, the good news is that, first of all, we have lots of better jobs, but also we have made rapid progress in educational attainments. So in the end, demand has more or less kept pace with supply. Now, Most of what I've said so far applies to more traditional technologies like robotics, etc. But now we have artificial intelligence. I mean, if you think about public servants and think about the concerns that I raised earlier, many public servants are relatively high skilled. So many public servants so far have been protected to some extent from changes in technology, especially from technologies that are automating technologies and that could be displacing workers. But now we have artificial intelligence. And with artificial intelligence, things are changing. So what I show you in this chart is the areas in which artificial intelligence has made the most progress over the last 10 years or so. And what you see is that artificial intelligence does not make much progress in manual tasks, things that require stamina, manual dexterity, strength. No, artificial intelligence makes progress in skills and tasks that are really those that high-skilled people do. So it's about information ordering, memorizing, perceptual speed. And this is very new. So we have a new technology here that can also automate non-cognitive, cognitive and non-routine tasks. So all at once, occupations, workers, who traditionally were not affected by automating technologies, all of a sudden they are exposed, most in fact, to these new types of technologies. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. So here I just want to expand on the point I just made, which is here we see a range of occupations. I don't show you all occupations, but I show you a range of occupations by the level of exposure they've had to recent developments in artificial intelligence. And so what you can see is that at the top, we have very high-skilled occupations like business professionals, managers, science, engineering professionals, people working in law, scientists. Whereas at the bottom, we have food preparation assistants, agricultural workers, cleaners. So these are occupations which are low-skilled and tend to be less exposed to advances in artificial intelligence. But as I said, I don't think this is necessarily something to worry about. So in fact, at the OECD, we've done a little bit of analysis to try and understand the relationship between exposure to artificial intelligence and, again, employment growth over the last 10 years. So overall, we actually haven't found so far a relationship between exposure to artificial intelligence and employment. So far, there's no detectable effect on average. In some ways, this is not too surprising, since the evidence also suggests that the adoption of AI is actually still in its infancy. But we are beginning to detect some interesting patterns in the data. So one of the things that we've done is we've looked at different groups of workers, depending upon how good they are in ICT or how often they use computers at work. And so if you look at the first group, where computer use is very low, in those occupations, the higher exposure to AI has no impact on employment. Similarly, when we look at the medium group of computer use, there is a slightly positive relationship, but it's not statistically significant. On the other hand, when we look at occupations where computer use is already high, we find that the more these are exposed to artificial intelligence, the more employment growth we see. So AI could benefit people who are in occupations, especially when they have the skills to work with AI. And this is something I will come back to later as well when it comes to artificial intelligence in the public service. Why exactly this is happening, we don't entirely understand. We still need to do more research, but the suspicion is that this happens because artificial intelligence makes these workers more productive. And so by making them more productive, it increases demand again for these workers. It's a similar story to what we've seen earlier. So artificial intelligence could be beneficial to workers who have the skills to work with AI. And these are primarily, again, as I said, high-skilled workers. So let's now look a bit closer at the use of artificial intelligence in the public service, because we think that there are clearly lots of applications, and we have seen this in recent years already. For example, if you look at the COVID-19 response, and I think this was mentioned by the minister and the other introduction to today's sessions, is that during COVID-19, artificial intelligence has been incredibly helpful in diagnosing the disease, modeling the spread of the disease, finding cures, vaccines to COVID-19. But also more broadly in healthcare, we have seen many applications of artificial intelligence, for example, in medical diagnosis, but also in prescribing very detailed and personalized treatment plans for people. Similarly, in education, there are applications of artificial intelligence, for example, to forecast which students are most likely to drop out of school, which then helps us target educational measures specifically on those students. In the public employment service, again, they are beginning to use artificial intelligence to identify the unemployed people who are at risk at becoming long-term unemployed, so that the scarce resources that we have in the public employment service can be targeted on those workers that are at highest risk. Again, there are applications in transport, whether it's about finding optimal routes for transport, also in public safety and security, where perhaps we have some of the most controversial uses of artificial intelligence, like facial recognition, but also to fight corruption, and etc. And what this all boils down to is that AI is very likely to help us as public servants design better policies and make better decisions. It will help us improve the speed with which we react to challenges and the quality of the public services that we deliver. It helps us improve efficiency of the public service and also in many ways improve communication and engagements with our citizens. So there's a lot of promise of artificial intelligence in the public service, a lot of promise to make public servants better at their jobs. Now, at the same time, this also means, and this comes back to some of the slides I presented earlier, that public servants are likely to be highly exposed to artificial intelligence. One of the reasons there's so many applications of AI in the public sector is, of course, because we collect so much data, and artificial intelligence is obviously dependent on data. And the wealth of data that we collect in the public sector also means that we have many potential applications of AI in the public sector. So first of all, we will have many different technologies that we can adopt in the public sector. But then, as I mentioned earlier as well, because of the nature of the skills that public servants have and the tasks that they do, they're also most likely to be exposed to the kind of tasks that artificial intelligence can do, and so to the risk of automation. And so I think, yes, there is some risk of automation, to come back to the slides I showed you at the beginning. But primarily, I think that the use of artificial intelligence in the public service will benefit public servants, especially if they have the skills to work with these technologies. Now, this may be a challenge, and that's something I want to come back with. But one estimate that I've seen is that our AI could help free up 1/3 of public servants' time. And that's not necessarily a negative thing, because it means that public servants can use that time they save on tasks which have higher value added. And that would help us provide better services to our clients, to the public. Now, so far, I have really concentrated a lot on job quantity, so the risk of automation and job loss. But of course, there are other things that artificial intelligence will do. And to some extent, these other aspects may be more important, and there's a higher risk attached to these. So we need to monitor these closely. One of these is inequality. And I think this is also relevant within the public service, because some jobs will be affected more than others. And so we need to track this very closely, especially because the people who are displaced by some of these technologies, and some people will be, may find it difficult to access new opportunities that arise as a result of artificial intelligence, and we need to make sure that these people are equipped to grab these new opportunities. The second issue is around job quality. And on one side, this could be positive. Artificial intelligence could automate a lot of the boring tasks we need to do as public servants, but it could also add new stress. There's plenty of evidence in the literature that people could suffer from techno-stress as they work with technologies that take very rapid decisions, and they need to supervise these technologies. There's also a risk that it may dehumanize some of their work. So these are all aspects that we need to keep a close eye on, and make sure that the quality of jobs is not negatively affected by artificial intelligence. Related to this, I think, is the issue of management. Increasingly, artificial intelligence is beginning to manage workers. We have heard about algorithmic management in the platform economy, but more and more this is entering the traditional workplace as well. And this could also mean the public service. And I think if this happens, we need to always make sure that humans remain in control, and also that we are very careful about the decisions that are taken through artificial intelligence, the transparency, and also the accountability. And finally, in some applications of AI in the public service, this may also be an issue because AI collects data also on the workers who interact with AI. For example, in the public employment service, you have caseworkers who will be interacting with AI, and AI will be collecting data on the caseworkers. Now, we need to have transparency about data collection, and we need to protect the privacy of the workers whose data is being collected. Now, all of this, of course, is premised on the assumption that artificial intelligence will, in fact, be adopted in the public service. But what we see from the evidence so far is that the adoption of AI in the public service lags behind on the adoption of AI in the private sector. Now, there are a whole range of reasons for this, but one aspect, and this comes back to the earlier point which I mentioned, which is the importance of skills to work with AI. I think one of the challenges is the skills of the public servants, and this is a real priority going forward if we want to make the use of AI successful in the public service. Again, from this OECD study that I mentioned earlier, when we asked about civil servants understanding AI and its use and limitations, often there was a sense that the public servants didn't fully understand AI and its limitations. And similarly, that they didn't understand how AI could assist in their jobs. So it's really important that we invest in those skills and the understanding of AI. And when I mean skills, I often mean basic digital skills. It comes back to the slide I presented earlier. The people who use computers, who have strong digital skills already in their jobs, are often the people who are best able to work with AI in their jobs and benefit from these technologies. And this is one point I want to make, which is important. When we talk about skills to work with AI, we don't necessarily mean AI skills. So we're not talking about development skills, like the skills to develop AI or to maintain AI. Of course, there's some correlation. And here, this chart shows you this. It shows you the kind of, it shows the relationship at occupational level between how exposed that occupation is to AI and how the growth in demand for AI skills in those occupations. And there is a positive relationship. So it's true that the more occupations are exposed to AI, the more specific technical AI skills will be demanded. But you can see that the line is relatively flat. So exposure to AI will demand some AI skills, but also plenty of other skills that are needed to work with AI, such as basic digital skills. Also, you can see here in this chart at the bottom, you have education, public administration. Again, there, the increase in the demand for technical AI skills has actually been relatively low. Now, of course, to help us forward, and this has already been mentioned by the minister, is that it's really important to have a strategy. And it's so exciting to see at the OECD, for example, we've done a survey of countries, and more than 60 countries have already developed national AI strategies. And in the Latin American region, Caribbean region, we've also seen that there's some of these strategies have a very specific focus on the public sector, which is great. And again, I don't need to repeat it, it's already been said, but also in our reviews of these strategies, we find that Colombia, in fact, is a leader and an example to some of the other countries in the region. So I've come to the end of my presentation. I just show you some of the kind of documents and reports that we have published on, first of all, on the automation and the impact of AI on jobs, but also some publications by some of my colleagues, which look more specifically at governance of AI and strategies and how well governments in OECD countries in general, but also more specifically in Latin American countries do in terms of these strategies and how well prepared they are for the future. So this is the end of my presentation. I'm very grateful for your attention, and I particularly look forward to the discussion that we might have after this. Thank you.
Sí, muchísimas gracias.
Steen, thank you so much for that presentation. We will now take a 10-minute break, and we will be back with you to continue with the next panel, which is Perspectives on Public Employment of the Future, OECD Country Experiences. I'd like to take advantage of this break for you to visit our stands. You can see these on the platform menu. There you can find relevant information and also topics of interest about our partners. And there are several discounts and prizes available for you if you do visit their stands. For example, if you go to the Human Management stand, then you will receive a discount on the initial membership fee and the monthly fee. We also have one of our insurance companies offering a Hugo Boss pen. There will also be a raffle for 2 plane tickets on Satena, and Tekendama Suites will provide you with a preferential rate if you stay at the hotel, as well as a welcome cocktail. We will also see promotion of discounts for postgraduate and undergraduate degrees through the Servimos program. Before we head to the break, I would like to open a very short Q&A space so that we can speak with Steen. So I will hand over now for the Q&A session, and then we will have the break. Sorry, I was a little premature in moving to the break.
Okay, so good morning to everyone, and many thanks for your intervention, Mr. Brook. It has been a very insightful presentation and a really useful for the Colombian in order to acknowledge the advantages of the artificial intelligence for the public sector. We have just a couple of questions from the audience, and I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. The first one is, what are the riskiest technologies for jobs and for employees?
Shall I answer the question straight away?
Well, I have a couple more. If you want, I could read them all along, and then you could answer.
Yeah, maybe I can have a couple of questions and then I'll answer them all.
Okay. The second one is, on what aspects should we focus the regulation of technologies applied to the management of employment? And how to use artificial intelligence in the education sector? And I have another one. How could the public sector identify the risk of automation of public jobs?
Okay. So on the riskiest technologies, we haven't actually done the analysis in detail by AI technology. We've the estimates that we have, we've tended to look at technologies, AI technologies in general. But I think that's a very worthwhile question to look at. Now, risk can also be defined in a number of ways, right? And it will often depend on the application of the technology. So some technologies are very high risk in terms of automation, but other technologies are very high risk in terms of, say, introducing bias and kind of discriminating against certain groups in society. So that's also a very high risk. And I think we need to consider all these different risks. You know what, I should have answered one question at a time, because now the 4 questions. The second question was about?
In what aspects should we focus the regulation of technologies?
Yes, so this is a really important question. I think I want to focus specifically on artificial intelligence because I think this is where policymakers at the moment are struggling most. And the first thing I want to say is that in most countries, we already have regulations in place that will regulate a large aspect of artificial intelligence and its impact. So I think it's dangerous to think that artificial intelligence is so new that we need a whole set of new regulations. I don't think that is the case. We already have regulations in most countries around privacy. We already have regulations in most countries around discrimination. And I think the challenge is not to find new laws. The challenge is to make sure that there are no gaps in the existing legislation, that because of course AI is new to some extent, but the challenges are not new. The challenges have existed with previous technologies again as well. It's just to make sure that there are no loopholes. And so it's about updating. One thing that I do think is very challenging with artificial intelligence is the question of accountability. Because artificial intelligence is not like a traditional good. It's not something that you check the quality before you put it on the market and then it's safe to use. Artificial intelligence changes depending upon how you use it. So the developer is not the only person responsible for the impact that AI has, but also the user. And so I think this is a challenge for policymakers, is to decide how do you allocate responsibility, accountability when something goes wrong. So the third question was?
The third question was, how could the public sector identify the risk of automation of public jobs?
So this is something that to some extent we will already be able to do at the OECD, because we have ongoing work where we're trying to update some of our estimates of the risk of automation. We are doing this by talking to experts and asking them what they think artificial intelligence can do. So we're updating these estimates to include newer technologies that include primarily AI technologies. So we will be able to say something about this in the near future, looking specifically at public servants and estimating the risk of automation for public servants. So that's something that's forthcoming.
Okay, and we had, well, a final one, how to use artificial intelligence in the education sector. And actually, we have a comment that was recently published. It is, and I think it's a very interesting one, because it's actually really true, is that the artificial intelligence requires the knowledge of a second language. And here in Colombia, we have a certain gap in that sense, because not many of the public servants here actually can speak English. So I think it's an interesting comment that we had. But our last question is how to use artificial intelligence in the education sector.
That's a very good question. So I'm not an education expert, but I do have colleagues who work on education, and I also have colleagues who work on training. My understanding is that artificial intelligence can be used from a policy perspective in education. So one example I gave was to try and predict dropout among students. So from a policy perspective, it can help you identify challenges in the education sector and then target resources to try and solve those challenges more accurately. But of course, artificial intelligence can also be used in education itself to deliver programs of education and training, to make them more targeted, to make them more personalized, and to make them more relevant to the individuals who are learning. I mean, one example, which is perhaps silly, but you have the language learning program, which is an application called Duolingo, which is very much based on artificial intelligence and adapts to the user and provides training depending upon what progress and how fast the person makes progress. So I think it's really about the personalization of education, and I think there are a lot of potential for artificial intelligence there. And on the second language, I wonder if this is something that is a challenge now, but perhaps in the future this might disappear as the tools improve, because I think a lot of the tools that have been developed are very much focused on the countries where they're being developed. I mean, United States, but also China, Japan. So there's clearly a language issue there. But I think in the future that's something that will be resolved.
And finally, we have just another one. This is the final one, I promise. What the public servants whose jobs are being threatened by the arrival of this artificial intelligence can prepare for these changes that are actually happening currently, but that could be more accelerated in the next few years?
This is a very good question, because also it's a question about responsibility and who should take responsibility for people who might lose out from the adoption of some of these technologies. And yes, you're right, the individual themselves can try and be proactive and try and identify areas in the public service where there are new jobs emerging, and trying to make sure that they have the skills and invest in the skills required to get those new opportunities. But I also think there's there's a lot of responsibility here for the managers in the public service to be able to predict what impact AI will have on certain occupations, and to make sure that the people working in these occupations are helped to new occupations, so new emerging opportunities. So it's really a responsibility also on the managers in the public service to make sure that people can transition to new jobs.
Okay, so perfect, and many thanks again, Mr. Brook, for your insightful presentation. It has been a pleasure to have you in this first Congress Public Servant 4.0.
It was my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Perfecto, quiero agradecer nuevamente a Steam por su valiosa
Right, I want to once again thank Mr. Roque for his contribution in this first seminar he shared to this first Congress, and now we will have a 10-minute break. But I want to just mention the awards before giving floor to the questions will only be valid to those assistants and attendees that stay until the end of today's session. I will just remember the awards. We will have a 10% of a quota in the membership and maintenance fee. If you visit the Positiva stand, an insurance company, we will also award an Hugo Boss pen. And also Satena, the airline, will award 2 flights operated by Satena. Tekendama Suites will also have a preference fee in lodging with a welcoming cocktail. And we will also have educational institutions offering discounts in undergrad degrees through the Servimos program. And we will also have a master's degree scholarship to those attendees that stay until the end of the session. On the other hand, I want you to remember, please, this week is the last week to basically hold or propose candidates of the best public servants. And this is in the celebration of the best public servant. This is a celebration that is celebrated every 27th of June, and it will be dedicated to acknowledge those public servants that have had a rewarding performance in serving citizens and in their tasks. So I'd like to give you this break and for you to please visit the virtual stands of our different guests. Thank you. And I'd like to warmly welcome around 4,000 public servants of Colombia and of several Latin countries that are joining us. And once again, thank you to our speakers who are joining us in this first panel of the session. And we will now focus on experiences of the OECD member countries. The objective of this panel is to learn at firsthand how national governments conceive public service with a vision of the future in the context, of course, of the fourth industrial revolution and the post-pandemic world that our countries are now challenged by. While identifying skills with which both the public sector and private sector must entail in their planning phases, anticipation, and also effectively planning those public challenges in uncertainty scenarios. We will be joined in this panel by Jean-Francois Fleury. He is the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Research, Planning and Renewal Sector at the Treasury Board of the Canada Secretariat, where he's been working for over 2 years. Holding this position, he has the mandate of supporting the role of people with a perspective of the future of work. He being a data management manager, thinking about innovative ideas, thinking about how to also experiment, also about methods and sciences of behavior. He has held different positions in the government of Canada as also a VP of learning processes in the Public Service Department of Canada, and previously he was also VP in the General Director in the Schools and Services, the School of Services of Canada. Secondly, we will be joined by our colleague from Spain, Isiar Perez Barojaverde. She is the General Subdirector of Relations with other administrations in the Ministry of Territorial Policy. She is also a public servant of civil services from since year 2005, and she holds a law degree from the Autonomous University of Madrid and a master's degree in management and public policy analysis from the INAP. And she also holds a master's in high public directorate also from the INAP University in Madrid. Currently, she holds positions at the general direction with other administrations, being in charge, of course, amongst others, in the coordination and organization with the competent organisms in terms of public policy from different administrations of autonomous communities. From Spain, we want to warmly welcome Isiar. And finally, we have, joining us from the US, Christy L. Daftis. She is the leader of the labor force policy, federal policy, and she works at the Federal Agency of COVID-19 Operations at the government-wide Human Capital and Personal Policy at the Office of Management and Budget. In her career, well, she's been working for over 20 years at OMB, and she's worked in a variety of topics in terms of functional management and governmental management, which include human capital, information security policies, renewal, and regulatory reforms in the sectors of transport and national safety, as well as legal review. Thank you very much for joining us, Christy, from the US. And to provide a general context of this first panel, it's worthwhile seeing the scenario of public work in the OECD member countries. As you can see in the graph, in blue, we have OECD country members and the rest of the countries that are joining us highlighted in green: Canada, Spain, and the US. We, of course, in Colombia are in the right-hand side of the graph, and as the General Director mentioned in his previous talk, Colombia is one of the countries of Latin America that has a smaller public service in the region, and this is based in several studies. The one that I'm quoting here is the Government at a Glance 2021 study published by the OECD. It's also important to create certain reflections in terms of what these perspectives of the future of the public works of the future entail. Firstly, the government member countries of the OECD are amongst the first employers of the world, and they invest an average of 9.2% of the GDP, that is equivalent to 22.5% of the total public expenditure in the wages of their public servants. This is a very important fact when we try to understand the value and the potential that public services have. And of course, the public sector as the great employer of many OECD member countries. Secondly, traditionally, and with an intention of reducing the excessive political influence and also to strengthen public management processes, OECD member countries have been designing and implementing different organizational structures that are focused in a model of an administrative career. And that has brought a result of the professionalization of public services in Latin America and in general in all OECD member countries. Also, as our previous speaker mentioned, as we all know, we are currently living in the fourth industrial revolution. The power of AI, blockchain, big data, Internet of Things is certainly changing and will all change forever the dynamic of jobs and, of course, public jobs. We also had to face a different reality in relation to the pandemic, and now in relation to the post-pandemic. And in these past 2 years, there has been also an important acceleration with the digital transformation on behalf of the governments, and also public servants are not excluded from this transformation. And this obviously changed the ethics of work, values, also the composition of the workforce, even at its structure. And a fourth point or fundamental message on these perspectives of the public jobs of the future, we want to start introducing a very deep reflection in terms of if there are life or long life jobs, or perhaps thinking about career models that are more flexible, more dynamic, where it will be very easy not only to hold higher positions, but also easy to leave public service positions, not only by acknowledging their merit, their efficiency, and their performance, and good services provided to the citizens, as we like to pride ourselves as public servants. So our guest speakers will have these following 5 questions, which are just guiding questions, and you can answer however you consider and deem so. However, it's worthwhile to reflect on these 5 different aspects. As we all know, lockdowns and the change of behavior that we've been subject to as public servants, but also as citizens of the world and in general terms, of course, modified the dynamic of the state as well. The question is, if in the mid and long term, what will be and what are now the main transformations that should be carried out within public jobs? Secondly, social distancing obviously set the benefits of virtual or remote work. Millions of people around the world worked remotely from our homes. In the Colombian case of over 1.3 million public servants at a given point in the pandemic, over 800,000 were working remotely at home. Of course, we've returned to a much more hybrid dynamic. So the question is virtual remote work from home something that will now be the common rule, or is it more an occasional dynamic or model? We in Colombia, from the public jobs, hand in hand with the Ministry of Work or of Labor, we led and we established the regulation for working at home, so that if in a future emergency arises, we can have this regulation set. But of course, we want to foster hybrid and also remote jobs from home, and we want to learn the experience from our colleagues in these 3 countries.
This is fundamental in public employment. What are the skills and competencies that public servants need to have, this new version of the public servant 4.0? And this is what we are here to discuss in this first international conference. So we are here to ask our panelists, how do you think that digitalization and automation processes in employment will have an impact on public or civil service? Of course, we will see changes. We will see some jobs disappear and others appear. And how should we prepare for that? Finally, and this is a fifth question, which I think is worth reflecting on, is related to how we can find a balance between the efficient use of automation processes and an ethical use of these technologies. It must be just, it must be responsible. And we must ensure that it doesn't lead to discrimination or create technological gaps. And so with these questions, these guiding questions, before we hear from our panelists, I'd like to reiterate our gratitude to them for being here. And I would now like to hand over to my colleague from Canada, Jean-Francois. Thank you very much for being with us. A very good morning to you from Colombia. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You hear me well? Good. So that introduction was actually perfect. And I can start by saying that there's huge alignment in philosophy and questioning between the issues we're grappling with in the federal public service of Canada and the analysis that you portrayed in your introduction. I think that COVID-19 has changed many things, and I think many things for the long term. As a public service, we have to strike a new balance between ensuring that our services evolve towards digital by default and remain citizen and business driven focused, with a new balance of really understanding employee preferences and well-being. I think both have been part of our thought process, but I think there's a new dynamic and a new balance of power that is starting to happen that needs to be very well understood as we move forward in changing and modifying the way we work. The future of work is not a new concept. It existed way before COVID, but what COVID has done is it accelerated the pace and our understanding that we can actually do things differently. I think most public service is the case in the Canadian public service. We were asked from one day to the other to work completely differently, work from home, have call centers for programs done in a distributed manner, things that I don't think we would have ever dreamed of seeing happening so quickly. So with the advent of COVID, I think the biggest lesson learned is we accepted that we can work differently and that change can happen. But the future of work is much more complicated than where we work. And the drivers that existed pre-COVID continue to exist. And I think they're going to evolve at a much faster pace as what we've seen in the past, whether it's automation, artificial intelligence, demographic shifts within the workplace, labor market shortages, the rise of populism. All of these things will have impact on the public service, and they will accelerate the need for change. In Canada, the federal public service is highly distributed from an accountability perspective, and I think that during COVID, we mobilized in order to deliver the best possible results for Canadians, but it also highlighted the fact that it's very difficult to have a one-size-fits-all approach to how to deal with change. Our business is extremely asymmetrical. We have 300,000 plus public servants in different provinces with 80 different business lines and occupational groups. So this demonstrated that the need to balance coherence in what we're trying to achieve as a public service, while respecting that every organization within it has very distinct realities, whether they are border agents, correctional officers, knowledge workers, and policy departments. The reality of what we lived was quite different for each public servant, and the reality going forward will remain quite different. So the challenge is really to try to create coherent direction so that the lived experience of public servants as they evolve through organizations go through a similar experience. From a central agency perspective, the Treasury Board as well as a PCO, I think it's really important to drive that coherence and really to narrow the guardrails as we evolve. It's a fluid destination, and it's not a place that we're accustomed to be, which is driving change without a well-defined destination. I think it's really important to give space to experimentation, to understanding the new and emerging data points in order to move forward in the right way. The immediate issue for us, like most, is to try to balance the return to occupancy, the health and safety of employees, as well as our desire to implement the best possible hybrid work model. I think hybrid is here to stay, but hybrid does mean that we have a balance between on-site work and off-site work, and understanding the value proposition for both. It can't be anchored in mistrust. It has to be anchored in the value of coming in and meeting your employees and your colleagues versus working on your tasks deliberately at home. We've all lived remote by default, which means everyone was asked to stay at home for health reasons. And I think that flexibility by design is much different. So we are taking a deliberate approach to ensure that our way forward is based on experimentation that we are doing now, that we understand that we need to narrow the guardrails, but that what we've learned in the last 2 years isn't sufficient for us to understand what the hybrid model was. In the federal public service, close to 80% of the public service worked remotely, which meant that we had a workforce that was 100% remote and a workforce that was 100% on site. And hybrid is very much a different environment. So understanding that is extremely important. We are paying close attention to what it means to services to Canadians, to relationships with stakeholders, to policy development, to make sure that the public service, as I said earlier, balances out the benefits of hybrid from a business perspective and from an employee perspective, while understanding that we need to continue to deliver the best possible services. Another really important issue that we're managing that existed pre-COVID, but is now really apparent, is the imperative of actually having an integrated plan on how we manage our people, our digital investments, and our real property. These things were managed in siloed prior to COVID with some intersection points, and going forward, they have to become one integrated strategy. So from a people management perspective, we are developing a discussion paper to really guide the future of people management around 5 imperatives. The first one, talent, skills, and inclusion. The second one, flexible work models. The third, organization of work. The fourth, HR systems and data. And the fifth, culture and change management. And I'll take a bit of time to talk about what this means for us and what are the key drivers. So from a talent, skills, and inclusion, it's really imperative that the public service remains competitive and that the skills requirements are well understood. One of the challenges we have in the federal public service is that we really understand the positions within the public service, but not so much the skills of the people occupying those positions. And I think going forward, many of the data points that will be required to understand the skills strategy is to first understand the skills we have and match those to the skills we need to understand if it's more a reskilling or a recruitment challenge. Our competency models need to evolve. And we really need to understand, as was mentioned in the intro, the relationship between automation artificial intelligence, and human talent. Many studies demonstrate that automation will impact more tasks within jobs than eliminate jobs altogether. And as mentioned again in the intro, by definition, if tasks are automated, it automatically means that jobs will need to be redefined, recodified, and re-understood from a compensation perspective, but also from a core job description perspective. And for us in the federal public service, we have two guiding legislation that guide Canada, which is the official languages and multiculturalism. And for us, it's extremely important that as we evolve, we pay deliberate attention to the unconscious biases and to ensure that the diversity, the inclusion, the accessibility, and that the representation of the public service continues to strive. From a flexible work model perspective, I've talked a lot about hybrid, but it's really important for us to go through this experimentation phase in order to understand the difference between remote by default and flexible by design. They're raising many different issues. So for us, hybrid, we see it as a key tool going forward to attracting and retaining talent, to ensure that we have a distributed and diverse workforce, and that's across Canada. And also that we manage to understand how to better define productivity, especially for knowledge workers. It's quite difficult, and this is posing certain challenges that really didn't exist prior to COVID, where the productivity of individuals weren't as scrutinized. But now that we're working differently, there is scrutiny around the concept of productivity. And I think finally, for us, it's really to ensure that we have the diversity of thought, which means policy inputs, policy strategies that come from across the nation, instead of the traditional agglomeration of people in the capital of Ottawa. Organization of work, the third. I'll go very quickly, but I'll just say that this is where the future of work really manifests itself. This is where we need to understand how we're going to compensate work going forward, how we're going to understand the impact of task automation, as mentioned earlier. How are we going to look at work and structures differently? And I think that for us, it means looking at classification models. It means looking at diverse employment models, understanding the gig economy and if it has value or not for the federal public service, looking at surge management and task and time-based work. All of these things would fundamentally change the way we work now. And I think that this is going to take time. We have to work with our bargaining agents, our unions, to ensure that things progress at the right level. But this is where we're going to see the fundamental real change of work in the public service, more than where we work. The fourth, HR systems and data. As mentioned, data strategies are more important than ever. The data that we have tends to be really focused on positional information, demographic information, not so much on the skills of the people within the system. So there's a huge change that needs to happen from that perspective. And the data analytics and the automation of the HR processes to improve self-management and workforce management is a huge priority and a huge challenge at this point. And also moving towards having siloed HR systems that don't have interoperability with the other enabling functions such as finance, real property, etc. So really rethinking the systems, because the systems actually generate the data that's going to be required and the digital skills for us to become strategic people managers. And I'm going to close with the culture and change management. This is where historically there's an underinvestment and transformations fail. I think that the scale of change is way bigger than the absorptive capacity of individual or institutions to take all at once. So understanding how to prioritize this change, communicate it effectively, and understand how that change can be absorbed is extremely important. And working on not the policy issues, those are quite easy, writing a policy, but understanding proximity bias, mobility trends, impacts on gender, impacts on our employment equity groups, impacts on productivity, and understanding how this changes the future of leaders in the public service at all levels on how to manage not only all of this change, but to actually manage in a way that we can measure the progress as we move forward. So the scale is huge. And I think the biggest challenge for us, and we continuously work at it, it's to try to simplify this very complex environment in order to have a well-sequenced implementation plan that the system and individual can actually absorb, and in there leave a lot of room for experimentation so that we learn, we iterate, and we course correct. The times of having defined and finite policy instruments, I think are no longer relevant. I think agile and flexible policy development is extremely important in order to course correct with this very fluid destination in mind. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in your conference.
Jean-François, muchísimas gracias por tus valiosas reflexiones. Creo que ese
Jean-François, thank you very much for your reflections and what you posed about reflecting on the complexity that this implies for public administrations is very, very interesting. I think this is a reference that also in Colombia we've been analyzing. However, you pinpoint in your presentation about what you call it the pillars. And I think that this is a very valuable bet in terms of human talent, inclusion, also the skills of the organization of work, organizational culture, and also information systems. And the value of what productivity implies that you've just mentioned changes a fundamental paradigm in public administrations. In Colombia, we've also led the same debate. Are we not only taking into account performance by worked hours or by productivity? Productivity is fundamental in this case. But it really catches my attention what you've mentioned about the importance of inclusion, diversity, tolerance, and collective construction. And finally, I would also add a fundamental factor that you well remember as, which is the management of change. There isn't a change in society without digital transformation. And there isn't digital transformation without transformation of culture. And there won't be a transformation of culture if we don't transform public servants. So thank you very much for your very valuable presentation. Of course, I'm left with a lot of reflections, and the 4,000 attendees that are joining us all over from Latin America will also reflect on this and about the simplicity of the complexity that you invite us to, with a lot of agility, flexibility in change, and of course with the perspective of understanding that the only constant thing is change. And of course, as public servants, we must really be a role model in this sense. So Jean-François, a warm hug to you, and thank you very much for joining us, and we will join you again at the last part of our panel, where we will have Q&A from the attendees. Now we go from Canada to Spain, and I want to invite the next speaker. So Isiar, thank you very much for joining us. We're very eager to listen to your presentation. Thank you for accepting your invitation, and it's an honor for us to have you join us in this panel. Perspectives of the public works of the future, experiences from the OECD country. Well, in first place, I want to thank you for inviting me, for inviting the organization that I represent, which is the administrations in the Ministry of Territorial Policy and Subdirector of Relationships with Other Administration. And of course, I want to also greet my other colleagues in this panel. I must acknowledge that I have really liked the presentation of the Assistant Deputy Minister from Canada. I think that I couldn't agree more in terms of the general philosophy, and that's why in my intervention I will focus much more on the general topics or what characterizes the model of public jobs in Spain and where we are leading changes in. So, of course, COVID-19 has posed a significant impact in all countries, not only a health related impact, but in Spain, for example, there has been an economic and fiscal impact at a macroeconomic level. And in this context, well, the public administration hasn't stopped working. Despite the fact that we had the mandatory lockdowns, all public servants that could work remotely, we were working from our homes and public administration continued working. So the lesson that we take from this is the importance of having professional public services and that they are always provided at the highest quality, aligned to the demands of the citizens. And now I want to talk a bit about the public jobs. So at a central point, I think it's very important to pinpoint that in Spain we have 2.7 million public servants, of which the central administration is composed by just 8.4%. That means that 230,000 public servants. In our model, and following that initial reflection that the moderator proposed, the national director, how we talked a bit about the concept about public servants or public positions being for a whole life. Well, in Spain, we do have a permanent model of public services, and this is accessed through an entity at a scale. Therefore, we have a diagnosis that has identified a problem that the COVID-19 has definitely led, which is the aging of the different public servants. Actually, the average age of public servants is 51 years old, and we also have a deficit of personnel. There is a lack of public servants, despite the fact that this is something that is debatable. There's also a misadjustment in terms of the professional profiles of the central administration of the state and the specific needs that it has. Specifically because this obeys to the misadjustment that there is between the educational system and the systems that exist to access public services. I'm specifically talking about the STEM programs, meaning programs that have to do with science, technology, maths, engineering. And of course, there is a challenge and an important diagnosis, which is digitization. Therefore, these are the 2 points that I just wanted to propose. The generational overtake and how its impact is important to also the roles of public servants. And these are public servants that will now be embraced by a new framework, a new regulation that has been issued by the state, and it will be approved by the end of this current year. It has been approved in December of 2020. It will be approved in December of 2022, and it will surely respond or situate the status of public employment in Spain, not only under the framework of the leadership and skills recommendation approved by the OECD, but also within the countries of our environment. And I just want to mention the Declaration of Strasbourg, where all ministers responsible of public administration of all member countries of the European Union, March of 2022. So all this context of these policies is collected in a plan. This is a plan of recovery, transformation, and resilience that basically is our guide route for economic recovery, economic growth under the framework of European funds. I don't know if you know this recovery plan, but I want to highlight very briefly that this framework, this plan, has a series of components and leverage policies that contribute to the economic and social development of the country. And one of them that I believe is very important is that we've developed a social change policy within and public administration. So in this sense, firstly, I like to say that this policy, this plan, well, one of the most important actions composed by this is the fostering of digitization and improvement of services, meaning digitization of public administration and all its processes. All this also framed in a route map that has been developed at a national level with Digital Spain 2025 with a specific plan for digitization of public administrations from years 2021 until year 2025, in which, while following all countries in our environment, we try to basically frame in three big areas all digital services, meaning services that must be of easy access for citizens specifically, that are easy to understand, and also a public policy that is based in data, meaning the evidence of data. And thirdly, everything that has to do with technological structures development. One of these projects that I believe is perhaps one of the most interesting ones to highlight is the project of developing liquid technological processes in smart processes, where we assume the development of a public servant work in a much more public administration focused job. And that's why we must have professional profiles or new profiles or new public servants that can really respond to the needs that the administration has. Having said this, in Spain, we're currently developing a program, a plan to really recruit talent and select public servants. And what this is about is to really provide a series of changes through a selection model based on the capacity, as well as respecting specifically everything that has to do with social diversity, gender equity, and gender territorial rights, taking into account all the needs that the administration has, specifically pinpointing to the STEM-related profiles, the ones I made reference to before, meaning those profiles that are much more related with science, math, engineering, and arts. So having said this, we are currently developing different strategies to really recruit this talent, as well as disseminating these needs in universities, professional schools, and that's how we are working very intensely. This also implies a reinforcement in training or upskilling of the officials or public servants we currently have. It's not just about improving, for example, management of a set of tools or skills, but in these organizational changes, paradigm changes, cultural changes that the previous speaker also made reference to. And this is very much related to what has been mentioned in the Push to Digital program. We are also working in a current developing to define what are those digital skills, necessary skills in this new paradigm. Currently, we've framed, and this is published in the EMAP, in case you want to know it, as digital skill program of public servants. And also, training schools of public servants are making available to all public servants from a self-diagnosis state so that you can really identify what are your digital skills and also recommending improvement points and also how to highlight strengths. Likewise, in this framework of digital skills and this development of digital skills, what we seek is to really work in the future towards training, certification of digital skills. We also previously mentioned telework or work from home remotely. And before COVID-19 in Spain, we didn't really have, or working remotely wasn't really implemented. We had pilot projects, but precisely the mandatory lockdowns on this current situation has served us as a laboratory to learn at a very general way, not only from a standpoint of the improvements that this assumes for the organization, but also from a perspective that the public servant is also much more motivated, as well as the need of digital transformation of public administrations. In Spain, at the given moment of mandatory lockdown, where everyone was working remotely, as we've progressed to a new normal, working remotely has been guided to a more hybrid model or mixed model in which we currently, in the current administration of the state, working remotely only must be 20% with derived exceptions of the sanitary needs of the public servants. Therefore, this is a working remote model that is like a backup plan, and it's being structured much more. Actually, we have a common and standard regulation for all public entities, and the government will also issue a new regulation in some weeks. So yes, this is a model that is based in a hierarchical superior that must be aligned with the standard model, and this is subject to evaluations and reviews. And also technological mediums that are necessary are provided. I would also like to answer one of the questions that were posed. If telework or working from home is here to stay, well, I also want to point out that in Spain, well, despite the fact that we now have 20% of our working days at office, well, I think that working remotely will respond to conjunctural situations, not only a sanitary pandemic. Right now in Spain and in Europe, we are living a reality of savings, energy savings, and energy efficiency initiatives as a response to the social and economic consequences of the Ukraine war. And in the next weeks, we will see how working remotely will be reinforced from the conjunctural standpoint to respond to this energy efficiency and energy savings initiative. I wanted to also highlight the fact that that working remotely needs a training as well. And that is exactly why we've included this in this framework of general skills, digital skills of public servants. And also in the INAP, we've been working in a scientific framework for skills that are necessary for public servants to carry out their work, specifically remote work. And as I mentioned before, I hope that you can consult this document that I'm referring to in the webpage of the INAM. So in general terms, I believe that all public work policy, in which I don't want to extend myself because our next speakers must continue, but all the reform of public positions or jobs must be very articulated into a new law, that is the new law of public jobs of the state, and basically it seeks to organize public services. As the deputy minister from the Canadian government has mentioned, well, the public administration is in constant change. We must always adapt ourselves to the needs of the society as public servants, and social needs are always changing and they're under constant change. So I just want to pinpoint some broad strokes that this future law for public service tries to frame itself to international standards, such not only the ones from the European Union, but also those from the OECD. And this is focused much more in the customization and an access model to the public based on skills, from which this program of capturing and guidance in the selection is working as a pilot project towards this new model. And we also seek to modify the professional career of public servants, taking into account that, as I've mentioned, in Spain, these are public employment is not seen as a full life career, but we want to propose more horizontal careers and changing careers without necessarily changing positions. And we also want to foster other matters, such as, for example, the evaluation of performance and, of course, new planning tools of human resources, very much related to what I've pointed out before. Also, data analysis, needs, profiles, and without a doubt, also valuing everything that has to do with ethics and with professional learnings, and as I previously mentioned, adaptation to this, for example, European Union regulation, which is the protection of claimers. And all this must be aligned to certain principles, such as the digitization of the public administration and the professional skills of public servants, and taking into account that as common fronts we have gender equity and diversity. So as I mentioned at the beginning, and to conclude my presentation, public administration must not only follow digital transformation, but it must also lead it among the different administrations or sectors in each society and in each country. And it's also true that new technologies certainly create new risks in terms of technological gaps and also risks related to safety. And in Spain, we are responding to this, reinforcing infrastructures and fostering digitization, especially in those territorial locations, what we refer to more rural Spain, and also training, a lot of training to public servants. I wouldn't want to extend my intervention more because we were a bit delayed, so I wouldn't want to extend more. And of course, if there are any questions or clarifications that you would like, I would be delighted to answer your questions or doubts. So thank you very much for your attention.
Apreciada Isiar, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Isiar, for your fantastic presentation. It was very interesting to hear about the average age of public servants. Here, the average age is also between 55 to 59 years of age in Colombia. So it is important, we believe, to incentivize and encourage young people to come into the public sector. And so it was very interesting to see that we align in terms of some of our initiatives. It's about attracting young talent and also having paid internships equivalent to approximately $300 a month. And now some 11,000 youths have done their internships in the public sector here. To get young people into the public service, we have now more several thousand young people who have joined us in this administration. But clearly, we need to continue to look for mechanisms to attract more young people, new profiles into the public service. So here, it's about also connecting with these new STEAM profiles. They're not traditionally part of the public sector profiles, but I think this is important. You've also spoken about the importance of analyzing a divergence between academic training provided at universities and the future of work. And so in the public sector, we need to continue to adapt to these changes and continue to understand that these new professions have to come into the public sector to make it dynamic and also to create this appetite for change and modernity and modernization. For those of us who are a little on the older side, we also need to have the capacity to change. And here, this was mentioned by Jean-Francois, we believe that cultural change management is extremely important. And we will be very interested to see this new law that you mentioned. Congratulations on that. We do agree with the new digital skills for public service. I'm here more as a moderator for this panel, but I will participate in the Latin American panel later this afternoon with colleagues from Chile, Peru, and Uruguay, and we'll be talking about the new competencies that we have defined for our sector in this region. You talked about change adaptation, also about data analytics. These play important fundamental roles for new leaderships and new changes. And yes, we agree that data management is very important. I think if you fail to take public policy decisions based on data, then you're really missing out on something, and that is a global trend. We've also spoken a lot about telework or remote work. You talked about the importance of remote work. It's something that's here to stay. We need to think about a different, more flexible public sector. And I think this is a trend around the world. No, the state did not stop anywhere in the world during the pandemic, thanks to technology. And so the digitalization of states and public services is something that has to be a government priority. In fact, at the opening of our event, We heard from our CIT minister and some of our other sectoral leaders talking about the digitalization of procedures that normally involve physical paperwork here. We have to continue to do that. This notion of intelligence and smart public agencies is something that we have to really take on board as public servants, this new version 4.0. So we will collect questions from more than 4,000 participants from different countries around Latin America. Many of our participants are eager to ask questions. We will now take another flight and we are going to fly back from Europe here to the Americas. We are joined by Christy. Christy, we know you have fantastic experience to share with us and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate the invitation to talk about this important topic today. I'm going to kind of just go through the list of questions and kind of give the answer from the US perspective on what we've been experiencing over the past 2 years and where we're looking in terms of towards the future. Here in the US, and I think maybe most places around the world, we're hopefully past the most severe aspects of the pandemic. While people are still getting sick, things like the availability of vaccinations and better treatment interventions are preventing the most serious and fatal outcomes. This has meant that we're now in this new transition phase of thinking about what is next here as we've managed through this crisis over the past 2 years. However, it is correct that the past 2 years have really vastly changed the landscape and expectations of both our agencies and our cadre of over 2 million federal employees. Of course, here in the US, that 2 million employees does not include state and local public servants, only those who work directly for the federal government. And also here in the United States, the federal government is the country's largest employer, but the employment relationships are with our agencies or our ministries directly and not with one centralized agency. My branch here in the Executive Office of the President is focused on federal workforce policy broadly, and we work with agencies across the government on a whole host of workforce policies, including working with our Office of Personnel Management, which really hones in on some of the very technical aspects of our human resources policies. So we bring that all together here and we think about like what is the broad direction of the federal workforce and how can we have a strong and healthy federal workforce over time. Over the past 2 years, of the 2.1 million federal employees, we estimate that approximately 40% of those employees continued to report on site for duty for all or most of the pandemic timeframe. People like doctors, nurses, law enforcement, and those in national security jobs didn't have the option of working from home or teleworking to carry out their agency's mission. I think it's important to recognize these dedicated public servants who in many cases put their lives at risk to carry out their agency missions. So as we think about this, we are always kind of trying to think about the breadth and diversity of federal employees and federal missions as we try to think through the types of policies we need to put in place at a central level. For those who did experience that huge shift, though, our philosophy is that we want to turn this terrible situation and this awful worldwide event into an opportunity and really an ability for us to leapfrog into a new way of thinking and a new way of doing business as a federal government. As I mentioned, huge diversity in jobs and types of jobs across our civil service. And it's important to recognize that as we think about how to approach workforce policies at the central level, it works best for us to have some central guide rails, but to have flexibility at the agency or ministry level. Of course, also here in the US as a federal career civil servant, non-political, we faced some additional challenges. In the midst of the pandemic, we had a change in presidential administrations. And I think that's a really important context just to mention, because as we led through this pandemic and thought about our workforce policies, we really recognized a primacy for needing to get to the basics of what our objective was in a very non-political fashion while operating within this very politically charged environment. So from the very get-go, we had a core focus on one outcome, which was the health and safety of the federal workforce, kind of balanced against carrying out the mission of our federal agencies. This doesn't necessarily directly address the way that we work, but it's really important contextual consideration. And it forces us to get to the core issue of like, how do we maintain mission and have mission resiliency in the face of challenges? As an employer, we're looking at all this very carefully to ensure we're putting together a solid vision for the future. One thing that is key to building our vision here is the reliance on core principles, which we published in our government-wide guidance in a memorandum that was issued June of 2021. And really there we outline 4 core principles. First, to promote a flexible and agile workforce, one that provides supervisors and employees with the ability to leverage telework, remote work, and flexible work schedules to support that mission delivery and work-life balance, but also balanced appropriately by the requirements of the position and the most effective work environments for delivery of the agency and team missions. Second principle was really to empower agency or ministry level decision making. We wanted to make sure we had something in place that achieved an appropriate consistency across agencies, but also promote agency discretion and flexibility, recognizing that given the breadth of our missions, a one-size-fits-all approach won't really work. Third, a recognition that we need to strengthen the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility throughout our workforce. We need to do that because we have to expand our federal government's ability to recruit and retain the best and most diverse talent from all segments of America by improving that equity and accessibility of opportunity and creating opportunities and environments where people feel welcome and can contribute to that agency mission delivery. And then third, especially in this context of the pandemic, is considering our communities. We, in many cases, the federal government are the key employer in certain communities and regions and economies across the US. So those are things that we just need to keep in mind here as we make decisions about our nationwide federal workforce and how those 2.1 million employees are situated and located across the country, and how we are using our federal presence to help bolster communities across the country. And many people don't know this, but people think of our federal civil service as mostly being located here in Washington, D.C., but we actually have 85% of our civil servants outside of the D.C. metro region. So there is a wide, broad impact across the country. Using those principles that I kind of outlined, we're working through our president's management agenda process to determine goals and milestones that will really help us to arrive at and implement a longer term vision for the future and for the future of work, not just for the future of work broadly, but in terms of our federal workforce policies. This PMA process, or President's Management Agenda process, involves every agency, and it also involves our cross-agency councils, like the executives in each of our agencies that are responsible for human resources, IT, and allocation of space and real property. In this arena, it's not necessarily for us about productivity or cost reduction as primary drivers, but again, going back to that strong core focus on mission delivery and giving agencies and agency employees the tools and flexibility that they need to get the job done. I think it's also important to note that from the very beginning of this work, we've made a conscious split between our return to the workplace efforts and our future of work efforts. There are definitely places in which these kind of efforts intersect and inform one another, but we've made this split so that we don't really miss opportunities that are in front of us in terms of thinking long-term. We want to capture those opportunities and think about how to use the place where we're at now to mold and shift our public service for the future. I think that it would have been easy for us to just revert back to where we were pre-pandemic and say, okay, the pandemic is close to coming to an end, and now it's time for everyone to come back into the office. And that is not the approach that we're taking. We're trying to be deliberate. We're trying to be thoughtful about how we think about our policies for the future and where we're headed with that future of work. I think that leads very easily into the second question I was asked about working from home and remote work and whether or not that is something that's here to stay. From our perspective here, early in the pandemic, we really embraced remote work technologies primarily because we had to. We very quickly transitioned to things like video conferencing, use of Zoom, messaging platforms, and very quickly put out centralized guidance, which directed agencies to allow for maximum flexibility and maximum telework to employees at the very onset of the pandemic. It was a hard transition, but it really showed people the art of the possible and got leadership and managers thinking differently about remote work and telework. And, you know, while there were bumps in the road early, this quick action under the last presidential administration really set the stage to normalize the use of some of these remote and hybrid work tools. We still do face challenges. You know, we have over 100 agencies, 24 major ministries or departments, and then many smaller agencies with different missions. We do not have a good cross-agency sharing platform and interoperability with some of these tools. So this is something that we're actively working on so that we can better rely on some of the technology to promote and support our mission delivery and our people. We need to work with our technology and our procurement professionals to get the right longer term tools in place while also being cognizant of things like information security and other information policies. Currently, as a federal government, we're in a place or a phase that we are calling post-reentry. Agencies have really moved at different speeds to get their workforce into this new steady state. Although we are also recognizing that this new steady state is not necessarily where we'll land as a government in our ultimate kind of operating model. Right now, we're exploring, we're experimenting, we're working through how agencies can provide the best services to the public while maintaining a really active, engaged, and skilled workforce. And as I mentioned before, we'll certainly not go back to where we were immediately pre-pandemic, but it's somewhat unpredictable to determine where we'll land in terms of our ultimate telework and remote work policies, and also the overall geographic mobility of our workers. We plan to really rely heavily on our chief evaluation officers and our research learning agenda to help build data sources and data-driven evidence to gauge what's working best and to help inform the direction that we'll go. The other question that was asked and posed to us all was, what are the skills and competencies of the so-called public servant 4.0? Well, as I've mentioned several times here in this presentation, given the vast breadth of mission and the ever-changing nature of federal agency expectations and needs, it's really hard for me to pinpoint one set of skills and competencies to hone in on. I think the most obvious would be the adaptability and the ability to contribute to customer experience and mission resilience, but that can really come in a variety of forms depending on the occupation. In addition, even prior to the pandemic, our federal agencies have faced mission critical skills gaps. So we really need to continue thinking critically about how to assess and fill those gaps, either through new HR and recruiting policies or other creative solutions. I know that previous presenters talked a lot about demographics and age. Here in the US, less than 7% of our civil service is under the age of 30. We see this as a huge gap as our workforce ages, and in order to help get people interested in public service and to provide some pipelines into the public service, we're really focusing a lot on internships right now, with a really aggressive goal to hire over 30,000 interns in fiscal year 2023. This was in our president's budget that was released recently, and it's something that we are going to be working on implementing over the course of the next year and a half. I think we used to have somewhere near this volume of interns on board, but this has declined significantly over the past 10 years for a whole variety of reasons. But we recognize that we need diversity and we need fresh perspectives. On this question of what should a public servant look like, I really would like flip some of the framing here. And think about this as, how can we as the federal government be seen as a model employer? While we find that federal employees in general tend to have a strong personal inclination and desire toward public service, the federal government here needs to be positioning itself in a way that allows us to recruit and hire and retain the best and most well-suited talent, and perhaps most importantly, figure out how to engage and maintain engagement with that workforce, because an engaged and inclusive workplace is really what leads to the best mission delivery and outcomes. Here in the US, the place where kind of all this work is coming together right now is through our President's Management Agenda. In December, we launched the President's Vision, which you can actually look and find on www.performance.gov. One thing that's very, very prominent is the featuring of the federal workforce in that PMA vision. It is the #1 priority in the PMA vision to strengthen and empower the federal workforce. It's the top of 3 priorities. This PMA workforce priority is really serving as our structure and as an umbrella for us to pull together many of the different ongoing efforts across this administration, including the typical workforce policies like effective recruitment and hiring, but also some of our core values like diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Included within this priority 1 are our efforts related to the future of work. And right now, we're gathering action teams that will cut across agencies and functions to publish milestones and action plans that will really help us to convene on a big, broad, aggressive vision and actually implement that vision across agencies. As for digitization and automation, we've been talking for quite some time about digitization and automation and the tendency toward cutting and eliminating the types of work that could be digitized or automated. I think that in this realm, the transition to these types of services will be somewhat slow and gradual, at least in some of our agencies that are running current legacy IT systems and processes that have been around for years and years and often decades. I think like the key to maximizing digitization and automation will be to continually scan for opportunities, assess which technologies and opportunities are best, and think about how to most creatively bring those processes into a more modern workflow, then pilot solutions and scale them as appropriate. It certainly will have an impact on the public service, but from my perspective, at least here in the US, it will not be like turning a light switch on or off. It will be somewhat of a gradual process. And of course, there is a balance between the efficient use of automation and the ethical and fair use, and thinking about how we're looking at technology gaps and implementation of new technology. This is a really tricky subject. We want to ensure everyone has a fair and equitable access to federal services, including implementation of new technology. But, you know, we also have several laws and regulations which help guide our activities in this area, ranging from disability laws to privacy laws to laws about the ways we store and collect data. So really, these laws, regulations, and general principles are enduring. And while they can sometimes slow the progress or implementation of new technologies, they really do help us to shape and guide our implementation of and use of information technology in a manner that's fair and ethical. So that is my presentation and just kind of a broad overview of where we're at here in the US when it comes to future of work and some of our broader workforce policies. I'd be happy to take any questions. And again, I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak to you all, as we're all facing very similar situations here as we transition out of this pandemic and think about the broad long-term future of work.
Cristi, muchas gracias por tu...
Christy, thank you very much for your very interesting proposal and your presentation, which are very deep. And they started with an acknowledgement that we also share. And I'm sure that our colleagues from Canada and Spain, and of course here in Colombia, also share, and the rest of Latin American attendees that we have, which is the acknowledgement of, well, during the most difficult part of the pandemic, there was an acknowledgement of public servants as well as physicians, nurses, the army forces. These were all parties that were at the forefront, and thanks to their work, and also scientists, meaning all people who were key decision makers that helped save millions of lives in the world and in our country. So of course we would like to summon to this gratitude towards these public servants who were actually willing to even risk their own lives for saving the rest. Public servants of Colombia. Sometimes we forget this as public servants. So you've invited us to a deeper reflection. Thank you. And you also mentioned about the 2.2 million public servants of the federal government of the US, and how one tends to think that these are all centralized in Washington. But of course, you have this national perspective without counting, for example, public servants from the federal government. And it was very interesting also to hear during your presentation about those pillars, those principles you mentioned in relation to agility and flexibility of the adaptation of new ways of working. This is a deep reflection that we're also carrying out here in Colombia and in the rest of the world about how to have a much more adaptable public work and flexible public work where we have the most adequate human resources. And you also made emphasis on how we can have more ideal profiles for this. And I'm sure that this is part of the huge debate being carried out in Latin America and of course in Colombia. Of course, we want public servants to be the most competent ones, that they enter to these and they hold these positions due to merit, and that they continue developing their professional. Strengthening the workforce is about retaining the most diverse and best talent. I think that inclusion and diversity is here to stay and to build collectively in terms of productivity, efficiency, tolerance, and about how can we think about a much more cohesive workforce. I think that this notion of identity, of acknowledgement, of empowerment of public servants in a work that is not just any work, which is, and I'm of course referring to being public servants, and how we think about productivity and about the ways in which we change the workforce of the future. This deep reflection that you proposed in relation to the different skills, I think is shared by all parties here, and it's the need to continue fostering the development of skills for all our public servants, be those that will enter the public sector or some of us who've worked for several years within the public sector. And it's about continuing asking ourselves whether all those skills that perhaps we acquired in our university degrees are still enforced and valid, or if we rather need upskilling of these. Something else that catched my attention is that 2.7% of the youth being part of the public service here in the US. In Colombia, we're about 4.5%. So perhaps something similar may happen. And that's why we also summon to this call that you've just mentioned, that we central governments have in fostering how the youth can also be much more associated due to merits and due to their capacity, where they are bilingual, and obviously they are much more technological skilled, but also very much motivated to serve in the public sector. And this other deep reflection that you've invited us to is to find this balance, this graduality between the use of AI, for example, and those jobs that will be eliminated or have to migrate. And in Colombia, we want to exactly avoid more technological gaps. We rather want to be able to contribute in the public sector in our country. So thank you very much, Christy, for your excellent presentation. And I would just like to tell to our three guest speakers that we have a lot of questions coming in from the audience. We have had incoming questions from the 4,000 attendees we have online now. So I will select some due to time limitations, but of course I want to reiterate our gratitude to our different speakers for their excellent presentations. And I will choose one questions for each of the panelists and one for all of you. And I just want to say to those people that have sent us the questions through our platform that these will be replied to. The ones that won't be published will be answered afterwards. So the first question is for our colleague, Jean-Francois, based in Canada. And the question is the following. Has there been an increase of people presenting their dismissals due to a preference to a much more remote or flexible kind of jobs, or hasn't there been an association between those people that presented their dismissal letters and the pandemic home remote kind of hybrid model that we're currently living in?
So I would say we haven't had the great resignation that we see everywhere in many scientific articles that exist, but we are seeing mobility shifts, and we are very conscious, or trying to be conscious of the fact that we don't want organizations that can implement huge flexibility to use that as their competitive advantage to some organizations that just can't because of their operational realities, whether they're security-based organizations or central agency-based organizations. But we are seeing a trend towards mobility shifting and preferring flexibility for sure, but we're not seeing any type of mass resignation from the federal public service family.
Muchas gracias, Jean-Francois.
Thank you very much, Jean-Francois. And I would like to now continue to the following question. This is a question for ECR, and this is sent from another country. And the question is the following. And I think the question actually applies for the Colombian case and cases in Latin America. What sort of actions are you carrying out in Spain to develop skills of public servants in terms of remote work as an individual responsibility and also as a collective responsibility? Well, thank you for this question. So to develop professional skills, as I mentioned in my intervention, we've established a framework skills for working remotely that is divided in 3 blocks. One, which are the hard skills, which are those technological and organizational skills. And another group would be the soft skills, everything that has to do with relationship skills and management skills. And this is these 3 blocks of skills are structured into 17 different skills, and I can share this resource if you're interested. I would invite you to please visit our webpage from the INAP of Spain. It's inap.es, because this framework is published in our website. And perhaps as a best practice, I deem it interesting as it has been pointed out by this self-diagnosis test, in which each public servant can voluntarily participate to receive a feedback in relation to their current situation and their digital skills, to be able to verify which of those skills need reinforcement and which are skills in which they are strong. I also think that this not only has to do with digital skills, there has been also a lot of training and there has always also been training of executive directors about how to organize and manage remote work. And this is something that, as we've pointed out, As all speakers have mentioned, this is here to stay. And I think that many training activities will be continuing being an offer in the ENAP. And thank you very much for this question. Thank you very much, Isiar. So this following question is for Christy. Christy, the question is the following. In the framework of the federal government of the US and what you coordinate, how much of remote work or virtual work has affected social relationships between public servants of the government?
Yes, thank you so much for that question. I think that the impact that remote work and telework has had has really been uneven across various agencies. Each of our agencies has some and there are some agencies where in the past they really relied on that in-person nature of the workplace to drive some of that collaboration and culture. In other places, I think there was a much more natural inclination to move quickly to those tools. And now we're at a point where we are sort of normalizing and figuring out what works best and what practices we can take from our previous work during the pandemic, where many people were remote, and figure out how to transition into a more hybrid environment where we take the best of both worlds. I know that personally in my own agency, I think people were very surprised to see how easily we were able to collaborate. And actually, in some instances, it made collaboration more effective because we kind of act as somewhat of a convening body or a convening agency. In the past, we would have had to schedule a conference room. We would have had people travel to a meeting at a central location, whereas now we can put together a Zoom meeting and easily and quickly have 100 participants at a moment's notice, all engaging, all interacting, and all coming into that virtual space as equals. So we've actually seen a lot of benefits and increased collaboration, increased social interactions. So I think it's really about how you use and manage those tools and how you create expectations and norms around the use of those tools to maximize their effectiveness.
Muchas gracias, Christy, por tu respuesta.
Thank you very much, Christy, for your response. And the last question is for you three. And we've seen this question in other questions. Or rather, this is a question that gathers questions in common from our audience, and it's the following. How can we raise awareness in those public servants that resist to change, to be able to develop new capacities that are related to this fourth industrial revolution? How can we help them adapt to these new dynamics that this fourth industrial revolution imposes in public positions? Christy, please take the floor.
I think, how can we help people adapt? I think part of it is just creating norms and helping people to use the types of skills and technologies that are most useful in this new environment. If you give someone a tool, but you don't show them how to use it, or you don't figure out ways to maximize that technology broadly and scale it, then you won't be able to move forward. So I think it's really about creating the ability and access to these new types and ways of working, and then normalizing some of the practices and around how to best do that in various environments.
Muchas gracias. Isiar, ¿cuál es tu opinión al respecto?
Thank you very much. Isiar, what is your opinion about this? Thank you. Well, I believe it's important to have training and also in organizational culture. Organizational culture comes from within. When I started leading this subdirectorate in the year 2014, my team was quite old, and I'm meaning that people that were public servants over 70 years of age. And I really tried to implement certain changes in, for example, electronic procedures, or for example, uploading documents for signatures via digital signatures. And evidently, this imposed a cultural change with a lot of training, a lot of patience. And at the end of the day, people did learn because they saw improvements. Perhaps another topic that that I'd like to add is how to change management. While digitization means not doing everything in the same way, we also need to simplify a lot. We need to work in another way. And so it's important to take into account these changes. So I believe that digital management has been aware of this. And it's like they say, you adapt or you die, right? So it's also true that I've seen a lot of work psychologists saying that there's a small percentage that we won't recover, because when people really resist to change, it's very, very difficult to embrace change. So I would recommend training and organizational cultures. And also in the public directorate, well, it's very important for us to be able to motivate and mobilize all this talent towards this digital transformation. Thank you.
Por tu respuesta.
Thank you very much for your answer. Jean-Francois, please take the floor. We'd like your opinion on this matter.
Sure. Well, I think it's important to embrace resistance to change, because it exists no matter what. We can't hide away from it. And I think most of the resistance to change is born in leaders not adequately explaining the value proposition as to why we need to change and what we're trying to achieve. And I think that in between what I just mentioned is what my co-panelist mentions, which are tools that that are really important. But I think we shouldn't underplay the significant importance of explaining why we're changing and why we need to go where we need to go. And that takes deliberate effort, and it takes systematic dedication from leaders at all levels to be on the same page on what we're trying to achieve. And we often move too quickly and past getting public servants to be aware of what we're trying to achieve and to have the proper knowledge of why we're doing it. So I think that is so important. It often gets played too quickly. And, you know, there's a famous saying, and we have to be always very cognizant of it, is that everybody wants change, but nobody wants to change. And I think that these are factors that just exist. It's in the human nature, and it's upon us, I think, as leaders at all levels, to really spend the right level of emphasis and time in understanding what we're trying to achieve and communicating it. Thank you.
A ti, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. So now in this panel, we've talked about perspectives of the public jobs of the future of OECD member countries. We had the participation of colleagues from Spain, the US, and Canada. And these are very deep reflections in terms of the change, the constant of change, the need of new skills, adaptation to change, training that is required as well for these new dynamics and these new jobs, and the need of graduality, the need of seeking a fair balance, and the new jobs that arise are the ones that disappear, and the need to continue expanding spaces for diversity, for inclusion, and for the youth, and for those that are not so young, for them to have the capacity to adapt to change, and the need to understand working remotely from home as an opportunity for public jobs and hybrid work models, and for country of our countries being represented here agreed that this is here to stay. All this with the underlying need of adapting to change and adapting to the new dynamics of the workforce. So thank you, Christy, Isiar, and Jean-Francois. Thank you from Colombia, from Bogota, and we'd like to thank you for your valuable contributions. And of course, I think a phrase that could summarize this panel would be, we all talk about change, but we all resist change in some way or another. So I think that this is a key message, a key takeaway message for our public servants. It's actually with our actions how we can really go from the theory to action, right? And I think this is a key message for all attendees as well. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. À la prochaine. Bye.
Thank you and see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to reiterate our special gratitude to all of our panelists for their time, their willingness to participate, and their contributions in this first International Congress Public Servant 4.0. We will now take a 10-minute break and we'll get back to you to participate in the next panel. Please remember that on the platform menu, there are many options so that you can visit different virtual stands and also the 4.0 experience. This is for lovers of social networks where you can share photographs, videos, opinions, and anything that you would like around this event, Public Servant 4.0. Also, please remember that you can download your participation certificate on the platform. Please remember that if you visit the virtual stands, you can have access to discounts, you can have access to also scholarships for undergraduate and postgraduate degrees. That's only possible if you interact with the stands. Otherwise, there will be no evidence that you actually visited them. So I recommend your participation and, of course, a special greeting to the Buenaventura Council because there were some messages from them, from the whole team. So hi, everybody. We would also remind you that we also have a survey option available so we can hear opinion on what you've thought of this conference so far. We'll see you after the break.
podían saludar. Hola, buenas tardes a todos y muchas gracias por participar en este panel. Hola Marisabel, buenos días.
Hola, ¿qué más?
Hola, buenos días. Hola a todos, ¿cómo están?
Cristian. Hola, Mariano.
Hola, María Isabel, ¿cómo estás? Hola, Juliana,
Bien.
Daniel, Silverio, Cristian.
Hola, hola a todos.
Hi Daniel, how are you?
I'm good. How are you all doing?
is that there is an adaptive capacity, even when we are talking about very drastic changes in the work environment. When we talk about public servants, we also have vulnerable groups when it comes to these changes. In Colombia, some 30% of public servants indicated that they felt more tense or more stressed working remotely than they did working on site. So we need to look at these vulnerable groups as we look at the track to the future, or the path to the future. The four panelists here will give us four differential perspectives, nonetheless complementary, about this future. We will first hear from Maria Isabel Mejia, who is the Senior Executive directing digital innovation at the Inter-American Development Bank. She is a graduate from Universidad de los Andes and has decades of experience in the public sector. She was also the Deputy Minister of Information Systems and Communications at Mintic in Colombia. She recently published a report on the use of artificial intelligence in the public sector in Latin America. We will then hear from Mariano Lafuente, lead public management specialist in the Institutional Capacity Division at the Inter-American Development Bank, currently working in Brazil. He is an expert in human resource management, and he has a master's from Maryland University, and he has worked in citizen services, looking specifically at Latin America. And he looks specifically at digital transformation and the future of work in the government sector. He published a book on the future of government work, and Mariano will be presenting on this, looking specifically at how to capture and maintain digital or retain digital talent in the government sector. Then we will hear from Silverio Zebral, Head of Innovation Area at the Organization of American States, where he is, as said, the head of the Governance Innovation Area. He teaches at George Washington University and also at the University Jose Camila Cesar. And he has provided support in public governance in Africa and other regions of the world, as well as the EU. He will be talking about how structural changes in socio-political spaces in the government require other transformations. Finally, we'll hear from Daniel Gerson. He is the head of the Public Employment and Management Team in the Public Governance area at the OECD, talking about global standards for the efficient management of human talent working with governments. He has worked for the Canadian government and has a master's from British Columbia University. He will be presenting on the most recent OECD publication looking at a future vision of public employment. It must be flexible and able to satisfy the public's expectations and also those of public servants. So in short, we have fantastic guests here for this panel who will give us four complementary perspectives on important elements of Public Servant 4.0, talking about technological changes, changes in data, and even changes in the socio-political environment. We have 20 minutes for each presentation, and we will then have a space for Q&A with questions from the audience. So I will now hand over to the first of our presenters today, Maria Isabel. Hi, Christian. I'd also like to greet all of my colleagues here on the panel. So here, this is a great opportunity to come together and participate in the debate around public employment as part of the fourth industrial revolution. It's great to be here with all of you, especially Francisco Camargo, Director of Public Employment at the Civil Service Department in Colombia, who extended this invitation to me. So I have a presentation to share with you.
Bueno, entonces quisiera empezar contándoles sobre una
So I'd like to start by talking about an initiative that we have been implementing at the CAF since January of 2020. The objective of this initiative is to look at our experience with data and artificial intelligence in the public sector. And basically, the point here is to take advantage of data and artificial intelligence for three key elements in public administration. Firstly, artificial intelligence combined with data analytics helps to improve execution and development of public policy. It helps with the whole public policy life cycle. So data combined with new technologies help us to better understand problems, where they arise, what trends exist, also to do simulations of possible scenarios, and even it may be that artificial intelligence might help us to look at policy recommendations. When it comes to providing services to citizens, we can use artificial intelligence just as private sector offers us personalized, timely, and relevant services. They have a clear idea of what you need and recommend to you. We could do the same thing as the state and develop much more personalized services for our citizens. And finally, when it comes to internal management at the state level and efficiency, and when it comes to optimizing in processes, we can use AI. This regional CAF initiative has 3 main objectives. We want to become aware of the state-of-the-art use of data and artificial intelligence in the public sector. So we published just some 3 weeks ago, and this was in a joint report we did with the OECD to look at how regional countries in Latin America, looking at how they're using AI and where improvements can be made. And we had a presenter at the beginning of the event showed that very clearly in the recommended studies. It's also about looking at opportunities and challenges of strategic data use and AI in the public sector. We want to raise awareness about these opportunities and challenges. So we held an event called Experience and looked at all of the results of the studies we had done, not only with the OECD, but other studies. And additionally, we are looking at specific techniques for countries in the region, principally Colombia, Chile, and Peru. Last year, at the same event on the 15th of September, we shared a regional report that brings together all of the studies done as part of this regional initiative. This regional report is up here on screen, and you can see that on Cioteca. This is like our digital library at CAF or CAF, and it talks about fundamental concepts related to artificial intelligence in the public sector, for example, responsible use of data, also data structures and architecture. And what I'm going to talk about today is the impact on public employment. And so there's a summary of all of the case studies we've looked at, as well as opportunities for the use of artificial intelligence in health and education, looking at irregularities and lack of efficiency when it comes to public procurement to detect also tax evasion. And there's also a study of the landscape of AI use in Latin America. We have a specific case looking at AI policy in Colombia and a series of conclusions and recommendations on artificial intelligence in Latin America. And it's really a focused study on the public sector. As I said, one of the studies that we did as part of this initiative is, in fact, this exact study, looking at the potential impact of the use of AI on public employment in Latin America. So we looked at the expected impact on employment in general and on public employment specifically, best practices when it comes to preparation to work with AI in employment. For example, in the public sector, in the private sector rather, there are certain inspiring best practices. Many governments around the world have done next to nothing to get ready for artificial intelligence in the public sector. And so we came up with a methodology to evaluate how prepared governments are And we looked at Colombia, Chile, and Uruguay, and we'll show you the results in just a moment and some conclusions and recommendations. So, when it comes to the impacts of automation and AI in employment in general, we did a whole literature review, and we, of course, have substitution impacts. So through the automation of tasks, we may see a substitution. Let's be clear that AI does not completely replace jobs. However, it can take over certain tasks that public servants have. So there will be substitution in some cases and not in others. And there's also here what we call labor increase. So we have here many tasks. So this can also lead to job creation. We can see job substitution, but also job creation with the use of AI. Studies do agree that positive impacts are likely to be greater than the substitution impact. The thing is that the substitution impact are not homogeneous at an internal level in countries, nor when it comes to different state entities, different regions, different roles within organizations. So these impacts are differentiated and differential, and that's why we need to look at it in this manner. And there is a lesser impact in Latin America in these impacts compared to more industrialized countries. When it comes to the impact of AI in public employment, there are two main opportunities, which are, firstly, freeing up of time thanks to automated tasks, which will enable public servants to carry out tasks with greater added value. So, for example, repetitive tasks that can be automated will enable public servants to dedicate their time to more specialized tasks, more interesting tasks. And then we have what we call labor increase. This is from augmentation. So it's not a really accurate translation here to Spanish, but that's how we translated it. Basically, what this augmentation means is that we will see an augmentation of work because workers will be more productive thanks to working in a complementary manner with new technologies. And this is very powerful. Also, when it comes to the use of AI, if public servants worked hand in hand with these technologies, they can increase their power and their abilities using these technologies. When it comes to challenges, there are challenges for the public sector when it comes to the use of these tools in the US. An Accenture report from 2020 showed that between 20 to 45% of public servants' time is spent conducting tasks that could be automated. And from 45 to 60% of their time is spent doing tasks that could be augmented with the use of AI. In Latin America, we have a lower impact. We have a study from Muela et al., and it shows that in 30% of the workforce in public administrations work in occupations with a high risk of substitution. So 30% of public servants, it's not that they'll be left without jobs, because as I've already said, the impact is on tasks, but these studies fail to take into account those jobs that will be created. And it also fails to take into account those at risk of substitution who can be relocated. So basically, looking at this landscape, what is the challenge for governments? To adapt how planning and management, strategic planning and management of the workforce be carried out so that we can promote the appropriation of these technologies at all organizational levels. It's not only in technical areas, we also have to involve management, we have to involve mission areas, especially those that provide services to the public, support areas. All different areas of the organization have to be included within these strategies. Now,
están trabajando los países del mundo.
We have been looking at how different countries around the world have been defining implementation strategies to prepare the workforce. And so, with the exception of the US and the UK, the majority of governments around the world have not defined policies. So they define that policies need to be created for public employment and use of AI. I'm talking about specific technology, and it's about implementing effective strategies. And so it's about looking at employment in the public sector, and some governments are behind. These strategies, as I said, we found these above all in the private sector. What is the private sector doing then? Basically, the private sector is training its workforce in digital skills and AI. They're using data analytics to identify skill gaps and also talent preparation. They are making organizational changes. They're looking at interdisciplinary roles and also looking at human resources. We are seeing transformation. They are looking at the use of AI to define strategies to identify these gaps and the training that's needed. And it's about, for example, empowering employers and employees, and also defining KPIs that correspond to these skills so that we can truly see how much this is working.
Hicimos una metodología para
As I
medir
previously mentioned, we developed a methodology to be able to measure the degree of preparation of countries for preparation of public jobs specifically for AI. So we defined 3 dimensions: the policy environment, structure and organization, and talent and culture skills. For the policy environment, we have 2 factors: the existence of policies for public policies that are already existing in the country. So we basically see if the country has an AI national strategy and an ethical strategy as well within AI, and a strategy of digital transformation in general terms. We also measure the level of development in the ecosystem. So we took into account, for example, the index of preparation of the government for AI for Oxford Insights, also the index of development for digital government of BESA, also the GovDe index and the CAF index that measures OECD scores of the country. And as these data are an important input for digital and AI, well, the policies of open data were also taken into account. So what we took into account was if, for example, there was an instance for public employment, and if there are any guidelines for the review on the structure and the roles of the state in relation to AI, if there have been studies carried out in the estimate of impact in public employment, and for culture and human talent, if there is a general diagnosis for the abilities of AI or the 4th industrial revolution in the government, and if there's a strategy of the development of tools or skills for this, and if there are some guidelines for mindset and cultural change. So you can see some are in a high level, some are marked as green, yellow, and red. And the results are that, well, Chile, these 3 countries are in intermediate level: Chile with 42%, Colombia with 54%, and Uruguay with 52%. So we would really like to do this throughout other countries. However, there's a lack of data that can really allow us to. Before Christian stops my presentation, I just want to provide some recommendations. So the results of this study is that, well, countries are recommended to have a national strategy of AI, and regarding ethics in AI is a very important topic, specifically in the state. I would recommend the UNESCO recommendations in terms of ethics in AI, and also recommendations of the OECD, recommendations of the group of experts of the European Union. All this because, well, AI, as it has a lot of opportunities within the public sector, also a bad management of it can create new certain biases, discrimination, and so on. So it's very important that these strategies, ethical strategies, are in place specifically in the public sector. We define also governance models and leadership roles of the job of the public jobs, because there are many actors or stakeholders, and also have different expected estimates of the impact on the public job, and also carry out diagnosis on the soft and hard skills as well, so that they can jointly help us understand what are the problems, what are the challenges, how to customize, and how we can implement less estimates, and in these estimates of skills development or reskilling, whose skills can be easily substituted, and upskilling as well through customized content, as well as new strategies for recruitment of specialized professionals in AI. And lastly, define and implement guidelines and strategies of cultural change, mindset development, as well as adaptation to change, interdisciplinary thinking, continuous learning, and of course, teamwork. So that would be the end of my presentation, and I will stay to receive the questions at the end of the session. Thank you very much, Maria Isabel, for your presentation. It's very interesting to learn about the potential of AI within the government. It is specifically interesting to identify that there's so much potential even for public servants to have more interesting positions and even to carry out less repetitive tasks. However, this is not effectively implemented in many places of the world. Now, the second presentation, I think, complements very well what you've just mentioned. So we will go directly now and invite our next speaker, Mariano Lafuente, from the IDB, and he will talk about the findings of the IDB in terms of public jobs of the future. You are muted, Mariano. Apologies. I'd like to thank you for your invitation and congratulate you for this great event. And I want to also greet my colleague speakers. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you. And as Christian anticipated, my objective here is to share with you our experience from a very recently published book on digital transformation and public jobs. These are two agendas that are very important for the modernization of the state. These are fundamental agendas in the 2025 vision of the IDB. And many times these are not really in dialogue. And so we wanted to do this in this effort. This is a book that we published last year. So digital transformation has been important for several years. And with COVID-19, it's now of the utmost importance, and it has been much more formalized. And something that we tried to remember within the framework of the publication of this book is that digital transformation is not only about tools, right? It has a parallel side, which is human talent and those people that make this digital transformation effective. And so this agenda is very important for two reasons. On one side, because the way in which we are managing human talent is very important, and digital transformation entails different demands in terms of the changes on how we manage digital talent, specifically in governments. Perhaps we have much more challenges because we work in much more rigid schemes than the private sector, and also the tasks of public servants change, as Maria Isabel just recently changed on her presentation about AI. An indicator that these changes have not really been aligned in Latin America is, for example, regarding the strategies of digital transformation of Latin America. Of 22 digital transformation agendas that we analyzed for the publishing of this book, very little, actually less than half of these, talked about framework of digital transformation, meaning within the strategies, there was not a clear vision about how we can create human talent, train or upskill people to explore new specialized recruitments for digital talents. It was very few countries in Latin America, the ones that had this taken into account. And this is a very concerning topic, this lack of dialogue, of a more dynamic dialogue between these two agendas. And perhaps this can be explained due to the following factors. Firstly, in Latin America, perhaps there are some countries that are quite advanced in digital transformation. One of them is Colombia. However, the region is quite under the performance rate of other countries in the world. So the digital transformation agenda, at least up until the pandemic times, was an agenda that was not strong in comparison to other countries. And an interesting fact is that in the middle of the pandemic, in another study we carry out, 47% of the people reported to do the processes on site. I apologize.
Entonces le decía que la mitad de la gente.
So, as I was mentioning, half of the people mentioned that they had done these processes in an on-site manner. In civil service, well, perhaps you may know that the information of civil service based on the Ibero-American Charter of Public Service or Civil Service. In Latin America, we have about 38 points of 100 points in total that basically sets that there is an important agenda in terms of how we can manage the human talent that is pending, that we must work also better. So these two factors, the fact that these two agendas are very important, however, that the region still has a lot to improve on, made us think and publish this book on how we can prepare everything in Latin America for the future of this digital transformation. So we see that the challenges in digital transformation are specifically in two different fronts. One is the impulse, meaning how can we really drive digital transformation, how we can foster the talent that will design, that will help and will carry out digital transformation. And on the other hand, the adaptation agenda of the workforce to the new technologies. These two topics were perhaps were much more present in Marisabel's presentation. Regarding the impulse, well, in a survey that we carried out, and we presented to several executive directors of different regions, we saw that 51% reported that there was a severe deficit in their teams in terms of skills for data analysis. 40% reported that they had deficits in the programming and software development. And in terms of ruling entities of human talent, another factor was that there was a lack of or a deficit of talent in data analysis, specifically in project management, which is a key topic in digital transformation and technological skills and so on. And behind these deficits, about how ruling entities of this digital transformation reported to have a deficit of personnel. Well, we saw or analyzed that there were three reasons behind this. Firstly, there's a lack of digital professionals in the job market at a general level. And 60% of the general directors of these entities in the region said that the lack of professionals was a barrier to be able to bring this talent to their organizations. And a lot of the digital talent has a much more informal training, meaning they don't have to be PhDs in computer sciences. As well as, for example, the level or the graduates per million of inhabitants in computer sciences in Mexico, Chile, and Brazil are quite inferior to countries that are leaders in digital transformation. And in terms of cybersecurity, there's even a lack of specialists in this area in developed countries. There's meaning a deficit of professionals in the job market. That is also something that is quite accentuated in our region. Another reason why there's a lack of impulse for digital transformation is a lack of budget. 74% reported that the lack of budget hindered them from hiring, for example, human talent in digital transformation. Now, in terms of civil services, there are several different challenges, and this is the very uh, strict or rigid, rather, structure that I have mentioned before. Many of them report that severe barriers where there's the rigid structure in the, for example, hiring process, meaning the months that we take in Latin America to hire in the public sector, and limited opportunities for career development within the digital sector, and also a lack of branding, lack of interest of working in the public sector. All these factors made it so, aside from those two that we mentioned, that there is a lower amount of talent for the impulse of digital transformation. And very much related to the management of civil service, well, very few countries of the region at that given moment, 2019, reported to have a framework for digital skills for governmental employees. And this was regarding the impulse and also the human talent that promotes digital transformation. And now I would like to briefly talk about adaptation and how the workforce adapts. So digital transformation is changing. It has changed and it will continue changing even so. And it will continue changing the works of public administration, for example, higher use of self-services for the citizens or the front office for customer service. On the other hand, the automation of administrative management that has to do with back office. Once a procedure or a request of a citizen enters, well, much of these steps have been automated in the back office and also help in decision making, amongst other examples. And according to estimates that we've made to a survey, to the Chilean government, this is a methodology used internationally, and we saw that 46% of the occupations had an average potential of automation, and 6% had a high potential of automation, meaning that most of their tasks could be automated. And these changes in roles at the end of the day entail certain disruptions in terms of how these public servants carry out their work. In the previous panel, I think this was quite broadly mentioned. For example, talking about the resistance to change we all have to some extent or another. So basically, two things can happen. One is that the digital transformation can create new tasks or modifies the tasks or perhaps even eliminate some of the tasks of public servants. And that can happen in most cases. Those are the expected effects of digital transformation. And that at the same time would imply a transformation of the role of that public servant. And on the other hand, we have the scenario where all tasks of the public servant are eliminated. Let's imagine, please, a person that only, for example, receives files that are now all digital, regulated by law, and this role basically in that institution will be eliminated. So one of the things we carried out in the framework of this survey in Chile was to try to understand how prepared were public servants to those changes that the digital transformation entails. And we had as outcome some positive figures. For example, 83% of public servants were willing to carry out different tasks within their institutions. So there was a great willingness in relation to change of skills. We also had as an outcome that 77% of public servants said that they would agree to carry out tasks that were not necessarily demanded before and now will be, meaning in the context of a very rigid structure in the terms of reference. If this terms of references, for example, had to change, well, most of the people, public servants, were agreeing to this. And 88% reported that they would be motivated to learn to use new technologies. So there was also a good willingness to learn to use new technologies. On the other side, we also identify some problems or some responses that are quite on the contrary direction. 60% said that they did not want to change their institution. For example, if an institution or role is eliminated or there's a substantial change, perhaps that same person that already has certain skills can carry out that same role in another institution. 60% said that they did not want to change institutions. 75% reported that they hadn't received any training in terms of technology or computer in the previous years. So this means that there isn't there aren't resources, and there isn't really a transformational culture. We train very little in technology. And when we cross-match these responses by the potential level of automation of these different roles, what we saw is that those public servants that had roles that were perhaps more probable to change are the ones that had more positive attitudes. So 25% of the public servants, I apologize, in the range of people that responded that they would had that they would be more willing to carry out automated tasks. A largest percentage of this group said that they did not want to change the institutions, and people were also less motivated to use new technologies. And they also, this is the percentage of people that hadn't received or had received the least amount of training. So obviously, this group of public servants that most probably are the ones that are most affected are the ones that actually had more negative perceptions towards this change. I just want to conclude by providing 4 recommendations for the public sector, the governments, to be able to approach these challenges. So firstly, we must strengthen these attraction and retention human talent mechanisms. We cannot compete in terms of the private sector. In terms of remuneration, the private sector is much more dynamic, and actually there's quite a high demand, and it's very well paid. And as we saw during the pandemic, the private sector has, the private sector has a lot of issues as well in retaining this human talent. So firstly, I think we can focalize our mission. That means that we can really attract people from the private sector, not perhaps because of the money, but because there's a mission, right? To be able to change lives of our co-inhabitants. This is what the US, for example, did through their digital program that brings people and experts from Silicon Valley for a specific time frame, for example, 2 to 3 years to solve a specific problem. For example, we will carry out the electronic record at a hospital national level. So perhaps delegating a mission like that to a digital team that would be willing to come to the public sector to tackle on a challenge such as this. Secondly, to vary modalities of hiring. We don't need to be so rigid in terms of how we can hire people for digital talent. What this means in a career scheme is that, for example, an expert that has already 10 years of experience in the market needs to start from the baseline. For example, we can avoid requiring for them to have a PhD degree or master's degree or even an undergrad degree, because human or digital talent can be much more informal. They not necessarily need to have an undergrad degree. Actually, we from the public sector and different international organizations are very rigid in these terms. Thirdly, to strengthen the pipeline or the amount of digital offer or human digital talent in the market. For example, in Uruguay, the IDB is carrying out a cybersecurity project that seeks to strengthen the amount, or rather increase the amount of experts of cybersecurity in the market through a coalition made with universities. Obviously, trying to seek more competitive salaries. I think that Marisol made a point here about job planning, and it is absolutely fundamental that in the civil service we can manage much more the human resources, and that there's no replacement due to inertia. For example, if we have specialists in backs or elevator operators, we not only must try to avoid waiting for them to resign, we must really reassign them to other areas. Also taking into account gender equities, which is an important topic in the digital government area. In most regulating entities of digital transformation, there's a very little women's participation, and this is something from the civil service and the public employment scenario we can promote and work on.
Con respecto a la adaptación, invertir en capacitación digital masiva, ¿sí? Entonces, por un lado,
we must also work on massive training.
When it comes to mass training here, we need to ensure that we know who's being trained. A lot of the time, this is not done in a cross-cutting manner in the government. And so we need to look at this at each institutional level for each vertical, because otherwise training occurs only at the institutional level. Training is given in one institution, then in another, etc. But a lot of these are cross-cutting and can be applied in parallel. And so we're working in a parallel manner when it could be more cross-cutting. We need to also get on board or get institutional leaders on board because they're agents of change. They also have to be able to attract private talent, and we have to train them to be these agents of change. And right now, training using mass tools might be more efficient and cheaper. The third recommendation is to create mechanisms to manage disruptions for existing public services. Ideally, we should in advance diagnose which roles will be susceptible to change or elimination, promote greater internal mobility within institutions, and always advance when it comes to agents of change. And as part of this transformation, we need to involve public servants, and also we need to prepare people for a potential leaving of institutions. And some people believe that they will not be able to adapt, and we need to prepare them, obviously for the fact they may not be able to stay on, that they may voluntarily leave or look at what else can be done for these people who do not feel confident or comfortable with adapting to these changes. Maybe find them another role in the public sector or outside of the public sector. Fourth, we need to ensure better joint work be done by those responsible for digital transformation, human talent, and budgeting. Congratulations on the work done to get this event up and running today. I know that there's been a lot of joint work in Colombia to have this happen, and so you've worked transversely, you've worked in a cross-cutting manner. So a lot of the time you have offices that are more focused on the administrative elements of HR, for example, and then you have other offices that are more focused on strategic aspect for talent management. And so these are the assets that institutions have and must use. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariano, for this presentation with very impressive details and data, looking at this mass potential for digital transformation, especially when it comes to the automation of a high proportion of tasks carried out by public servants. And it's also about the lack of technological training being provided to public servants. It's very interesting to see these tensions in what you've presented. So we've just heard two presentations. They complemented each other quite well when it comes to digital transformation and artificial intelligence, which are two important components of the Public Servant 4.0. Our third presentation will now focus on a different facet, but one that's nonetheless complementary. And it's about having greater relationships with the public as there are changes in demands and also expectations on the part of the population and public servants. Well, it's important that we take these elements into account, and we will be hearing now from Silverio from the Organization of American States. Thank you very much, Christian. First off, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, and thanks to the Civil Service Department in Colombia. Thank you, Mariano, Maria Isabel, and Daniel. It is a great pleasure to see you here. I'd also like to thank Christian for moderating. So what I would like to do is to emphasize a different aspect and try to focus on what Christian has said so appropriately, how are these structural changes in the socio-political environment will cause challenges. What are these challenges when we talk about longer term changes? What does this really mean? What does the government need to do? And what are the skills that you as public servants listening to us today have or should think about having, enthusiastic, concerned about having, so that you can ideate when it comes to how to deal with these issues. Let me share my screen. I'll see if you can see it here. I think you can, right? And I'm seeing that there's all of this structural change. We call it the relational revolution, for lack of a better name, how it all comes together. And so this is a different emphasis. I think a lot of the time we look too much at technology and we forget about the deeper transformations. This is such complex public policy that these government solutions depend on continuous work. Okay, I'm going to ask you to please take on what I'm saying for just one slide. Let me start with, I'd like to start with the conclusions. I like to do this a lot. This is something that we do a lot in communications. So I'm going to make clear my proposal of the conclusions that we will come to, and then we can get down to business. You know that it's always about looking at public management from the perspective of governance or democracy. But public servants listening to us today who perhaps feel a little overwhelmed, or you have too much work, or it's just too much to think about all of these transformations, and also my colleagues working with digital transformation, let me say to you, please do not feel this way. Governments and democracy work is not something that's going to be done over the next 20 years. If you look at political experts who like to analyze governance, democracy, etc., if you look at quality for indicators, the database that we work with, it's only really from the 90s onwards that the majority of countries have been defined as democracies rather than autocracies, so open government, etc. But what I'm saying is this is something recent. The second conclusion here, but you can take this as a postulation, is that the digital era, this whole conversation about the digital world, etc., does not fully explain the challenges related to governing with democracy. Third point, technology promises, helps, and accelerates, but it is a means, not an end in and of itself. I'm going to try to address some of the concerns that I have when it comes to digital transformation, even though I recognize that it is necessary to increase government productivity, etc. And I think that we do talk about innovation, and I mean, innovation comes up a lot in these kinds of events, but I would like to here include a caveat as public servants. No, we're always hearing we've got to innovate, but we should innovate if and only if innovation actually creates some kind of measurable public value, whether this be tangible or intangible. And last but not least, this is my central thesis. The world of complex public policy require interaction of the legislator or the public servant with the user or the public, and then a feedback loop also from the public to the legislator. And all of these interactions, or all effective interactions, is relational. It can't be transactional. And it can't be sporadic. It has to be constant. So let me say, what are the challenges for the government? And how do we measure concrete skills? Dear public servants who are listening to us, of course, you have to acquire skills, you have to research, you have to get ready for this future. That's what we hear constantly. Okay, here, let's have a discussion around these ideas. And Christian, please tell me if I go over time, because I can finish early. In the first column, this is my perspective. These are social transformations. This is in demand, and there are literature reviews, etc. There are references here that go back to 1945, because when we talk about the technological transformation, you start to see these change as a relational change that's existed for many years. But some things have now been accelerated thanks to technology. In the second column, I have what I see as the challenges in the socio-political world or sphere and what that means for the work the government has to do. It's as if society were moving much more quickly than the government responds. Perhaps as an economist, I have this bias, but I see society as the agent here demanding change from the government. And the government organizing its supplier, its offering. And in the third column, okay, so thinking about these challenges, what, in my opinion, and we have been working on this at the OAS, what are the skills or competencies that in the public sector we need to ensure are required so that you can get ready to deal with these challenges? I'm going to try and spend 3 minutes. So I will try to be a little philosophical here when I talk, but I'll also try to be quite concrete. So we have a structural political change. We have a compressed society here. So we live in a society where we have a compression of time and space. I don't need to talk about that too much. You all experience that. We all understand this time-space compression. There's a lot to be done. We never have enough time. Offices are small. We have scarce resources. This means, in my opinion, that we need a new skill set to deal with this time-space compression. And so we have to learn about agile methodologies, these really long planning processes with PowerPoints, with PDFs, etc. They don't work. And I think that they will disappear in some years. They'll be substituted by agile or Scrum methods. The second thing I see here, and this is related to the importance of public policy decisions, there is a real overload of public agencies. I'm sure you know what I'm saying. There's overload of decision making, and even though we're talking about growth, and I'm not going to go into the economics theory here, public servants will have to learn a little bit more about outsourcing. And this is in the third point. And think more about PPPs to deliver services. So how can I cooperate and collaborate with the private sector? I'm not only talking about companies, but the academic sector, cities, etc., in order to deliver. Design, implementation, and in some cases delivery. That's the idea of PPPs and collaboration and the concept of open government, etc. Second point. We live in an almost open society. I say almost because we have a flow of ideas, services, products, information, right? Just like this event that we are conducting today, it's quite free. However, when it comes to people, we don't have full openness. This almost open society was foreseen by Popper in 1945 and has also been discussed by Benny Roderick, the paradox of globalization, but there are three main problems here. Firstly, we have an issue of scale. Why is there a scale issue? For example, in the north of Brazil, in Paracaima, you have a city of 20,000 residents when the local mayor has to deal with an inflow of Venezuelan migrants and have to give them services and treat them as citizens with full rights. That's an issue. That's a scale issue. How can public services be provided from one day to the next by a city of this size? Let's imagine they receive 20,000 Venezuelan refugees. The population has suddenly doubled. Also, tomorrow, let's imagine that we build a digital world and a platform to ask citizens about public services and also to provide public services. And you open that survey at 8 p.m. and then at 6 a.m. you find out that the platform has been taken down. Then you have to prosecute those people who hacked the platform, and they could be hackers from Lithuania. They're outside of your jurisdiction. So we have an issue of enforcement of jurisdiction. And another thing that we don't know how to do, and this is also an issue of open governance, is how to deal with the sharing economy. I'm not really sure how to translate that properly to Spanish, but this is my attempt. These are the new relational mechanisms that exist in the private sector. For example, Airbnb, Uber, etc. And you know even more than I do that there are legal mechanisms and tools that are not exclusive to these kinds of relationships. But there's also a challenge, a regulatory challenge when it comes to public sector working with these kinds of relationships. We have to learn how to deal with jurisdictional issues, enforcement issues, and regulatory issues when it comes to relationships between non-traditional private actors mediated by a third party.
Y quizá el mayor desafío que tenemos hoy en materia de...
Point is the one I like, and perhaps the greatest challenge we have, which is a fragmented society, the society of the tribes. This is also part of a book written in 1996 and another very interesting book called Political Tribes of the year 2018. So these are very fragmented societies, and this means the following, that we all aren't any longer playing a social role at the same time. Silverio is here, and at the same time, he's an official at the OEA and a professor at a university. I am also a businessman because I am a partner, business partner of a restaurant. So each of us have different social roles, and the role that we previously had, professional roles that we had, okay, I'm an attorney, I'm a public servant, I am a businessman, it no longer defines us, who we are. And again, I think the greatest drama of the public administration is that the government are not really ready to deal with these modern categories, the databases that we have today. And that is exactly where we will see how AI can help us. But data that we currently have are socio-demographic data. For example, I'll see from a beneficiary where they live, if they are a woman or a man, their level of income, but this is no longer enough because we live in the identity world. And the identity world to identify users is pretty complex because we have different users, very different amongst them. And they are different because they express different identities. There's also a problem of representation and participation, and identifying who are those counterparts in this society, the NGOs, the guilds, the different business associations that can come and participate in public policies, if they have legitimacy of origin or if it's something that just doesn't quite represent anyone. There's another focalization problem. From the challenge of co-designing, we're designing public policies that are tailor-made for communities, and once again, metrics of the public value that I think are pretty different to those metrics that we are more familiar to, that have to do with time, quality of customer, citizen service, metrics much more related to what you offer of public services, health, the northern area of Chile, for example, considering the idiosyncrasies of Chilean community, indigenous community. So what is the agenda? Public servants. Well, the agenda is to learn about design thinking, how to consolidate public policies, understanding a bit about behavioral insights and economics, and apply these to public policies to learn how to carry out open innovation, learn also a bit about deliberology, that is the science of how to deliver public services, taking into account multicultural topics, and also within the public sector, if we're talking about a much more fragmented and open society, we will necessarily have to negotiate and mediate processes. So that's another set of skills that I think is interesting. And now to close, the connected society. I perhaps don't need to explain this. We are right now here trying to live an experience of a connected society. All of you have a smartphone in your pockets. The connected society is a truly marvelous thing for social mobilization to disseminate also information on public policies. However, there are other challenges. For example, to provide governance in a connected society means, in the first place, an interpretation challenge. And what do I mean by this interpretation challenge? Well, it's the challenge to understand what is valid evidence and what is not valid evidence, or at least in communication, and convincing people that the present evidence indicates that, for example, vaccinating is something positive. And we lived this during the COVID-19, all the fake news problems, all the problems of convincing the population to change attitudes and behaviors to guide a desirable social behavior. And that's what we do when we create regulations and use the rule of law to implement them. That is not enough in terms of the opening and the fragmentation of our society. There's another problem in terms of decisive autonomy. For example, in Colombia, they had the similar problem recently. A government takes a decision, right, to change a policy, and the minister announces at 8 a.m. and at 2 p.m. they have to take some steps back because they received an ordeal of criticisms or manifestations against this policy through the internet. This creates a problem for autonomous decisiveness in governments. And in a way, I think that is what is lost in my perspective from the government schools in the regions. We need to learn how to understand the government as a platform, and all the different digital capabilities that my colleagues have previously described are very important to do so. We must also perhaps appoint a more sophisticated name to this digital transformation and the use of AI, for example, in elections and public decisions. However, I want to stress the fact that I think is what this conversation is lacking, which are all these topics in relation to communication. Public administration and governments will have to really get much more involved in continuous campaigns. And actually, it's actually very few public administrations that know how to communicate. And I also collaborate with the OEA, the OAS government schools, and it's something that we're trying to convince other schools about. We must start to include communications areas and courses in government schools. In general terms, government schools has, for example, public administration, government, but communication is a field that is quite lacked. So I think communication is that lost link. Before wanting to reach someone, you need to communicate with that person, and this is an ability that one needs. Christian, you have 2 minutes left. So my last message, or the last book I wanted to recommend, is The Liquid Society. And this is the problem that has very much to do with the short life cycle of public policies. Public policies and public programs must try to incorporate by themselves shorter feedback mechanisms and continuous learning processes. And that's why planning by scenarios and iterative methods of feedback to really feed decisions of public policies are very important, and also learning how to use random essays to really inform and adapt policies in relation to the learnings that will be had in time. So that will be my last message. I think that this is a lot of information, and I expect that you can see, well, my point is that all these different abilities are abilities that are relative to the iterations, to the dynamics with the citizenship. So I just wanted to stress this without minimizing the importance, as my previous colleagues did, the importance of the digital revolution and technology. Thank you, Christian, and I apologize if I have surpassed my time. Thank you very much, Silverio, for your presentation and your remarks that remind us of the key factor and the key role that the public also plays in governance and the different implications that this has to the abilities of public servants, specifically of a 4.0 public servant, taking into account the changes that we are currently seeing in our society. So thank you. We will conclude this presentation with now the participation of Daniel Gerson. He will talk in a complementary way about the vision of the OECD in terms of the vision for the future. Please go ahead, Daniel.
Thanks, Christian. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much to Juliana and the entire team for organizing this wonderful event. I'm going to speak to you in English. I hope that you all have access to translation. The translators have been fabulous, the ones I've been listening to, so you'll be in good hands. And I've been listening very closely to all of the presentations that have come before, and it's a really interesting sort of panorama of perspectives that we're getting here around this incredibly important theme. And it's music to my ears every time we have one of these sessions, because for me, it's so important to remember that it's not only a technological challenge to implement a digital government, but it is such a fundamental people challenge as well. You know, and so much of what we do is trying to make the argument that it's not only that all these investments that we're making in digital government need to be accompanied by investments in people. And I think in various different ways, all of the presentations that have come before this have really tried to make that point. And unfortunately, it's still something that governments are not, in my perspective, taking on to the degree that they need to. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the work we've been doing, and I think it'll be quite complementary to much of what you've heard already. At the OECD, looking really across the globe at all of these various transformations in the future of work. We've already heard from the OECD about the future of work in earlier sessions, and I'm sure that Stein told you about how automation is able to replace many jobs, and that we also see diverging career paths, aging public workforces. We know what all of these trends are. We've been talking about them for a really long time. But the big question for me and for the work that I'm doing is, what does that mean for the public service as an institution? Where do we need to position? What kind of reforms are public services across the world in OECD countries implementing to actually keep up with these changes? And so this is where this report that we launched recently, just at the end of last year, comes into play. We really try to outline a vision for a future of public service that is forward-looking, flexible, and fulfilling. So 3 Fs. I know that in the translation, it's probably not 3 Fs, but it works in English. And when we talk about forward-looking, what we're really thinking about is identifying new skills that need to be embedded within the public service workforce. And of course, those are digital skills, but not only. And I'll talk a little bit more about those in the course of this presentation. But then in order to actually make the most use of those skills, we really need to think about how the public administration can become a more flexible employer. Being able to build on all of this experience we've had with teleworking, for example, to work anywhere, anytime, really embedding the idea, the culture of lifelong learning in the public service, because whatever skills we think we might be able to identify today as being essential, they'll be changing within the next few years. And people that we're hiring for a career in the public service need to be able to adapt as they move up in their careers. we need to be able to also think much more flexibly about how we access different skills from the labor market. And I think Mariana was talking a bit about that, connects to much of what Servidor was talking about as well, about outsourcing and other ways of connecting to talent. And we also need to really think about how the diversity of the workforce requires us to provide more fulfilling work opportunities. And I mean diversity from so many different perspectives. Women is essential, of course, but also diversity of thought, diversity of experience, diversity of career paths, diversity of education, diversity of socioeconomic status. All of these things are going to be fundamental in the public service of the future. And that also makes us rethink the way that we have to organize and structure the way that we hire and employ people in the public service. So I'm going to talk about each of these lightly, but of course the report goes into much more detail. So when we're talking about this forward-looking public service, we're really talking about a diversity of skill sets. We're moving from what we often talked about a professional public service, as if a public servant was one kind of profession. And in many countries, they were, and they still are to some degree, mostly lawyers or mostly engineers or mostly coming from a very similar set of backgrounds and experience and education. And what we're seeing today is increasingly a public service of many different professions. So people coming from the technology space, people coming from design, people coming from many different backgrounds, contributing their knowledge, their experience together in multidisciplinary teams to be able to really drive innovation. We're talking about really focusing on also those behavioral competencies and those metacognitive skills that are needed to keep people agile and thinking creatively. We're talking about leadership, and leadership and management is such a huge theme, and how that is completely changing, and how the whole authority structures in public administrations need to change. And then we're also talking in this section, and I'll talk less about this in the presentation, about how we need to embed these in strategic workforce planning, supported by really effective workforce data. So what is the public servant 4.0? We've talked a lot about digital today, and of course that's a hugely important aspect of it, but it's not the only aspect of it. Here's a number of different things, but of course digital impacts all of these, right? We talk about innovation, usually that comes with some level of digital awareness, and it shapes the innovation that we undertake. We manage change in crises increasingly through digital tools, through teleworking that relies on digital platforms. New leadership styles are being framed by digitalization, and commissioning and contracting skills, for example, are often in relation to commissioning digital goods. So while it's not the only thing, it certainly is shaping many of the emerging skill sets that we see on the horizon. So what are digital skills? When we talk about digital skills at the OECD, we're talking about much more than just having people who can code and people who can design websites. We're talking really about everybody, everybody in the administration. And we've done some work trying to outline what some of these different digital skills are. And what you can see from this slide is that these are the kinds of skills that almost all workers in a digital-driven organization will require: a better understanding of users and their needs. I mean, it's not a digital skill in and of itself, but it is fundamental to be able to create a digital organization, collaborating for iterative delivery with citizens, right? Trustworthy use of data and technology. And then this model is built up with different layers of skills that kind of move towards the top around leadership skills. And that's a particular area that we've also done quite a bit of work on, looking at what the kind of senior civil servants are doing in order to achieve complex policy challenges, not only in the digital space, but these link to building a workforce that is more values-driven, open, and inclusive. leaders taking on the responsibility of creating organizations that are fit for the future. In the public service, we often forget that that's a leader's job. Leaders are there to sort of structure work, but really implementing digital transformation within an organization requires organizational stewardship. And then increasingly, leaders in organizations have to recognize that they don't achieve anything anymore through their own authority, but by working and linking to others' authority as well. And that's where we really think about this networked collaboration approach. And like I said, this model comes from a whole bunch of case studies that we've done with countries around the world. And it's not specific to digital, but it certainly helps to create the kind of leadership environment where digital talent can thrive. And so we really need to think not only about the digital talent that is required, but how all talent is impacted by this idea of digital transformation and who and where these kinds of investments in skills need to be made. And then we need to think about how we put those skills to best use. And this is really where we need to think about the flexibility of our public employment systems. We need to think about how we can move people from one area to another to make sure that they're matching their skills to the emerging priorities, whether they're emergencies or whether they're just new things that need to be done. Traditionally, public services are not very good at this, despite the fact that they are so huge, right? These are enormous operations. They have the huge potential to be able to move needed skill sets from one area to another. And what we hear from most young people who are looking for jobs on the job market with these kind of skills is that that's what they want. They want to be able to work in various different places, on various different challenges, with various different communities throughout the course of their lifetime. The public sector is a perfect employer for this if they can unlock this flexibility potential. And so we really try to underline this issue, and we're working right now on a deeper comparative analysis around the questions of mobility in public sector organizations with this in mind. And of course, being able to connect to workers through new digital tools, letting them work from anywhere at any time is incredibly important as well. And we have learned so many ways of doing that in the past couple of years. And now the question is, how does that get embedded into a new operating normalcy as we look forward? We, of course, also need to think about the learning cultures in organizations and also how to recruit and retain. So, that begins with attraction. And Mariana mentioned the need to attract digital talent. We also need to attract general talent. The attractiveness of many public services has declined in the last years. And we're working at the moment with France, looking at the attractiveness of various different regions in the country. So attraction isn't homogeneous across a geographic region, just as it isn't homogeneous across a very diverse population. And this is the model that we're using. Most people talk about pay, of course, salary as being the primary driver of attraction in the public service. And of course, it's incredibly important. But it's not the only thing. There's many other elements that we have been looking at. People want an interesting job. They want career prospects. And they want to live in a place that they feel fulfilled in. And so all of these different elements are aspects that we're digging into in this particular project, and really looking at how the government can structure new employment opportunities around these various different themes, even staying within the salary constraints that they have. Because of course, people are joining the public sector, and the question is why? What drives them to do so? Unfortunately, many OECD countries don't know how to answer that question. Why are people joining, and what makes them attractive? In fact, there's very little data, and most countries aren't collecting enough data on this particular question. many countries are using the number of applicants to a position to determine their attractiveness, but that doesn't get us very far. That really is more of an indicator of the health of the labor market than it is an indicator of whether you're attracting the right good people to apply for your jobs. Only about half of the OECD countries even do salary comparison studies to know whether their salaries are competitive or not. So there is so much more that can be done to really understand what attracts people to the public service, what people who the public service wants to attract would want, and how they can offer and communicate more effectively their jobs. One of the interesting things that we've discovered as we've been working on these kinds of questions with public services is that there is a huge lack of awareness in the labor market of what kind of work public servants do. And when we start talking in more concrete terms about what people can do in the public service, all of a sudden people get really interested in these kinds of jobs because public servants do really cool things. They transform communities. They create great opportunities for people to do business, to live in. And the awareness of the diversity of these kinds of jobs tends to be very lacking. And so that's another really key part of attracting new skill sets, is just being better at communicating what they will do and how they'll make a difference. And in that way, we see a lot of countries starting to use much more proactive recruitment practices, right? The traditional recruitment practice where we sit back and wait for people to apply to big competitions just doesn't really make sense in this particular field. We need to be able to identify what skills we're missing, be able to go out and know where they are hiding, and really work at creating an offer that is conducive. And then we also need to think about what that offer is and how to provide a much more targeted and timely recruitment process using a bigger variety of tools and employment modalities, right? Not everybody wants to be a civil servant working for their life in the public service, particularly people who are working in the technology profession. A lot of them may want to come and spend a couple years working on a really interesting project that's going to have a big impact on their community. Many of them will even be happy to take a pay cut to do it for a period of time. Do we have the right tools to be able to bring them in, to give them exciting work for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and then let them go back to the private sector? These are the kinds of things that really need to be thought through, and that some countries are leading on, but there's still a huge amount of work to be done. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, given that we are still working mostly in jobs for life kind of environments, most public servants in most OECD countries stay in the public service for most of their careers. We really need to invest in this upskilling, reskilling, and it's not only about training, it's about developing a learning culture. So this means that it's a management challenge. Managers who can actually teach, train, develop people as in their day-to-day jobs. And that it can be in itself a very fulfilling experience. We love to learn. Humans like to actually develop. It's in most cases. And so this brings me to my final F, this fulfilling question. And here we're talking about diversity as well, because the public service workforce will be more diverse. We are hiring an increasing range of types of people from different backgrounds. And that means that there'll be a bigger diversity in what people find fulfilling. One-size-fits-all solutions do not make any sense anymore. Different people have different needs, have different expectations of their career. And so we need to recognize the diversity and individuality of public servants, focusing more on the purpose and the meaning of jobs. And this is a particularly interesting challenge because, of course, the public service is perfectly well positioned to provide meaningful jobs. But are they meaningful on a day-to-day basis? We need to rethink how these jobs are structured, how they're communicated, and how people can shift from different areas of meaning to others. Trust, autonomy, and accountability, and of course, the manager's role in all of this is fundamentally important. I'll just leave you with a few data points. Women, we're talking about diversity, women are still very underrepresented in leadership positions in OECD countries. Even in places where they make up 50% of the leadership positions, they tend to be much more overrepresented than that in the general population. And so or in the general workforce of the public service. And so what we see is a systematic filtering out of women as we move up the hierarchy. So that I think gives us a point of pause. And I think if we were to look at other indicators of diversity, the data just isn't there, but we would see very similar, in fact, probably even more difficult trends. And so we've been looking at how this needs to change. We've been looking at how the diversity needs to be built on data, better use of diversity management tools, and those we go into much more detail as well. So I'll stop there. I see Christian has his hands up. So thank you, and very happy to discuss this further.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Muchas gracias, Daniel.
Thank you so much, Daniel. What a positive vision on the future of public employment, which really emphasizes very complementary elements, flexibility for public servants, also thinking about whether or not people will stay in the same jobs forever. So a very positive presentation. And it also, well, you also spoke about the importance of, the 4.0 public servant model is something that has to be attractive to really bring in new talent. So we've got a very interesting panorama here shared with us by 4 experts thinking about the public sector and the whole sector. Thank you very much to the 4 presenters. These were excellent presentations that were very complimentary. We have just 12 minutes left for questions from the audience. We have a lot of questions, but we will not have enough time for all of them, so I'll select just a few. As we have 4 experts with us, I'll try to find the most difficult questions and also those that are representative of the most frequent questions that are asked today. The first question is perhaps the most obvious one, and it's for you, Mariano. And the question is, how can we guarantee that the digital transformation or automation of tasks doesn't mean that we reduce the workforce and fire many public servants? For example, citizen services positions, that's an example that comes to mind. Thank you, Christian. Excellent question, and thank you for the question. I think what guarantees that is that we have existing legal frameworks in our region that guarantee stability for public servants. I think that the idea is to improve planning in the public sector, knowing how it is, how governments really work in practice. As we saw in the 90s, we saw mass firings because we saw a lot of privatization, a lot of fiscal issues, and these were unsustainable models and they didn't give fiscal results. In this case, if there's going to be a reduction of the workforce, it will be in the future. But I think, in fact, it's not really an overall reduction because we'll have to capture a lot of new talent. So I don't think it's going to be a reduction. In fact, we may see an increase when it comes to spend on the public sector, but it's about improving services for citizens and making sure we're spending in the right places. When we look at the decision tree for public servants, we talk about different points and scenarios for each government, but always looking at labor relations between the state and public servants, and those are frameworks that exist in all of our countries in the region. Thank you very much. Next question is for Silverio. What mechanisms does the investment model with the PPP offer in countries where there's very little confidence in the public sector and a lot of corruption? In the whole region, there's a lot being done, I would say. It's a lot about infrastructure. PPPs are used a lot for infrastructure. But when I talk about PPPs, I'm talking about collaboration. No, when I talk about private, I don't necessarily mean a company. The third pillar here is about collaboration, and this is very much promoted by the OECD. So again, private doesn't mean a business person or a company. For example, delivering public policy for the last mile can use actual agents from the community, members of the community. And that's also done with companies. There are a lot of successful experiences in management. For example, prison management, that's an odd example, but it's true. It's nothing novel. It's a trend. However, there will always be a risk of corruption. There are countries that have already started with privatization, concession, outsourcing, etc. And I think that sometimes the 100% public service is not the best. There are some cases where it is, so it's on a case-by-case basis. And so it's about looking at experiences in the region. Third question is for Maria Isabel. In public entities, there are still a lot of policies and processes that really just lead to rework, especially in the military sector. How can we deal with this in the digital era? Well, what helps here are technologies and specifically artificial intelligence, as has been discussed. This can be done by optimizing processes. We have processes or general processes. For example, let me give you an example, but not in the defense area, but in the justice sector. But I'll talk about processes. For example, the legal process to look at violence against women. Let's say we have a woman who's a victim. She has to obviously go to the police and make a report and surely provide testimony, perhaps documentation, fill out some papers. And it has to be a quick process, clearly, to ensure that the right action is taken by law enforcement. Because if this woman is being hit at home, if she is attacked today and it's going to take 1 month to take action, legal action, well, that's no good to her. That's useless to that victim. So we have to be able to follow up on and look at measures and indicators to see if the response is timely and appropriate. So I think artificial intelligence can help with several aspects of that process. For example, if there are documents that this woman has to submit, if that's being done or not. Artificial intelligence might also help to classify and detect risk and classify, for example, this is very high risk, medium risk, or low risk, and help, let's say, the victim who made the report, or those who have to make decisions about what action should be taken. For example, this is a high risk, very high risk case. The report's already been filed. We have to do something now. We have some indicators that this is very high risk. It's not only about responding quickly, but also monitoring what happened with this victim who made the report. And of course, we have to look at her family's safety. Basically, in this case, in this example that I'm giving, technology helps the process to be quicker and for the service or the response to be more agile. For example, you could have a warning, a flag that goes up for the person dealing with the case. Don't forget about this case, it's high risk, follow up on it to improve this process. but I cannot give a specific example from the defense sector because I'm not so familiar, but I'm sure there are processes or similar processes that could be optimized with AI. Thank you so much, Maria Isabel. Daniel, a question about the training slide that you shared, upskilling and reskilling. How can a person who has spent years working in a more traditional fashion, who doesn't want to upskill or reskill, what can we do with these people? No, we have people who find it difficult to deal with technology and already find this very stressful. So what would you suggest?
I don't really believe that people don't want to learn things. I think it's really a question of finding a way to reach them and to teach them. So I sort of don't even accept the premise of the question in a sense, if you'll allow me. We've done work on multi-generational workforces. We've looked at the data on older workers. Often there's a stereotype that older workers don't want to learn or have more trouble learning. The data isn't there. The evidence shows that older workers, younger workers, middle-aged workers, lower educated, higher educated, people like to learn. It's a question about providing the right opportunities for them to do so, finding the right ways of engaging them in this learning, and giving them the right tools to be able to do it. We don't expect that uneducated clerks will overnight be reskilled as computer programmers or data analysts, but there are pathways that anybody can follow to move into the types of work that might be more suitable to them. So I think it's more a question about connecting to people's motivations, connecting to a better learning culture, than it is about trying to figure out what to do with the people who don't want to learn. That's the answer I would give.
Perfecto, muchas gracias. Ahora, una pregunta final para quien quisiera.
Great, and the final questions for whomever would like to take it. It would be interesting to learn if there are information exchange policies about AI in the different governments of all the world. Somehow, as an entity that could serve for this. That is what I propose. Would someone like to give their opinion on this? What is the question about? An entity on information exchange to be able to feed AI data? Is that what the question refers to? Yes. Well, perhaps we could talk about, well, data would be basically the most important input, right, for AI. There must be mechanisms of data governance that can guarantee the quality, the privacy of data. But of course, it would be very important to share data, not only at the interior of public administration, but also within public administration and the private sector, and obviously between countries as proposed in the question. So yes, it is absolutely key to be able to have these information exchange or data exchange schemes. What we currently have are new models of sharing data beyond interoperability, which are mechanisms that are called data trusts or data commons or data marketplaces. There are new models, and we're currently experimenting with these. So, for example, some of these are more centralized, others that are more decentralized. So, like in the financial sector, we have trust funds, where there's a person in which an entity, an organization, where everybody trusts is trusted to manage certain resources, for example, of a project. Well, in this case, we could also have the model of saying, okay, we can share in an organization in which we will all share, right? So that we can really use these in a correct way, in an ethical way, respecting privacy, respecting all the different ethical principles that we must all respect when we manage data. So, for example, this is a scheme where there is an entity in which everybody trusts, or a data marketplace where we have open data that everybody can use. So, as I previously mentioned, there are new schemes to share data where many actors could be benefited from these data. And aside from this, it could also be an input for AI. Thank you very much, Maria Isabela. So now we've reached the end of this session. So thank you to all the public servants who've joined us. Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you to the panelists for your interventions. And obviously, thank you to the Administrative Department of Public Service of Colombia for giving us the opportunity to present and moderate. I think that the panel definitely leaves us with a lot of optimism in terms of the future of public jobs, which will be much more technologically empowered, more diverse, more flexible, with tasks that are also much more interesting for public servants. So that's how I'd like to conclude this panel. The next point of the agenda is very, very important, which is lunch. So I invite you all to have lunch. And then we will continue with a panel about Latin American perspectives about the future of public jobs and employment. Thank you very much for your attendance and questions. Thank you very much. I'd like to especially thank our moderator, Professor Schuster, and of course, all the different panelists, speakers that have joined us in this very important space. Now, as Professor Schuster mentioned, we will take a break, and 1 hour break to have lunch, and we will meet again at 2 p.m. Colombian time to continue with this Congress. Please remember that if you need technical support, you can contact us through the chat. I would like to take advantage of this moment to also thank the different countries that are, or the attendees that are joining us from different countries. I'd also like to greet Colombia, France, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Haiti, Panama, the Netherlands, Mexico, Hungary, the US, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Spain, Venezuela, and Uruguay. Thank you.
platform. We want to remind you that this Congress will be recorded in our YouTube channel so you can see it as many times as you wish. We will continue with the Latin American panel, Perspectives of the Public Employment in the Region, and I want to welcome Janeire Boyer from Peru. She is the Executive President of the National Civil Service. From Chile, we're accompanied by Felipe Melo Rivara. He is the National Civil Service Director. And we will have Francisco Camargo as the last panelist, the Director of the Civil Service of Colombia. Thank you, and it's a pleasure to greet you once again, the 4,000 attendees we have, and all the countries that are joining us from Latin America. And it's a pleasure for me to be able to show you this panel that we've named Latin American Panel Perspectives of the Public Employment in the Region. In this scenario, we will share a dialogue with our colleagues from Peru, Chile, Uruguay, in relation to the present and future of public employment in our region. Of course, as taking as a base the different experiences of the different civil services of Chile, Uruguay, and we will have the opportunity of sharing our experience from Colombia. In the morning, we had the opportunity of seeing global experience from OECD member countries. We had the opportunity to see this with Spain, the US, and Canada, and that's why I want to thank our colleagues that are joining us in this space. So firstly, we will have Janeire Boyer. She is the President and Director of the National Civil Service Authority, Servir, of Peru. She has a PhD in law from the Valladolid University. She is also an expert in public governance of civil service, disciplinary law, as well as governmental matters. She is a lawyer from the Catholic University of Peru, and she has a course also in political science from the Center of Political Studies of Madrid. She's been working for over 15 years in public administration, so thank you very much, Janeire, for you to join us. Our second panelist is Conrado Ramos. He is from Uruguay, and he is the director of the National Civil Service Office. He studied political sciences at the University of Argentina, John F. Kennedy, and also social sciences at the Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences, and he's also a PhD, holds a PhD degree from political sciences from the Frankfurt University in Germany. He's also held different governmental positions, such as a subsecretary from the Planning and Budget Office from March 2007 until August 2010. He was also a director of Political Sciences Department from years 2019 to 2020. And he's been a coordinator of different master programs in public policies in the Faculty of Social Sciences of the University of the Republic of Uruguay from the years 2016 and 2018. And he is an acknowledged researcher in all topics related to civil service and planning. Thirdly, we have Felipe Melo Rivara from Chile. He is the National Civil Service Director. He is a civil engineer and an industrial engineer as well from the University of Chile. He holds a master's in public management and governance from the LSE and political sciences. He's also had an experience of over 15 years working in the public sector and in the civil society. He also was a regional secretariat of the Education Ministry and the Metropolitan Region from years 2014 and 2016. He's also the Director of Access to Higher Education, PAC by its acronym in Spanish, from the Ministry of Education, and Director of the program Servicio País, and also an advisor and consultant in local development. I did this for many years as well when I was very young, and I was quite amazed by seeing your CV. And I will have the honor of joining you in this panel, also as a moderator, but also sharing the experience that I've had of over 22 years in public service in Colombia and Latin America, and of course, in the more recent years, working as the director of public employment at the Civil Service Department. So, firstly, I want to analyze how is the behavior of the GDP within the countries of the region, and how it's been evident the year 2020 was obviously a year that affected all economies worldwide, and of course in our region. In the Latin American case, and the year 2021 has been a rather positive year, and the projections for year 2022 and 2023 are even more. Of course, some of our countries have started to face different topics in relation to inflation that could have even surpassed the projections from central banks. On the other hand, it's very important to analyze some rankings, and I just brought them to illustrate. This is a ranking of a digital competitivity index or competitiveness index of 2021. And we can see some of the countries of our region and how we've been growing in these different variables associated to the technological environment, to the capacity of seeking new mechanisms to learn and to develop also in the digital realm, and obviously its impact in the economy. So from this perspective, and this is the reality that we all countries in Latin America had to live, well, now in the post-pandemic, and it's what I refer to as the impact of the fourth industrial revolution. We're dominated by a knowledge of an era of knowledge of the big data, of the blockchain, of all these different innovation and the power of data. These definitely mark a fundamental change in relation to the dynamics of employment. And of course, public employment will not be the exception. And this leads us to have very deep debates in relation to the type of skills, the profile that public servants require. So we will have these 5 questions that I've asked our panelists to develop in their 20-minute interventions in relation to what type of professionals does the public sector require in the context of their country. Secondly, I want you to please cover related aspects in terms of the labor skills that public servants require in each of their countries. Thirdly, that we can reflect upon the fact or on the question if the public sector requires new talents, and how can public institutions adapt to those new dynamics and really face at the same time what we can call public traditional challenges with these new emerging challenges that arise also through the impact of the fourth industrial revolution and through the impact of the pandemic and the post-pandemic. In fourth place, I would like to invite you to reflect on our Latin American context or South American context about how can we avoid a technological gap happening between the potential population that wants to enter the public service, which is one of the most humble services that one could provide. And in fifth place, this is a question that has also been around the different reflections of this International Congress for the 4.0 public servant, which is how can we train public servants in relation to these new dynamics that this fourth industrial revolution imposed in the dynamics of the public service and public employment. So it's a pleasure for you to join us. And firstly, I'd like to greet my colleagues in Santiago, in Lima, and of course in Montevideo. I want to thank you on behalf of the civil service of Colombia. We have 4,600 attendees from 16 different countries listening, so we want to thank you. And this collaboration that has certainly joined our governments for many years is key. So please, Ms. Janeiri from Peru, could you please take the floor? Great, thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you for providing us this space as well. I think it's absolutely important to be able to have these different exchange spaces and conversation spaces between neighboring countries and countries with very similar characteristics, so that we can really exchange experiences and see those lessons learned of what we've been developing in our own countries. Because without a doubt, that is a very important source to be able to learn and improve or continue improving what we do. I would also like to greet all who are joining us as attendees and also greet my co-panelists with whom I have the honor of sharing this panel. All right, so I will share a presentation I prepared, and I will try to respect the time limitation that I've been assigned of 20 limits, and of course, try to respond to the very challenging questions that you've posed, Mr. Francisco Camargo, and I'm delighted that you are now the director of the Public Employment at Civil Service Department, as well as being the moderator of this panel. And if there are any pending topics, I will surely be available in the Q&A session to respond to that. So I will tell you a bit about public employment perspectives in Peru. So this is the agenda that I will propose. I will briefly talk about the main characteristics of the public employment in Peru, the public servant of the future for Peru, attraction and training of talent in an evolution context, and conclusions. So I would like to go to the first slide. So the public sector in the Peruvian context. Well, we have different ways of working with the government. So we have a civil service that has undergone very difficult periods in the terms that the authority or the civil service authority, Servidor, as for its acronym in Spanish, has been created for some years ago, and it is the civil service authority because the INAP was disarticulated around the year 1993. So from year 2008 on, the creation of Servidor was a huge milestone to be able to really organize the Peruvian National Civil Service. And not only this, but linked to this, for us to be able to propose a reform on the regulation that was published in the year 2013. And after this, implement the latter. So the scenario that we've had is chaotic, I must say. We've had an atomization of the Peruvian civil service, and what we've tried to do as an authority is to carry out the challenging work and being strategic in terms of how we foresee the human resource system and what we propose to public entities to organize and improve the Peruvian civil service, taking into account, obviously, theory of change that we find a lot in all the literature of the OECD, and it states that better services are provided by better people in the state. So in this context, what we found as an authority is that there are around 16 different processes, of which approximately 15, for example, 15 of these schemes are special careers. In addition to this, we have general schemes or regimes, as we see on the right-hand side, the CAS, or the scheme or regime 276, which is the old one from 1984, which is still in force. Also regime number 7828, which is a private one and applied to the public realm, and also the regime of the Social Service Law or Act. So we have a very atomized public sector, and this obviously taking into account the special professions such as physicians, nurses, teachers, prison personnel, and approximately these would be around 12 to 13 special schemes or regimes. So within the problems of the civil service, we can see certain heterogeneity and also kind of a chaotic scheme. If we see the universe of the public service in Peru, we find 1,234,000 public servants. But from those 1 million, those that are in special services or schemes, we have a couple thousand that are cut crossing at a national level and more local level. So out of all of these, Added to these, we identified around 123,000 servants or people that provide services to the government. So we have different mismatches that we can see here on the left, and on the right hand side what we can see is the distribution by income and the distribution by ages, and we see how are the remuneration scales in terms of these regimes with the state. So there are different efforts on behalf of the Ministry of Economy and Finances of the Servidor authority to be able to progress through a more remunerated or remunerative equity. However, the establishment divides these remuneration schemes according to the regimes, the binding regimes. And so we find, for example, on the right-hand side, distribution by income and distribution by ages. And what we see is how the age group population is divided, meaning all public servants in relation to each main regime by age. And for example, what we can see is that in the CAS regime that was created as a temporary binding scheme, but now it's a determined one with less rights that should actually disappear in time, we see that most of the public servants belong to this one, and that's the population between an age range of 30 or 40. In the legislative scheme 276, which is a public career of 1984, which should also disappear progressively so that we could all be included in the civil service reform that was published in the year 2013. We can see how the age ranges between 50 and 60 years of age. Aside from this, we see how in the case of Legislative Decree 728, which is the private scheme applied to the public sector, we see a varied distribution of the different age groups and the ages that are part of this binding scheme with the state.
So here we can see how different kinds of contracting models or regimes amongst all of our public servants, of the total of whom approximately 1 million are specialized, for example, teachers, doctors, nurses, assistants, how the remaining group is divided in terms of remuneration. We can see that there are salary difference, there are different contracting regimes, and this also leads, or we can also look at an age group definition or division. And so what we find all around the country is that this is the distribution of civil service. We can also see which public entities have a greater concentration of public servants in their area. And so the idea here is to, well, not to try to tell you everything, but more standout details. And so we have the judicial power, which has the highest concentration of public servants around the country. And so this is the status of the Peruvian civil service. And so we have very reduced participation of youth, so young people under the age of 30. It's reduced by a third over the last decade. We need to work here. Secondly, we see that we have public servants with complete tertiary education, more than 93% of the total. However, they're concentrated at the national government level. At the regional and local levels, we do have gaps where we find we have incomplete tertiary education at a higher level. And we have seen the greatest relative growth in degrees related to systems and telecommunications, 3% by 2011 and 9% in 2021 within the public sector. So here are the age groups under the age of 30. Look here, that's the red section. That's the smallest proportion. So we have a greater concentration of older people in the civil service. And here we also have a component looking at groups of degrees or qualifications. Evidently, and I'm included because I trained as a lawyer, that's my biggest defect. Well, yes, that's why we see the highest concentration. Law and political science, that's the highest concentration of qualification amongst public servants. Here, in this diagnosis that we are presenting, we can see the evolution of income from salary in civil service. And despite all of this disorder, messiness, because of the different contracting regimes within the state over the last decade, we are able to affirm that the public sector has been able to offer, on average, more competitive salaries than those available in the private sector. However, this pattern does not apply for those in the highest salary level, because in the private sector, they have better possibilities. I attended a seminar, a working group at the OECD, and we spoke about, or the central message was, that the public sector is about working for general well-being. And what attracts people, those of us who are in the public sector, is basically the adrenaline, the desire to face challenges, and this real calling to serve our people and to make state policies come true. And so we can see similar results to those seen in the OECD studies. There's not necessarily competitive remuneration when we compare salaries here to the private sector. Now let's look at the other questions that were asked. While it is true that there has been spending on personnel, and that's been growing in the Peruvian public sector, if we look here at the last column, we've seen growth of 7% over the last year, approximately, basically because of the pandemic and the health needs that we've had. We've needed greater on-site health staff. In the rankings that we have found, and this was created by the Fund for Peace Peru, moved from, or dropped from position 13 to level 19 when it comes to citizen perception of civil service effectiveness. So something has to be done. So in this context, I'm giving you this background, when we had a reform in 2013, and I think the new regulations were published in 2014, and then regulations on public service in 2015 that are still being carried out and implemented, have had some implementation. However, political will in the Peruvian state has been very voluble. I think we are all clear on what the OECD literature says. In order to be able to implement these kinds of ambitious reforms, such as the reforms that we have in the Peruvian civil service, looking at the 7 subsystems and looking at the methodology, you do need to have significant political will. So I would say that we've had some issues there. So that's a bit of a reference. And so what do we think about the civil servant of the future? We can see here the information that we are given by HR officers when we look at the most difficult, or the skills that are most difficult to find amongst job applicants. And here we're talking about intellectual skills. So the biggest weakness, or the hardest skill to find, is teamwork. Nonetheless, technical skills, specific technical skills, are also difficult to find, 43.6%. Time management, 40.7%. Communication, 40.2%. And responsibility, 39.5%. Look at the most difficult skills to find amongst applicants for directing and managerial positions, leadership, extroversion, specific technical skills, communication, and problem solving. So from the private sector experience, we know that these deficiencies, when it comes to time management, teamwork, communication, and leadership are common. And if we look at the 35 OECD countries and the information that we have collected, the most valuable information is here related to values and ethics. Those are the skills that we most value in Latin America. And so values and ethics, and then leadership. So what are current public sector skills? Vocation to serve, results-oriented, teamwork, and then that's for civil servants. Then we have public managerial positions, leadership, strategic vision, working with the political surroundings and management capacity. And we still need to incorporate innovation and integrity. And so we see here that public servants are working with a changing public. The pandemic has really raised awareness, and that as a civil service and as a state, we have done a 180-degree shift. The capacity to adapt to change, thinking of citizens, has meant that we've had to make tweaks to the profiles that are needed, especially for managerial positions. And so we have to make sure that we can develop policies in complex surroundings, take care of public sector resources, and easily navigate digital systems. And I think that we have not looked for these digital skills sufficiently, but now they are an essential condition. This public servant that we want to have when it comes to working with changing citizens, well, here we need to be clear that they must have the ability to identify needs and look at ways to improve services. How can it be? Or it is certain that they also have to be able to identify challenges, opportunities, be resilient, and look at the compatibility of policies and services. Because post-pandemic, it's going to be much more complex than it has been previously. This is a more digital world. This is a world that have led to families changing, people losing loved ones, and also social needs and other kinds of needs require more exact answers and greater creativity when it comes to looking at problems and solutions from the public sector perspective. And that's why it's just so important that we take care of public sector resources, that these be established and managed with processes that have true integrity and with adequate conflict interest management. I think it's the good, the bad, and the ugly here. When it comes to these solutions that the state provides to those who most need them and have most needed them in the pandemic, we've been able to see cases of corruption, and it has become more evident in these very difficult situations. It's so important to have people with integrity working in public service. Again, we need to be able to properly manage conflicts of interest and also navigate fluently in digital systems, as I mentioned. And all of this needs to be done without having excessive growth of fiscal spend. We should spend only what is necessary to be able to respond to citizen needs. So, how does this all turn into Servir, or what are we doing at Servir? So, we here look at the challenges that exist when it comes to attracting and training talent in the public sector. So these are the different strategies that we are putting into practice at Servir to attract and retain quality talent. What we have found is that initially, or in principle, it has been invaluable to move from an HR, from an atomized system, to be able to concentrate in a more strategic fashion on pillars. And this is all available in OECD and Inter-American Development Bank literature, looking at having the most motivated, most prepared, and suitable public servants. And so we have to look at strategy, talent attraction, and also results assessment, because, of course, if something is not measurable, it doesn't exist. And this is through the dual channel of action that Servir has. And it's about technical assistance and also transit. So through the implementation of reforms in civil service, we will achieve this. And it's about offering better services at the end of the day. And so here, we also have to ensure suitability, merit, integrity, performance, a territorial focus. We can't focus only on the capital here, Lima. And this is the only way that we will offer quality services. I am going to focus on two elements that we are promoting in order to be able to improve those elements that have been mentioned by Francisco. First off, it's about looking at reform in civil service, or how this should be oriented. Implementation of civil service reform was designed to be done entity by entity. And so this kind of drop-by-drop approach has meant that we've had very limited results when it comes to implementation over recent years, because there are a lot of processes that need to be done, management. But what we are promoting since we started this management process last year is to simplify the implementation. And it's about having a reform done not on an entity-by-entity basis, but in a more transversal manner. And so it's about implementing reforms both at the national government and regional and local government levels. Nobody should be left behind. At the same time, we have to respect this gradual implementation. So we are looking to do this, implementing firstly in a different administrative systems. So for example, everybody who has any kind of public procurement involvement will be involved in implementation. So we will have standardized profiles. In our example, we have, for example, everyone who involves in public procurement will have to look at typologies of procurement within the entity, and it's about doing this in a cross-cutting manner across different entities. And it's also about refreshing people and attracting young talent. So that's kind of what we are doing. And that's all based on the figures that I showed you just a moment ago. And I will close in just a moment. Please excuse me for going over time. This is about merit and suitability. We need win-wins. How can we work so that we can really zoom in and show people a model or an ecosystem, as we call it, and show people that the reform really works? We need to have a proper human resources planning. We need to do things based on merit. We need to have monitoring of behavior. And with retention policies, this works. And so it's about suitability with one variable, and that's about public investment, which requires a national vision, a country vision, but could be, for example, hospital management. The variable could change. And so with this variable, what are we trying to do? And it's about having better services, as I've said continuously. So when we looked at identifying problems, for example, products of public investment, what we find is that we have a lack of execution in some cases. And following a knowledge diagnosis that was carried out in 2020, 2021, we found that at the local, regional, and national levels, we have knowledge gaps, which are very significant. And so this is critical. So how can we deal with this? What does this ecosystem really consist of? Firstly, we have to attract talent and then retain and develop that talent. So with fluid communication between different relevant ministries and the 3 levels of government, we can do this. It's about defining profiles in the value chain when it comes to public investment, for example, project design, the specialists, profiles that are needed, and it's also about having a high performance team. And so we have to make sure we have the right profiles and have proper continual assessment KPIs. And so we've got to work locally. This is an important component in countries such as ours. And so there's also a territorial component. This means that local talent will be incorporated and be cycled in and out of the high performance team to learn. And so we also need to have a head, we need to have specialists and then internships. And on the right-hand side, when we talk about retention and development, it's about ensuring sustainability for these high performance teams by creating learning and mentoring networks to strengthen abilities. It's not about just going, giving them a talk and ciao, see you later, but it's also about having technical support and permanent support. We need to have platforms that enable mentoring and also from the director's level, provide a channel for problem resolution and for exchange of best practices. We need to do this in all of our regions. We have taken this into account as something crucial in order to ensure that these kinds of projects are sustainable. We also have induction programs for the whole region and local governments so that they can provide support to these high performance teams. And we need to look at key capacities. What we are seeking is nothing more and nothing less than looking at getting the most out of these investments and professionalizing, and also having handovers, regional talent, which will be developed with value. And this will bring us to providing better services to our citizens. This, of course, is hand in hand with several incentives. Several of our countries, Colombia, Honduras, Argentina, are decentralized countries. So we have regional and local economies. Sometimes they are disconnected from centralized national programs. So, of course, when we are not able to impose these kinds of policies at the regional and local level, we need to have an incentive scheme so that we can fulfill the budgetary execution piece, because we're here talking about investment projects, want the investment to have a good result, as well as the soft skills part, so that we can continue developing and working on the public sector under the best conditions possible. We need to have these 2 elements. Otherwise, if we look at quantity over quality, then we will lose something important. That's something we've learned, and we really need to reinforce this. So that is what I had to present to you today. I know that I've already gone over the time that was allocated for me, so I'll leave the rest for the discussion segment, but it is important that the future public servant in Peru has clarity about the citizens' needs and lessons learned during the pandemic, and be able to identify the soft skills that are needed And I've talked about these throughout this presentation, but that's not enough. What we are also clear on is that we have to talk about governance. We have to have institutional support that enables us to accompany public servants throughout their life cycle when it comes to continuous improvement. And for us, the way to do that is to design ecosystems, which we have already validated with the IDB, with the Canadian Cooperation Group, and with the MEF itself to get it to go. So that's what I wanted to share with you this afternoon. Thank you very much. And I am here ready for your questions. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much, Janady, for your very valuable contributions. And talking about this dynamic that surely other countries in the region are also following, that reduction of 1/3 when it comes to the number of young people in civil service in Peru really drew my attention. And in Colombia, we're looking for more mechanisms to attract young people to the public service. You talked about some very important points. You don't come to the public sector to learn, but to really roll up your sleeves and get work done and put your expertise at the service of citizens. And you talked about what needs to be done at the director level, at the general level, the specialized level. And I think that that's something we all have to get involved in when it comes to innovation, integrity, and also the need to have our own perspective on values. You talked about the importance that in Peru, and that applies here too. It's also very interesting that you talked about the demand for associated professions, those associated with telecommunications, and how this becomes fundamental to be part or to get a job in the Peruvian public service, which is currently dominated by political scientists and lawyers. And what a very interesting process you talked about in those two scenarios that you referred to. Of course, there's a lot more detail we could go into, and we'll do that in the Q&A session. But that idea of horizontal mobility, how we can really qualify and professionalize the public sector and what you call the ecosystem. At the end of the day, the perspective here when it comes to suitability and merit should be fundamental, not only in the Peruvian civil service, but in Latin America. And this projection of the future public sector is very important. Just as you mentioned, it's about responding efficiently to constant citizen demands, especially now we're in the post-pandemic. Fantastic. We'll continue with some additional questions in the Q&A session from the more than 5,000 attendees connected from 19 countries around the world, joining us for this first international conference on Public Servant 4.0. Now we will take a flight from Lima to another city that I love dearly, Santiago in Chile. We will hear from our colleague and dear friend, Felipe Melo, who is the director of the National Civil Service in Chile. Felipe, how are you? Good afternoon.
Te toca activar el micrófono, quizás.
Please enable your mic. We are not able to hear you. We apologize, we cannot hear you. Now can you hear me? Yes. Yes, now we can hear you, Felipe. It's a pleasure to greet you and thank you for accepting this invitation. The partnership between you and Chile and we in Colombia has been absolutely fundamental these past few years. And it's really good to get to know you and to be able to share through this first Congress of the 4.0 public servants. So Felipe. Thank you very much, Francisco, and thank you very much for this invitation. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you and sharing with all colleagues from the rest of Latin America, and of course, with all the different participants who are online. I will follow the example of my Peruvian colleague by sharing my presentation, and I hope this is brief. Hope I don't have any technological setbacks. Please let me know if you can see my presentation now being shared in the screen? Yes. Yes, now we can see it. Thank you. Great. So firstly, I want to start off by saying or by telling you a bit about me. Well, Chilean, as you know, we are very good
Yo soy hace
at
poco más de un mes.
speaking a lot. So for over a month now, I am the director of the National Chilean Service, and I have been appointed directly by the President Gabriel Boric, both the president and, in my case, in the civil service, we've assumed our respective roles as of the 11th of March. Chile had very competitive elections at the end of the last year, and the National Chilean Service is an institution that is quite recent. It has less than 20 years of existence. It was created in the year 2013. Sorry, 2003, meaning next year we'll be having our 20th anniversary, and this is an entity that articulates a mixture between the promotion and merit programs and public management, and also trust programs, meaning systems that are appointed directly by the President of the Republic. In this case, the director of the National Chilean Services appointed directly by the president, and this is a trust-based position. However, the National Service, Civil Service also manages with a respective board the system of high rank public service. And I will explain this in terms of the access and the trust to public Chilean entities. I will just want to briefly describe the different characteristics of public employment in our country. In contrary to the Peruvian case where you almost showed 1.5 million of public servants, we don't really reach 500,000 of public servants. And if we add public servants from regional and local governments, we can overpass 500,000. However, in the central administration, we're just under 400,000. We have different contract regimes. However, these are less than the Peruvian case. In this case, we have what we call plant positions, which are the most stable ones. And these are roles or people that have immovable roles, and in an intermediate state we have almost 2/3 of public servants. And finally, a minor percentage nowadays that are around 5%, actually 4.5% or 4.4%. That is what we call professionals that are currently employed for specific tasks. Therefore, they are normally associated in the short term with us. Professional personnel are around half, and the technicians around a fourth of the system. Administrative and auxiliary functions are the resting complement. And remunerations are around $1,800 monthly dollars. Something very interesting for the current government is that women represent over 60% of the workforce in the public sector. And this, of course, is not all good news because we still have gender gaps. And this 61.5% of women that represent the workforce are in the lower positions in terms of the hierarchical order. And once we reach the first and second level ranks, level ranked position have less women holding these positions. This acronym ADP, for its acronym in Spanish, these are directive positions, and these are around 1,302, and of these 127 are chiefs of service, and 1,175 are of the second hierarchical level. Now, I just want to mention a very quick historical context of the public function reform in Chile to the year 2003. Perhaps you've heard the Chicago Bulls from dictator Augusto Pinochet. They were very much influenced by the University of Chicago ideas, and that there was a huge focus in reducing public expenditure, reducing the size of the state, and privatizing public services and public utilities. That was a phase of change, very much influenced by the Washington Consensus at the beginning of the 90s in our country, where we basically there was a halt in our democracy. There was a plebiscite at the end of the 80s. And as of the year 1990, with the President Erwin, we recover our democracy, and we also stop reducing our state. We create new governmental entities, very much associated to what we can call the new public management of Latin America. We also created quasi-markets and a regulation system of the private sectors that are much more strict, and we start a long-term process that is continued until today in the improvement of public institutions. And perhaps a third phase of this reform phase is very much characterized by this improvement in public management, as I previously mentioned. So we created transparency and priority institutions, and as of the year 2000, we also created these organisms for transparency and more autonomous or semi-autonomous entities that seek improving quality. And in the year 2003, after a political legal agreement, we agreed on the modernization of the Chilean state, and it also responds to certain problems in relation to corruption. So there were certain public scandals where the Chilean National Civil Service was created with this mandate. On the first hand, with the modernization of the state, and also with the need for transparency and the appointments of high directive positions. So the National Civil Service in Chile has not had significant legal changes. It has this law or act supporting it from the year 2003 and another amendment from the year 2016. The National Civil Service of Chile nowadays is quite a small organism in terms of public servants. We have around 150 officials or servants. However, our facilities are right in front of the Constitutional Plaza in Chile, which is right next to the governmental palace and the treasury. So as a small service, nonetheless, we have a strategic role. We have two branches. We are the authority of public employment in Chile. Therefore, we can issue certain decrees for the 150 public servants we count on. And we also are the director of the public high direction system. In this system, as I previously mentioned, we manage around 113 positions. Sorry, 3,172 positions. 274 of these are non-hierarchical ones, and the rest are of the second rank. This is a slide that perhaps can allow me to present this in a much more metaphorical way. We have a balance. On one side, we have the merit-based scheme, an open call scheme, and on the other hand, we have the system of appointments, and this is exerted by a political authority, where we basically call for public calls. And we have over 300 applicants. And at the same time, the public authority is the entity that basically votes in favor of a candidate. And this has allowed it so that the public management system in the Chilean state can be much more prestigious, meaning the ages of where things were not so transparent and we didn't really know how the different directives of the state were appointed or not. Well, now with transparency and with clear guidelines, this information about how these whole positions are appointed is much more clear. And it's also important to take into account that this is a meritocratic filter for trust-based appointings made by the President of the Republic and of the respective service chiefs in the second level of the hierarchy. This is something that I already mentioned. The system of high public direction is nowadays managed by the National Service, Civil Service, and by a second position, which is the position I hold, which is the President of the High Public Direction Council. And this person is also joined by 4 to 7 different councils together with senators. So these are parties that are also spokespeople of, meaning these are diverse. We have people from left wing, right wing, center, and so with their perspectives. And so this is a pluralist council, which also guarantees that the different appointings are done with the same criteria. Meaning any applicant to the national system, well, the Chilean people know that the president will make the appointment, and this appointment is restricted to a set of candidates that have been selected for these different positions through their merits, and this is done by the council, who is represented in a diverse way, and not only by people close to the government, the current government. So more or less, that is this is a brief summary of what was mentioned before. The principles and values of the National Civil Service are key. We have ethics, probity, vocation of a public service, non-discrimination, transparency, and merit. The conditions for performance, well, this is also something perhaps simpler, but not less important. We have exclusive dedication to our positions. These are extended in the appointment for 3 years. These are 3 renewable years for, and this can be done twice. That means that appointments do not necessarily match the presidential cycles. This appointment was done when the presidential Chilean could last 6 years, but this was reformed to 4 years, to last 4 years. However, what's most key to understand is that appointments of high public directives do not match the presidential cycles. As I mentioned, these are positions of exclusive trust. The authority can remove them from these positions if they deem it so. However, there's a lot of public scrutiny due to all of the remotions that have, or the dismissals that have occurred. And the way to appoint new people in these positions is also a process that is based on merit, as I just mentioned. And so when they have a non-voluntary resignation, they have rights to indemnization. And these are the only public servants whose resignation can make them applicable for compensation, and therefore that makes these positions very competitive and very much desired. Others are competitive, as I mentioned, and they respond to an agreement of performance that is subject to public monitoring and also associated to the National Civil Service. I would like to briefly mention some achievements.
Una autopercepción de los logros del sistema, pero sí se estableció, hubo un avance muy patente en un nuevo estándar para acceder.
There's a clear progress in a new standard for the public direction. We created this merit filter so that those that are most trained with the best CVs can really reach the positions that have most responsibilities. There was also there is a clear difference between the perception of a citizen in relation to working in the Chilean state versus working in the high public direction. There is a prestige in working in the high public high directorate. And this is something that this National Civil Service is working on, and to provide prestige again to this high level direction programs, and that this prestige is much more cut crossing. Now I'd like to share a bit of the challenges that we've lived. So in this equation, what we see between trust and merit, well, of course, there are several tensions that are created. And it's worthwhile to mention that after 17 years of dictatorship, what followed were 20 years of governments from a center-left coalition. And after that, we had 20 years, or we're closing a second period of alternating governments. So we had the two governments of Bachelet president, two governments of Piñera president, and currently a government of a new coalition, which is called Apuro y Mira. And in practice, this is a left-wing, center-left coalition. And in this sense, the system is now being put to the test, also between these different political tensions. And of course, it's not the same to have a transition from one government to the other when we're talking about one same coalition that is staying in power versus when coalitions have opposing ideas, or at least with different nuances. And in this sense, I think it's really good to perhaps highlight that around 1/3 of the positions, when they have transitioned from one government to the other, their functions have maintained. Once again, I'm talking about public management, meaning this is not an absolute change where all directorates just leave their positions. This has not happened in the Chilean system. And once this system has implemented, it hasn't happened. However, it does persist. For many of the analysts or the most renowned researchers of the public sector indicate that 2/3 that change with the government in turn seems a very high rate. And basically, it's being studied where are these non-voluntary binding relationships are maintaining, to think about ways of improving the system. There's also a brain drain, as the system is now 20 years old. It is a timely moment to rethink how these directors, after 9 years holding their positions, cannot apply to the same positions. So this system currently coexists with other high public directors appointments, such as political authorities, by acronym in Spanish, seremis. And this is a characteristic of the Chilean case. We need to ask ourselves, where does this high-level public service can continue growing? Chile had also a recent reform where our very centralized system, since just a few years ago, also chooses our regional directors. Chile is divided into 16 regions. However, the high public service provides this for very little regions. And therefore, this is also an open question. How does this authority nomination service coexist with a much more democratic logic within the territorial or regional Chile? Lastly, I am interested in showing specific challenges, and perhaps these are better described in this slide. In relation to the Latin American context, well, firstly, this is a challenge that we share with our Peruvian colleague, this bonding or relationship with the citizenship. This should be done from the territories. Of course, as you know, Chile is a very thin and long shaped country and very diverse in its different regions. The realities of the extreme south is not the same as the one lived in the north, and it's pretty diverse in terms of what we have in the northern area and the border with neighboring countries such as Peru and Bolivia. And so it's necessary to have this local presence that the centralized Chilean government has in a very scarce manner. Also, through social media and the public world has now transitioned into teleservices, meaning many of the services that were deployed were strictly in an on-site or presential way can now be served remotely. And this also rekindles this vision of how we can build trust within the different institutions of the state, and at when can the interaction between citizens can be heterogeneous, not only amongst the different types of services, but also through the communication channels through which we serve the citizens. And the image of public utilities, for example, or sorry, public services in social medias have been very relevant. Social media also are in a very heterogeneous way. And this is something that the public services must really take into account, because this is certainly part of the construction of the public image and of the bond and of what we as citizens do through our social media. I want to share relevant news. We had a social protest, a very agitated time last year in the streets at the end of the year 2019 especially, and this has also created a much broader agreement where we had an open call, basically a constituent assembly, and at that given moment it was elected, and right now it's under plenary session. We we'll have a constitutional plebiscite in the beginning of September, and that will definitely mean the greatest institutional change that Chile has had since the 80s, from when the military board was the party that wrote the most relevant part of the current Chilean constitution. Therefore, the National Civil Service and all public employment is now being reviewed by this constitutional convention, which is also a constitutional convention that is pretty particular. It is equal between genders, and this has not been like this before by law. And it also has a representation of our indigenous peoples that also have seats reserved for them, and these are also unprecedented conditions. This has also led to a current scenario of polarization in relation to the work that the Constitutional Convention work is positive or not, and it is really at the stake for the current conditions. And so we must also really take this into our charge and accountability. The Chilean protests have been pretty imperative in the last 2 years, and perhaps this transparency principle and how it is done today with citizen guidance and with transparency focused on the state. Of course, for example, that all public wages must also be public and they should be published in our webpage as well. Nowadays, our greatest challenge is to really convey this in a citizen code, meaning make it comparable, easy to read, and understandable, and in some way that this permeability to public scrutiny is no longer the first or priority topic.
So I spoke a little bit about this point. I've talked about public employment and the transition between different governments and administrations. It's about looking at the different levels of the state and what should really take primacy at each level. And here we have to look at the elected administration and then the direct contracting, and we have to here look at public servants who should be chosen by merit and also suitability. That's how people should be chosen. But when it comes to looking at this linkage, we have to make sure that political trust is permeated with logic and merit as well as behavior. And lastly, when it comes to merit in public sector, this has not been very well studied or extensively studied. And this is about the participation of men and women in the ADP in Chile, that is in higher executive positions. And here, in all job applications from 2004 to date, less than a quarter of all applicants are women. And of course, this creates a gender gap. And this is not something that we are proud of. It's a challenge, not only for gender, but also when it comes to merit. Because we are failing to reach all of our Chilean talent. We are failing to reach Chilean women if only a quarter of applicants are women, because this means that we are leaving them behind. This is a challenge that we are revising under President Boric, and is very, very clear that we need to have very complete reforms to improve these indicators. In the case of the designation or election of men and women, when we look at top-level positions, we have a very small proportion of women who are chosen when it comes to appointing them in executive positions. Historically, we've only had 26% of these positions have been appointed to women. And so, in terms of who comes in and out of the system and who is appointed, well, these indicators are quite similar. And so we need to take a fresh look at the gender issue, not only to ensure that there's a cross-cutting gender focus, but also to ensure legitimacy in the sense that this is a system that needs to be perceived as of legitimate, and that's very difficult if we don't have appropriate representation, if we don't have equity, if we don't have women, for example, represented. And so it's about including all different members of the community and demographic groups. It's about looking at their opportunities both in the state and other levels. And this is something we are working on, along with, as I mentioned earlier, the implementation that we've been carrying out for the last month or so here in Chile. Felipe, thank you so much. And once again, thank you for joining us from Santiago. This is your first month heading up the Chilean civil service, and you've given us a fantastic tour and description of what's happening in Chile. And you have tens of thousands of civil servants in Chile, and it's great to see all the work that you've been doing to find the balance between merit and trust at the higher directorial levels. And clearly there are challenges here. And it's great to see what you are doing in Chile. Now we'll take another flight and go to Montevideo. We're going to go to Uruguay. And so a very warm welcome to Conrado, who's going to share his experience and perspective with regards to the guiding questions shared and talk to us about the Uruguayan case. So Conrado, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for being with us. Gracias. Thank you, Francisco. I'd like to congratulate you for organizing this fantastic event and the seminars. Not only to hear international perspectives and experts from other regions, but also to be able to have a dialogue amongst those of us who worked in the sector. So congratulations on this event. And thank you for the invitation. I would like to also extend a special greeting to Felipe, a close colleague of mine, as well as to Janady. Thank you for sharing with us all. And of course, there are a lot of challenges all over the place when it comes to the Peruvian civil service, Chilean, etc. I would also like to greet all of my colleagues. It's great to be connected with you. And so I haven't actually prepared a presentation as my colleagues did. I just really wanted to share some of the challenges that we've experienced and talk about the experience in Uruguay, and hope that some of these experiences that I share be useful, because I've listened to the questions that you and prepared based on the questions that you sent to us in advance. I think they were very well thought out questions when it comes to the common challenges that we face in the region and in other areas outside of Latin America. I would first like to say that to be able to talk about the challenges that we are facing in the Uruguayan civil service for each of our nations, we have, of course, distinct baselines. We have almost 70 public or civil service pieces of legislation, also autonomous organizations, and ministries have distinct regimes, but the central administration of ministries has one sole governing statute. And so this statute is the most relevant for us. It has been modified, but it is old and still in place. Almost 90% of our civil service are administrative graduates. And accordingly, we have different starting points, because when Janady spoke about Peru, she talked about the distinct regimes. So if we talk at a ministerial level, it's a little different. But when it comes to departmental governments, there are other regimes. And we also have commonalities with Chile. As Felipe said so clearly, the percentage of contracting or hiring, well, you have some permanent employees and some contracted employees. And so in the strictest sense of the word, these are not administrative careers that people are pursuing. And so the starting points when it comes to analyzing the challenges at hand are distinct. And we have distinct challenges. And as I said, we have almost 90% of our employees with solid contracts and security. This could be seen as an advantage because we ensure uniformity in our process. I am excluding the military and the police force from what I'm describing because they have their own regimes. We also have a dire need to transform when it comes, it's really not that useful to have an administrative career for a public servant if they don't have their needs satisfied. But when it comes to professional development and promotions, etc., they are quite comfortable. And so, obviously, in 2020, we had to face the pandemic, and we started to work on 3 different pillars. And When it comes to accountability, we do have a budgetary law that was passed in June. We have a second pillar, which is raising awareness of processes. And it's about human talent management. And we also have our assessment systems. And a high proportion of public servants do tell us that the opportunities they have to advance are not relevant for them due to the lack of proper assessment opportunities. And it's about looking at the right competencies. So these are the three pillars that we have been working on. And with these pillars, in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to try and tell you about the challenges that you raised or asked us to address in your questions. And yes, it is useful to bring young, talented people in. We have carried out surveys looking at motivation, and we've had support from the World Bank. We have also results from other regions and countries, and we see that a third of people under the age of 35 are not interested in public employment. They feel that it's very rigid, very few mobility possibilities, and they believe that they'll just be stuck moving from one ministry to another. And this has to do with salary disparities, because the same job may be paid differently depending on where you are located. And so it's hard to think of making a career moving from one organism to another. This is something that young people see. So the most talented and most educated young people are very turned off joining the civil service because they feel very disconnected. And for example, when it comes to the Australian civil service, they have a fantastic, very strong mobility mechanisms that they can attract young talent and also competencies and talents. And there's enormous competition with the market, the private market. That's one thing.
So
I'm working on a new wage scale that can eliminate over 1,000 compensations, and it wages over 1,000 very specific wages associated to different ministries or directorates within the ministry itself, where, well, during decades, we've created different parallel wage scales because certain determined groups of public servants have obtained certain benefits. That makes it so to also break this idea that by offering the same thing, we can charge 2 to 3 times a higher wage. This is a proposal that we're presenting to the parliament. This is a new wage scale, also based in a career principle based on occupations. And for example, the wage scales are much more from a European context and from a specialist to general services, etc. So sometimes occupation is not very well described. And so that basically deceives, because one can be in one same professional scale and do or carry out different functions. And there's a fiction that once you enter a scale and a degree of income in a career, that doesn't really mean that you can have same incomes, for example. And for example, I will be paid wage scales that can lead me to a determined wage. And if I work as a professional, then I start, for example, in the social development ministry, and therefore compensations that will be paid in the beginning are less than in the other place. Therefore, that doesn't really tell me a lot about what I do, but instead of where I work at. And so we've identified in the work of 2 years different occupations in the central administration, and we basically value these through the methodology of the OECD of applied knowledge, and so on. And we scaled one to another in the value scale, and we also associate a wage scale to this. And in some way or in a way or another, what we seek to do with this is to basically make a wage scale to these compensations. And if someone is, for example, a professional, I already know if this professional is a designer of policies, for example, social policies, or if this person is an analyst in brands and patents, or what is it that this professional does, and what do this type of occupation, how much does it cost? How much does this occupation cost? So we basically made a hybrid of the Anglo system from the job system with a career system, because to each occupation we assigned a small career, meaning it's not as, for example, political social policy analyst, and after a certain point, this person can transition to a specialization way, because this is basically stated by our constitution, because we're a European continental system. So we had a mixture from the Anglo-Saxon method with the European continental method, and this is to provide some rigor to this wage system, and in a much more rational way, a unique wage line or scheme. And we assign different values to different occupations, and in this way we can provide flexibility, as it was mentioned previously by the Inter-American Chart of Public Function, between merit and flexibility, meaning something where we can mobilize between our occupations or changing our occupations whenever it is desired, and not just entering it through the lowest degree of occupation. Rather, this is a system of open structure, of being able to change location and occupation as long as you have the profiles and the corresponding exams are passed. So within a merit system, this guarantees an administrative career. However, this is not an inflexible career, and it is not from a more corporate perspective as in the European continental method. So in some way or another, we've been trying to do this, and we have the advantage that we have 90% of the people already in one sole career program. What we really needed to do was to associate it. And I'm saying this because I'm always thinking about this, because I worked a lot in the Chilean case between the plant and versus contract. One gives or provides more flexibility than the other. But the question is how to seek a hybrid method. And that could become an eternal dilemma of the public service, for example, in the case of Chile. And meaning if we do this by career, not necessarily we need to have a determined inflexibility. And this, well, we saw that there were very little career development, and we're basically losing people with different profiles because they're not competitive. We pay really simple tasks, and we don't pay well complex tasks. So what we created is a specific compensation system depending on the money that each ministry has within the Ministry of Economy. Or we also use external contracts through international organisms, etc. And so what we see is that we can have people, for example, right now we are in green hydrogen, right, and selling green bonds. And in this realm, we have very few specialists that can work in this. So, for example, UN scheme, and to be able to remunerate them adequately, because this is what their tasks cost. And the person enters when the person is already participating in a different wage scale to other professionals that is perhaps less required in the market, or the value of their occupation is less strategic, meaning the remuneration or the compensation scale accompanies the strategic value that occupations has, and that provides flexibility within a career system. So if we have a good outcome of this experiment, we might well be able to make this career much more attractive with different skills that we want to try to make much more attractive for the public services. Obviously, this must be accompanied by evaluation programs and for people to be able to mobilize with greater flexibility. And for this, we're also proposing to exit or leave these ritualisms and have a much more visionary perspective on the competencies and occupations. We have about 4 cut-crossing competencies, and these are competencies that are associated to each of the 128 occupations that we've identified. And that people can be also hired according to their competencies and training, as well as our commitments to close these competition gaps. And we're no longer just guiding ourselves by scores, but instead, how are we progressing on closing competencies gaps? I don't have a lot of time to talk deeply about this, but this is one of the pillars that we have, because we have virtual programs that we've been trying for over 50 years, right? Evaluation programs that we've tried to refine, but we've been trying to do the same things. We cannot expect different things by doing different results by doing the same things. We are now embarked into this. We are now planting the first seeds in this first period of the government, and it really will depend if this will mature, and it will continue with lots of training programs and updating the different competencies, dictionaries, and so on. We have some experiences in public services companies, and we've had really good examples. My other point is the lack of digitization, and this has a lot to do with, well, you in Colombia had asked us to talk a bit about training. Well, training that we carry out in the public school of public management, where the matrix of resources is very much linked to the different resources we carry out. And so public competition really is the central part of our courses, in the same way to understand this different occupation system and compensation system that we've installed. Well, there are resources for high management courses, as well as, for example, access to public information. And we also have a very strong pillar in digital skills. I, for example, for 10 years, I used to belong to the executive program of the electronic social and knowledge electronic tools, and we are very well positioned as a country, and we've requested other countries to help us to train from a very important pillar in digital skills, from the most basic skills that many public servants might have, which is very needed to be able to recycle or redesign their profiles, for them to also acquire new competencies, versus competencies of legal analysis, AI, etc. All types of resources that have to do with digital abilities or skills. As we've really invested a lot of effort in this, well, we also have a rule of law that is quite strong, very low levels of corruption. However, our rule of law is very slow, excessively slow, and everything that has to do with human talent management is pretty slow and outdated. We have a lot of bureaucratic controls that are in different agencies, and if it's, for example, necessary to digitize, we're very slow in reaching higher positions, and we've realized that we've carried out 90% of the public servants haven't really been able to hold higher positions in the last 10 years. That's why I mentioned that this is a depleted system in these terms, and we need to make it much more interactive. And this also has to do with the slowness and the lack of incentives, and also of income. Uruguay is very meritocratic in public servants, and we can even take around a year and a half to hire a public servant. And that makes the Ministry of Finance
probably happy, but that is a sign of really bad management, because these are talents that could have presented at a given moment, and at another moment they will dedicate to other tasks or other offers or other promotions. And not necessarily do we end up choosing the best possible human talent. And my other point is that we are also working together with the IDB and the Korean government in creating a much more ISADAM model, and to be able to have all information of human management integrated in one system. And actually for the new occupation system, that is actually also very good, because it provides the financial area a higher control of where expenditures go. And we're very much aligned as a nation in knowing or learning if the public official is performing in which area, their CVs are digitized, to also learn about their compensations depending on organizational unit. And it's easy to have this information on compensation as well, because this allows us at the same time to plan better human management. And nowadays we don't know, and as we previously mentioned, we don't know if we have, for example, a quite big gender gap. We don't have this adequate information right now. We don't even know how many people dedicated to TI in all ministries, because we haven't identified those tasks by occupation, meaning by having one occupation, therefore we will be able to know that through the family of TI, if this is, for example, a data scientist, or for example, a software developer and a specialist in cybersecurity, we will know this. We can know what occupation they carry out within a family of occupations, and therefore plan better when, for example, there's a lack of human resources, or when a ministry is requesting authorization from central agencies to have new people coming in into public service. Therefore, we can evaluate if the income that they are requesting are matching the profiles and the lacks of occupations. And so courses can also be aimed at this, as long as we have integrated information about what is it that people do, what is their compensation, where do they work. And the other topic is also to be able to accelerate all the processes for hiring. We are working with a system previous to doing AI work, because we take a lot of time in analyzing CVs of applicants, and once we analyze them, we don't systematize these CVs, and we basically lack or miss out on a lot of information. And as we have these digitized, we will have this project, or this scope of the project, done by the end of the year. And we will see if by the next year we can have an AI-based system. I know that we will have a semi-automatic table system, so that we don't have to analyze manually each applicant. But I don't know if we can do this with AI. I know that we will have a much more integrated system of information about human management that is very much necessary, so that the Ministry of Finance and the Presidency of the Republic can plan together, and in a better way, everything related to human management. I think that that's basically what I wanted to say. To be able to attract talent, we must have this, but to be able to have another career system that is attractive, and also compensation that obviously accompanies this, an integrated system of financial information, or also a system of trainings that can accompany the different projects that will be carried out. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Conrado. Thank you for your reflections. And you've attracted many questions that I would like to share to you and the rest of the colleagues, panel colleagues. I would just like to highlight some fundamental points associated to what you just mentioned about the fact that the current career system basically is unmotivating for the youth for them to enter the public service. On the other hand, it was also important how you mentioned the 26 different families of employment that you've organized, and how that has improved the National Civil Service of Uruguay. Also the topic regarding career rights, and what this has implied for changes, and what you've been leading in the civil service, and other aspects associated to how complex it is to carry out important tasks in an improved way. So it's a pleasure to greet you. And this path that you also mentioned in relation to your time at the Digital National Agency in Montevideo in Uruguay, and now as you are responsible for the employment of the civil service. I know we've participated in different events, and I am happy that you are now still working with this other area. So I'd like to share a brief presentation we've prepared from the Colombian case. And this is everything that has to do with the perspectives of the future of employment and public service of the Colombian case in relation to the questions that we've been discussing. So it would be worth mentioning that the Colombian GDP, after that historical peak that we achieved in the year 2021, well, of course, this continues being in a positive growth, the year 2022 and 2023. And in this sense, some rankings have started to review exactly how there is a preparation of technology and digital transformation in Colombia has been scaling. Actually, the Minister of Technologies, Information and Communication commented on another achievement, and it's a topic that my three colleagues also have mentioned. And in some way, or perhaps in all ways, it would be impossible to think on a digital transformation of the government if there isn't an online government, and also if there are no 4.0 servers and public servants. And there are other countries that have been leading digital competitiveness, and we in the Colombian case, we provide a perspective to the digital realm, but also the human realm. And as we mentioned just a bit ago, the size of public employment in Colombia compared to other OECD countries as represented in the slide being shown, well, this is quite small public employment. And from this perspective, this discrimination of public employment for the Colombian case is worthwhile mentioning. Well, in Colombia, we have 3,729 public servants. The workforce of the state are composed by 25% in teachers and uniformed or all members, 31%. And the rest of the branches of the public service are represented in this slide. So how we can characterize public employment? Well, in Colombia, 52% of public servants are women. And this is something that definitely motivates us. And we're proud of this. And we're always focused on the fact that this must continue to be part of public employment. Two of every three public servants have master's degree or even PhD degrees. And at a professional level, we can also say that 70% of public servants are have a technical degree in some point. And in Latin America, I think this is similar. And I think in this morning, this was mentioned in a panel with colleagues from the US and Europe, and it's that 50% of public servants are from age ranges of 50 to 60, and we have an adult public employment, and therefore the challenge continues being how to incentivize and motivate the youth to be part of the public service. The other point has to do with family composition, meaning 65% of public servants have 1 or 2 children, 20% are married, and in terms of training of public servants, 20% are lawyers, 17% managers, 12% engineers, 8% accountants, and 5% economists, very much related to what is happening in Latin America. And we are basically dominated in the public service by professions related to law, engineering, and management.
Here
we have fundamental issues related to merit, skills that have been discussed, growth, both professional and personal, productivity of public servants, change management, which has been spoken about consistently today as an entity, and as we were reminded of by our dear friend from Peru. And there's another pillar that's very important for us, which is digital transformation. And we know that the better public servants are, and the more that they enter based on merit, the better trained they are, the more committed they are to public service, the better the services we give to our citizens will be. And of course, that means that we will increase trust that citizens have in the government, and that is the challenge that we face. So in order to reflect on these questions, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of professionals do we need in the public sector in the Colombian context? We need professionals who are committed to developing new skills. We need them to be critical, we need them to be analytical, and we need them to work collectively, but also be ready to take on the new challenges that the fourth industrial revolution will bring to us. We have to also ensure that they have comprehensive analysis of their experiences when it comes to developing ethical awareness. We need them to also be able to adapt easily to social, economic, technological disruption, as well as climate change. Because above all else, we are citizens of the planet. And so the question is, what kind of planet are we going to leave for our future generations? And so it's about what your commitment is to the rest of the world. And it's about making sure that we are really strengthening public value from our very beings. You must reflect your best service and your value to the public. Also, new jobs. We need to have data scientists. We need to have data owners, chief digital officer, big data project manager, just to mention a few. And these new positions, adapted to the public dynamic, of course, involve a serious challenge. Or we adapt to these new dynamics, or we open up a space in public employment associated with these changes, and that means the arrival of new professions and new profiles. And so this is about being public servant 4.0. And so it's about looking at cognitive capacities, social abilities, as well as attitudes, and digital abilities enable them to successfully adapt to these ever-changing environments, always carrying out their functions with great integrity and also with the philosophy of good service. That's where we really need to look as public servants. That's why we have this new catalog of experiences. And here, there are new competencies, for example, attention to detail, analytical thought, critical thought, and also teaching with a pedagogical attitude. Of course, those of us who manage become teachers. We must think about also problem solving and management, which is so important when people are doing their work from other spaces. And so planning, as well as text structuring, critical reading, and time management, negotiation, and also a calling to service is so important. And so this is what we call priority skills. We have to adapt to changing digital surroundings, digital skills, management of digital information, and digital community, amongst others, which become first-line abilities. And added to this, we also need to think of evolving our skills in Colombia, for example, being assertive, respect for difference, empathy, active listening, and resilience. And that, of course, means adaptation to change. These competencies is what we have called the Public 7.4.0 program. And that is why we have this topic for today's international conference. It's about facing the fourth industrial revolution. We have also the challenge of the post-pandemic and climate change. We have concrete situations that must be responded to with actions, moving towards continuous improvement. And that's why in this government, we have more than 55,000 youths who have joined the public service during the pandemic. We must have inclusion and diversity. That's why more than 10,000 people with disabilities have also entered the public sector. But we need to have new generations. We need to have dynamism. We have also some profiles of people who speak 4 languages. These youths also have to be able to come in through internships, and that's why we have relevant programs to get them on board. We have to strengthen public value by being and from our very cause. We have created a series of instruments for all public servants, and we have the 2020-2030 National Training Plan, or we have our competencies plan our human talent plan. You can find all of these documents at our public or civil sector stand here, Función Pública. And this is all about human talent in public employment. We will never tire of understanding the importance of training, of challenging ourselves constantly. And that is why public service needs increasingly intelligent institutions, more flexible institutions. And we do agree with our colleagues from Latin America here. We've also had a very deep debate around the right that citizens have that as civil servants, we give them excellent public services. Of course, always adapting to change and understanding that AI is here to stay. And this is in public service, and this is also relevant in selection process and recruitment processes. And even when people retire, we are also training people in new knowledge throughout the whole public servant life cycle, whether this is onboarding or leaving, all the way through the life cycle. We need to ensure this. We need to be agile. We need to adapt to change. These are fundamental when it comes to good public service. And so we have to look at the use of technology to reduce costs, increase quality of good service, also use it for decision making. We need to automate operational abilities and focus on strategic aspect. We have to distribute also the tasks that we carried out. And we have to look at measuring. We need to objectively look at productivity and efficiency as the most important asset that we have. How can we ensure that all of this works? There's a debate here. And for example, in some books, such as that about the Fourth Industrial Revolution written by Schwab, in the Fourth Industrial Revolution, society has access to more information, more data, and more transformation than in any previous industrial revolution. But something critical is on the table here, and that is, what does it mean to be a human? And within this dynamic, you can see that public employment cannot avoid these issues. In the research that we have done, we have found that in Singapore, there are hospitals where there are hospi robots, and they're on the payroll for this hospital. In Dubai, the governance also takes in citizen inputs. We don't know when in Colombia we will be able to do this, but we will manage to do so. We have to face these changes and have the right criteria to do this. We have to provide support in digital skills. That's why we have this diploma program, Public Servant 4.0. Please join up. Please sign up. We also have to look at cross-cutting skills. The use of technological methodologies, it doesn't matter what your background is here in Colombia, is about, look, it doesn't matter what undergrad you have to have the highest level digital skills. You have to have mastery of these skills. This is cross-cutting. You cannot look at your job as only what the job description says I must do. It's cross-cutting. And we have to go the extra mile. The public sector is the best place to work. How many private companies closed in the pandemic? I know that in Latin America, we have continued to work. This is an enormous challenge. We have to really get down to business and do our daily work. And we have to do this by offering a good service and ensuring a good service. How can we create happier, more efficient people, more efficient countries, more sustainable societies? Of course, we must find a love for public service. We have to really value what we do as Colombians for the public and recognize the responsibility that we have with climate change. Secondly, we have to also see what citizens have to say about the service that we offer them. We have to constantly and critically inspect and adapt to what's done. There's a huge difference between having 5 years of experience and doing the same thing for 5 years. We need to make sure that we are confronting change. There are people who work in the public sector who don't know how the state actually works. That cannot be permitted. You have to learn how to study, go more in depth, and really understand what these cultural changes mean. And of course, individual construction. There will be no societal transformation without state transformation, and that won't happen without digital transformation, and that won't happen without cultural transformation. And we can't have cultural transformation if we don't transform people, and that's who we are. Some societies already have what's called Society 5.0, for example, in Japan. In the Colombian case, we are not yet there, but we do have our Public 7 4.0 program. So please now allow me to wrap up with some conclusions to reflect upon. First off, it's necessary to work in a coordinated fashion, as we have demonstrated with key actors from the economy, from the public sector, at the Colombian, Latin American, and global multilateral level, the private sector, academy, and of course, society. Secondly, we have to project Public Servant 4.0 of the future. Now, the future is now, so that we can respond efficiently to new reality of work. So this is a cordial invitation to all of my colleagues here in Colombia and those joining us from 20 other countries around the world. Of course, we must protect individual and collective rights and at the same time understand that it is important to moving from being a state that guarantees rights to becoming a state where we understand our obligations as citizens and public servants. We want to see increased incorporation of technology, of artificial intelligence, of blockchain, of big data. And I think that the potential of the fourth industrial revolution is central here. Of course, we also need public entities that themselves are 4.0. They need to be very smart organizations. We need to have the ability to make organizational cultural transformations. And we need to be able to strengthen all of our labor skills and really respond to our missions. And this is what we should do as public servants. Cultural transformation is fundamental for us. We have to continue guaranteeing rights and at the same time looking for balance with our duties as public servants, as citizens, as Colombians, as Uruguayans, as Chileans, as Peruvians, as global citizens, a balance between the environment, society, and service. Let's finally remember that change lies with all of us, and that is a premise that we are committed to here in Colombia in our program Public 7 4.0. Excellent, thank you very much. To close this panel, I would like to share some questions that we have received with you, I'd like to reiterate my special gratitude to my colleagues here in Latin America. Thank you for joining us for this very special panel. The first question here is for Conrado. Conrado, there's this question repeated several times. How did you manage to organize the 127 families of jobs without leaving out the rights of those who have been working in the public sector for some time? How did you do that reorganization? Thank you very much for the question, because it's absolutely fundamental to respond to that. In countries where rights are acquired, such as in Uruguay, this is very important. We do have a union index of 30% amongst our citizens, and in the public sector, unions are very, very powerful. It's impossible to think about Uruguay without thinking about coming to agreements with unions. We also have our contentious administrative matters court, and they will tend to rule in favor of public servants. And so these rights are very much associated with labor rights. So there's quite a labor focus, and rather than an administrative focus. Acquired rights in Uruguay are very strong and considerable. We carried out some work for 2 years I worked with Mariano Lafuente. I remember they also work with Marco Green from Peru, starting to think about subnational families. We also worked with the Canadian Civil Service, New Zealand. We also worked with some people from Brazil. So this is not new. And the OECD recommended that we abandon our old system and have more of a job system. You can, aggregate it as much as you want. And there are, of course, different kinds of fiscalization and the imposed working roles rather than occupation themselves. And it's about defining occupations. We worked with Mike Ungrin. We worked in several countries. And we received a methodology to identify through questions what it was that people were doing. And we interviewed thousands of public servants. And we did this with different teams and with international loans. We had a commission looking at public companies. And we ended up coming to the ministries with this methodology, identifying what people were truly doing. When we saw that many responses were similar to one another, what we saw is that people find it hard to say what they do. But we also had theoretical models, and we could look at them and contrast these with the work that we were doing. And that's where we were able to define those 127 family groups and 120 occupations outside of that, those family groups. Once that goes into the budgetary law and we can migrate to a ministerial rather than occupational model, well, because, in the occupational model, there's a very poor description of what people do. It might say, this is an administrative position, and that could be an executive assistant or somebody who's responsible for payroll. And so what we are trying to do is ensure a proper classification and ensure that everybody agrees that this is a proper description of what's done. And it's not necessarily what you studied, because what you study doesn't necessarily correlate with what you do. To be a lawyer, but you do an administrative job while you're not exercising as a lawyer. And so we don't want to violate any acquired rights. Even though if somebody is classified as having an administrative job, we will have to leave them within that same professional range and with an occupational description similar to the job that they're doing today, because we cannot violate their acquired rights. So these are situations or limits that we have studied, and we know that there are not going to be many cases.
Nowadays, an administrative personnel could earn perhaps, I can give figures in dollars, $1,500 in the administrative industry, because it's related to a lot of other compensations, and the same admin personnel can do other things in the Ministry of Social Development, can earn the half of this. When we transform the wage line, or the person, if we state, for example, this occupation should start with a wage of $2,000 and reach perhaps $2,500 as a maximum. The person that nowadays is earning $3,500, $4,000, that will be a compensation for the person, and the rest of compensations that they had will endorse their occupation, meaning there will certainly be a person to whom we won't affect their salary. However, we will wage other compensation, and if this surpasses their occupation, this will be a compensation for the person. The next entering person in 2023 will earn what the occupation costs. What will this produce? Well, there will be people coexisting, doing the same occupation, some with a higher wage because they already had more superior wage, but when they're retired, that person, we've already calculated an index of 1/3 of public servants who are in this fifth phase, because we currently have an aging population due to the difficulty of bringing new talent. So I just wanted to respond to this in terms of acquired rights. It's a whole set of actions that we must carry out and weave in terms of negotiating this, not violating acquired rights, having a unique wage line, and how we've identified all these 127 occupations and what each occupation does. Therefore, we've seen what makes it so to identify these occupations, to evaluate and to include it in a unique wage line. And in some way, how we can value this and how we can have an average in OECD countries of how they value occupations. Not so much in our countries, but this is very well developed in others. Thank you very much, Conrado. This has been a very interesting conversation, and this is definitely a conversation that interests not only the 4 countries being represented here, but all Latin America. The following question is for Janet in Peru. There are several questions for you, but I had to choose just one due to time limitations. Why do youth in Peru are not interested in associating to the public Peruvian service?
Muchas gracias por la pregunta. Yo tengo la impresión que más que carecen.
Well, to my impression is that rather than they lack interest, I think this has to do with how they've defined access to the Peruvian public service, meaning Conrado mentioned something very interesting in terms of acquired rights, and that in the practice, we're creating a mirror effect to be able to attract talent.
Va a llegar a un punto en que ya no lo va a poder seguir haciendo.
There will be a point where perhaps this will not be, we won't be able to continue doing this because there won't be enough opposition, but this duplicity of oppositions create other expenses and other type of problems. And this is part of what we've been evaluating as well. So I think that attracting young talent has a lot to do with how we can define the first positions of the public service. So for example, being able to request experience at the first level, some type of experience is crazy, because we're talking, well, specifically we want to surpass this age group, and we're saying that for many of these assistant positions or analyst positions, they may lack, for example, experience in the public sector so many times. And this is something that we've been trying to correct in terms of creating profiles that could perhaps be the optimal profiles. And sometimes by doing this, we dismiss policies that may help us to include other sectors. For example, young talent is one of these. Felipe also mentioned this about the number of women that can participate in the public sector. That surely is a challenge for all. Although here we are much more equal in terms of gender opportunities, we see that there is a higher distribution in professions or in positions that are dedicated to care, for example, teachers, primary school teachers, and so on. So I do think and believe that the greatest challenge here is in the redefinition of rules, and to pay special attention to the type of people that we want to attract to the public sector. And in consequence to this, to be able to adjust, for example, profiles in terms of requirements, and to even include other type of modalities of work that perhaps may be more attractive for young people or other populations that we perhaps need and that we must include to be able to have a more material sense in terms of equality and access to opportunities. For example, in the case of remote work, we have a collected study through the experience of the pandemic that allows us to evidence and that may work specifically in relation to several positions. So I think that this would be very important to be able to match working life with family for the case of women, for example, that are fully dedicated to care activities, or people that have a certain type of disability that need to mobilize in a certain way. So I think that should be the way to go, beyond the importance of perhaps continue informing with greater impact. And we're also doing this with the public schools, the higher education school of public service and how the youth can enter these positions to continue fueling this motivation. So essentially what we found is that we, in the access points, what we should perhaps improve to be able to promote this. That is all from my side. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por tu respuesta. Por
All right,
supuesto que
thank you very much for your response. And of course, we've received more questions and we will reply to them afterwards in the chat because we've had more incoming questions from colleagues in Latin America. And now this is a question for Felipe. And I think this is a question for all of you as well. Felipe, how do you consider we can develop the competencies and skills? The competencies we're talking about of this fourth industrial revolution, these digital competencies of a society undergoing change, those public servants that perhaps don't want to change or resist to change or have worked for many years in the public service and they are resistant to change. What would be your point of view about this? Thank you very much. Well, this is a difficult question to respond. And it's difficult to also respond to this question being a spokesperson from the region. So I'll try my best. So I do think that it's already difficult to think about a system that can attract in a native way people who have these competencies. I'm thinking about younger generations and also perhaps about new sub-represented groups in the respective administration of the state. However, we can develop those competencies in those people that already have the career in the public service, and I would say that this is one of the biggest challenges as the question poses. I think that it's not worth to reinvent the wheel. Human beings are social beings, and in this sense, the opinion of our peers and of our social environment is always what drives us to do things. I think that the sociology of the state helps us to really understand motivations of the public sector and perhaps to understand these changes from motivation. I think this is perhaps a personal outtake. I was always impacted by a book. I think she was a journalist, a Canadian journalist, that talks about peer pressure. And it's something that we're trying to also do in Chile, not only us, but I would say within the system of the Chilean policies since some time ago, is this introduction of non-monetary incentives that makes it so that people behave in the way we behave. And how in more sophisticated systems, perhaps. But in practice, we're talking about mechanisms that foster people to behave in a certain way when it virtuously subuses, for example, social peer systems. I think the most assertive question about how to make changes. This might sound pretty ethereal, but we're talking about such specific topics. Such as what US calls the warm globe. And this is something that moves public servants to do what they do. What moves the physician, best physician, to serve and care for a patient in the front office and not at a back desk. And a physician perhaps prefers to be at the ER before actually being the director of the hospital. Because part of the prestige of what is public is right there in the frontier between the state and the citizenship. And in this sense, peer pressure operates as a mechanism where being well valued by an environment is something that attracts and motivates public servants to behave in a certain way. So I believe that these are the type of more deep incentives to be able to achieve all these competencies to be developed by officials. I don't consider this only in a forceful system within a training, or for example, annexing it to a monetary logic where we will have or provide a bond. Our wage system is very, very complex, and to add an additional compensation for these competencies to be developed with the logic of basically awarding people like this is definitely not the mechanism that will lead us to have more committed public servants. Thank you, Felipe, for your contribution, and I would like to thank you for participating and, of course, welcoming you to your new position as president of the National Civil Service in Chile. And it's been great to see you again, and Conrado in Uruguay as well, who's had a very valuable experience also in the National Civil Service of Uruguay. We've talked about the fundamental meritocracy system and the characteristics that make these systems more complex, and in Peru and in Chile about different wage schemes and the need for a merit and competencies framework and these new competencies of public servants. And I think it's pretty motivating in the Colombian case, as we saw in the panel this morning, is that we're talking about the same things, right? But we're very much aligned. And of course, this is an invitation for all these competencies, all these different challenges that we have as responsible entities of public employment in our region, but overall responsible for providing a better public service. That must be the fundamental understanding. Well, the fourth industrial revolution is here to stay, and it is here to also transform public employment of social service in our region. So, of course, as we well remembered a bit ago, well, we must understand that change must start in ourselves, and the perspective is set in understanding what is the future that we are leaving the future generations. And I think that this is a responsibility that we must embrace as Latin Americans. So I'd like to greet you all. Thank you. And we are now to the last part, to the closing remarks of our first Congress of the 4.0 public servant. I want to remind you that in today's session, we've been joined by over 5,000 attendees and from over 15 countries. I want to tell you that now the button where you can download your certificate is enabled. And to close this session, we have Daniel Araujo with us. He is the Deputy Director at the Colombian Civil Service from the Administrative Department. Daniel, please take the floor. Pilar, thank you very much. We are concluding this first Congress of 4.0 Public Service. Firstly, I'd like to start by thanking our international guest speakers that have honored us with their reflections today. We have important representatives from the US, the UK, Canada, Peru, Uruguay, Chile, amongst others. And we also have the participation of different multilateral organisms such as the IDB, the OECD, and the CIF, and renowned academics and also public servants from different parts of the world.
This has meant that on this academic stage, we have been able to effectively contribute to discussion looking at public employment of the future. It is a true privilege to be able to, on behalf of the Colombian Civil Service Administrative Department, be able to also express gratitude on behalf of the Minister of Communication and Information Technologies, express our gratitude for everyone's participation today. We leave this space today sure that the experiences we have shared, the reflections, the recommendations that have been discussed by all experts in public management will contribute to building knowledge, to share perspectives on the future of public employment, and to make contributions to these necessary discussions in a globalized world. These experiences individually feed the public sector in different places around the world, but these interaction scenarios are especially important. And so to you, the audience, the close to 5,000 public servants who from Colombia and 20 other countries who have joined us, thank you for participating. Thank you for having given importance to this event by dedicating your time to being here and also through your participation and questions. I'd also like to express my gratitude to the internal team at the Colombian Civil Service Administrative Department. Thank you for dealing with the organization and also for dealing with everything related to public employment. This is our first international conference on Public Servant 4.0, has fulfilled its purpose to talk about public service of the future and all matters related. For example, capacities, competencies, skills, etc., that are indispensable for public servants to be able to carry out their work and satisfy the needs of citizens in dynamic and highly changing situations. This mission was fulfilled thanks to the discussions that we had in our 3 panels that talked about different perspectives on public employment. The international panelists who joined us today shared their visions on challenges to respond to public employment challenges here in Latin America, those that we face over coming years, and competencies that we need to face new challenges in public administration, for example, the digital era, amongst others. And I think one of the most important questions that has been discussed today have been the considerations that we have given to challenges of the future. From the keynote speech, there was discussion of new technologies and the 4th industrial revolution. It is important to note that with the use of technology and technologies such as AI, public servants are more productive and can save time when it comes to performing their tasks, and therefore will have more time in actually doing value-added tasks. And so this is about services offered to citizens. When it comes to the OECD member country panel, Canada, Spain, and the US shared with us their perspectives. They have really drawn out some very important paths when it comes to using AI, big data, blockchain, etc., in daily work carried out by the public sector. This is a true inspiration for Latin America as a region, and will require that we rethink our public sector organizations. In the second panel, which focused on multilateralism, looked at the congruence between the design of public policy, regulations, and the role of institutions to create transformation spaces in our countries. Based on reflections of these transformations, the digital transformation in particular, we have 2 significant challenges. How we can really boost talent that will take us forward in this digital transformation and the adaptation to technologies by changing organizational cultures and looking at new ways of working aimed at taking full advantage of those. I'd also like to refer to what was said by the representative of the OAS, which is technology makes promises, it helps and it accelerates, but it must be seen as a means and not an end in and of itself. That's why democratic countries must truly be the point that we want to reach. In Colombia, we are also taking this information as an early warning when it comes to how we adapt to these technologies and deal with training. As entities and public servants, this is important. We must remain relevant and change for the better. This will surely lead to different reflections and transformations when it comes to the different academic foci of our training areas. The Latin American panel talked specifically about experiences in Uruguay, Peru, Chile, and Colombia. And here we can see competencies, skills, and public leadership. And in this, we can see an intention to change and to transform. The transformation in public employment of the future, looking at characterization around which awareness has been raised for participating Latin American countries is a challenge that we must face. And civil service in the Americas must deal with this. And creating more diverse and inclusive civil service to permanently attract new talent is important. So we must really focus our efforts on closing the generation gap and also the gender gap. The formulation and permanent qualification of knowledge, skills, and abilities of public servants are important here, especially when it comes to territorial entities, given that many times these are found or have a specific gap when it comes between decentralized areas and the nation. And we have to look at salary gaps between public and private sector employees, and also within the public sector. And we also have to look at current gaps for existing public sector employees. We have to have a true calling to serve. It's about providing good services. We have to have a strategic vision. We need to have management and coordination capacity to work with others. We must be able to incorporate others and have strategic change dealing with human talent, looking at accountability and public integrity, standardization of cross-cutting projects, looking at how we can identify profiles and also optimal skills and competencies to carry out tasks, for example, public investment, budgetary management, and public spend or procurement. It's about managing professionalization amongst our public servants. This is an integral part of our public servants' professional development and also their life projects. Another recurring theme that arose out of these topics is something that I would like to mention. We were invited to reflect upon new technologies. We will see that new technologies will destroy some employment and jobs, but create new ones and create other indirect jobs. We have seen, in fact, how jobs that are created are greater in number than those that are lost as a consequence of communication technologies. So these positions have been protected thanks to job holders' level of education, but now it's about creating training and educational spaces so that we can continue to create a protective barrier around our public servants for technology to not affect well-being in the workplace. And above all, so that our work as public servants is boosted by technology and provides benefits to our population and our citizens. We must keep this in mind.
Con el mismo propósito, tenemos que
For the
generar
same purpose, we must create ways so that our public service is much more desirable to those people that are better prepared, to also foster a more competitive job market for people to associate the public service towards or through trainings that can also and reinforce the capacity of the state to provide better services. The state of the public servant will also imply other changes. In the public service itself, we've been invited today to question ourselves about, for example, how to continue thinking about a job association model in terms of permanence to a rather mobilized one and one that must adapt to the expectations of a new audience that is much more diverse, and that not only must be more diverse, but more efficient and more flexible as well. In this regard, we've progressed the proliferation of certain figures such as a flexible schedule, remote work, working from home, or remote work. All these figures implemented in our country are great examples of this flexible model that is supported by the development of new tools that allow us to be more productive, better servants, and happier. So we expect that this Congress can also lead to further dialogues in terms of public employment, and that the experiences and tools here presented can guide us to continue the strengthening of the public sector to also maximize benefits that this fourth industrial revolution has brought. Finally, please allow me, as a Colombian and the deputy director at the Colombian Civil Service of the Administrative Department, that I feel very proud of this Congress and to give a floor and showcase all these different matters discussed today. And as I previously mentioned, this first Congress of the 4.0 public servant has been a flagship of the public employment in Colombia and our Administrative Department of the Colombian Civil Service. Together with the SAP, the Higher Education School of Public Administration, the first course on the challenges of the 4.0 public servants. So thank you all for making today's session successful and for us covering these topics. It is with facts that we can prove things, that this has been a very valuable Congress for us as administrative department, and we hope that you feel likewise. Please remember to download your attendance certificates, review the different publications that are available in our platform, and we hope to see you in the next International Congress in Colombia or wherever this will be held. Thank you.
Daniel, muchísimas gracias y por
Daniel,
supuesto.
thank you very much. And of course, thank you to the 20 different countries that have joined us and to the 5,000 attendees that have connected to the session through our platform, because it was you who made this Congress, this first Congress of 4.0 public servants, an unprecedented session. My name is Maria del Pilar, and I am a journalist of the Public Civil Service, and it was a pleasure